This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Family Fernando gets a big, juicy full toss first up. Gets through the keeper, so they're probably going to buy here to start the day. It's a bit of an epidemic of full tosses first ball. Fernando, he's had an okay week. One of his issues, I think, is that he hasn't really been able to capitalise in the power play and score that quickly. Dean Ryan actually looked really good yesterday. They ended up going down by 15 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis Stern method. Iceland, in a game that was reduced to 12.1 overs. Round the wicket to Dean Ryan. He batted really well yesterday. Looks very tidy and organised at the crease, and he starts well. Tucking one off his pads. They think of two. They're happy with one. Yesterday, Dean Ryan was unbeaten, 35 off 24, and played an array of shots all around the wicket. Fernando ended up scoring 8 off 13. Moment I thought had a pretty good day yesterday as well. Fernando chops down on this, beats the fielder. That's going to run away, and well, it won't go for 4. A little bit of risky business style fielding there with the rubber studs on the turf. I would expect the outfield to be a little bit spongy at this time of the day. Have a look at this. Ooh. Did well actually not to take the ball with him, to be honest. You know, Mohammed, I thought he tried well yesterday. 1 for 20 off 2 overs. Fernando's had some issues outside the off stump. Played and missed half a dozen times yesterday in his innings with this kind of a ball. He's not doing that much wrong. I mean, I like the way he's got a little back and across movement with the back foot, but seems to be misjudging the bounce on this track. Nicked it. Double noise there. Umpire quite rightly turns that down. Yeah, Santosh asking about the weather. I'll say it again right now. We've got no rain. It is overcast. Maybe an issue or two with weather throughout the day, but hopefully not too many issues. It's a good Yorker, isn't it? Fernando does well to jump down, clamp down on it. good running as well. I think these two have run reasonably well together. They've batted together a fair bit, have that understanding to try and get your partner to the other end if possible. So that's the end of the first over of the day, 5 without loss. So Lithuania, yesterday, they, I suppose, comprehensively outplayed in the end, with Latvia rolling them for 109 and chasing it down in under 10 overs. Having said that, I think Lithuania, especially with the ball, they fought quite well. They did pick up 3 wickets along the way. Isaac Solomon was excellent, but do have some news that he's not in the side. He did injure his finger yesterday, and it's going to be Najib Abu Bakar who's into the lineup. That will essentially replace him, like-for-like replacement, bowling over number 2, bowling to Chamley Fernando. Clipped away. Chamley, I suppose, if he's not going to go crash, bash and hit a whole bunch of boundaries, that is his role in the power play. Just turn the strike over, keep it ticking. Don't want to get bogged down. So, Lithuania, I suppose if you go on previous year's results as well there, and even going back to 2024, probably a little bit behind where the other 3 teams are. Last year, it was a 3-way tie for first. It was Poland that won the cup on net run rate. Lithuania did have 1 win. That was against Ukraine, who aren't participating this year. So Lithuania hasn't really broken through with that win over the 3 other nations you see here in the tournament. Jenna Ryan pushes, doesn't get a run here. Iceland, well, they'll be desperate to get on the board. Iceland went into their final match last year in a position to win the trophy, coming up against Poland. They needed to either beat Poland or lose by a very small margin to potentially win the trophy on net run rate. They got outplayed by the Poles, and Poland winning the last 2 T20 Euro Cups. But Iceland, it's their chance to get back in it. They were outplayed themselves, although I did like that they fought with the bat, and it was a rain break after 10 overs that caused them to kind of really up the ante, and Ryan was central to them getting back in the game. Put on a good burst, but then another rain shower finished the match in 12.1 overs, and they had made up a bit of ground in that 2.1 over burst. This wasn't to be. They get another chance here. Iceland just have the 1 game today, and likewise Latvia, but Lithuania and Poland play 2 of the 3 games. Lithuania play this one, and they play the final game of the day against Poland. Poland have to play back-to-back later on, so it's quite a tough ask. I suppose conditions aren't too warm, and so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Certainly a long day, though. We start at 9 a.m. We probably go through to 8 or 9 p.m. Fernando does get this one quite nicely. It's been the area that he's struggled a little bit, but I do like his footwork. It's just a matter of judging the bounce correctly. Abu Bakar. Nice looking drive by Ryan. Well put together, doesn't he? But that's the end of the over. Not too much damage on the scoreboard so far for either team. Iceland, 8 without loss after 2. Got Phil G on the mic if you're double screening over there in Portugal, with Brothers Levin taking on Awerash Twos in the first game of the day. Noman Mohammed to continue. We would say whoever doesn't win this morning is out of the running to win the trophy. Whoever does win has some chance. It's going to be hard to make the top two with 2 losses. Not impossible mathematically, but that's the format here. Teams will play 3 matches, once against each opponent, and the top 2 will go into the final on Sunday afternoon. That's that area, isn't it? Fernando seems to struggle with that area. He's not the only one. When the bowlers have got it right, I think bowlers have dominated in this series, but when they haven't got it right, batters are dominated. So it's really in the bowler's court to see if they can hit their spots. Turned away. He was keen for a run, but Deanna Ryan very quickly shut that down. Bakar doing the fielding. Hello to Ash at Save Derek as well. Nice to have you with us. Hello, Jeff Mobbs. How great to see you. A few people having a bit of a lazy start to the weekend. Well, I can't blame you. Quite an early start here compared to yesterday, starting 2 hours earlier on account of the 3-match schedule that we've got. Maybe a little bit high, heading down the leg side. Also, yesterday I was a huge fan of the exploding stumps. I think we should take them on the road with us. Neither Fernando nor Deanna Ryan want that to happen anytime soon, but you'll see what I mean throughout the day. Fernando drives, wants the run, pick up, throw, close. Would have been tight. They get through for a single, breaks the run of 5 dot balls. Hey, also, buenos dias to all of our Spanish viewers in Felicidades. Congratulations with Spain beating Belgium. 2 countries we know very well on ECN. Might have just been in there. Well run by Fernando. It's quicker than you think. Yeah, Spain getting the win over Belgium 2-1 last night, making it through to the semi-finals. End of the over. Pretty good one from Noman Muhammad. Just 1 run off that, and Iceland quietened in the opening. 9 without loss. Iceland have a bit of an approach of they'll kind of take what's given to them. They're not necessarily being proactive, trying to hit boundaries or manufacture boundaries. I'm not seeing any kind of expansive aerial shots or laps or anything of that nature, or charges down the wicket. I think what that means is if Lithuania get it right, they can keep them quiet. We did see Iceland accelerating when they had to yesterday, though, so that's probably on their mind as well. Lithuania, historically, have been a team that have conceded a lot of runs. They conceded 190 average last year. Fernando makes the fielder work a little bit. Again, doing it right. Good decision to come through for the run. Abu Bakar getting a second over. Compared to the other teams that you see here at this tournament, last year Lithuania conceded about 40 to 50 more runs per innings, which is quite a big differential. Sun coming out to play, that's nice to see. It's a good ball. It's a really good ball. Watch this one go from the hand of Abu Bakar. And it just keeps going. Excellent, excellent bowling. Deanna Ryan was so he's lucky not to nick it. Not really huge breeze on the screen. Again, working on that ball, trying to shine up one side and get it talking. This one doesn't. In fact, it comes off the thumb of the keeper. Rojan Anthony behind the stumps for Lithuania. Second change of keeper with Jagadish Maduru doing the job yesterday. Well, Dinaran goes for it and could be in trouble. He will be in trouble. And Abu Bakar into the lineup and into the action. Dinaran just, I think it's a build-up of pressure. Abu Bakar, though, he has been getting that ball to talk. That one definitely left Dinaran. It was kind of a clunked, thick outside half of the bat edge, which pops up. And a fairly simple catch. It's Afan Elahiza here that does the rest. And Lithuania have the initial breakthrough, and they probably deserve it. They've bobbed well so far. And Iceland lose a key batter. Dinaran doesn't fire out for 2 off 8, and it's 11 for 1 in the 4th over. New batter coming out there, Asif Ali. Reward for a spirited opening from Lithuania, who, like I said, I think they bowled very well yesterday in patches. Knew they didn't have enough runs on the board. Asif Ali will be keen to get off the mark because he made a 2-ball duck yesterday, batting in his number 3 position. Abu Bakar, it's got to be careful not to lose this down the leg side. He's been getting that ball to move left to right on your screen. Asif keeps the first one out. Never easy coming off a duck. Trust me, I know the feeling. Start to wonder where the next one's coming from, but I suppose 3 matches and potentially a 4th for the batters in this tournament. You do get your next hit within a day, sometimes the same day. Asif Ali, nice shot. He's able to whip this one away for a boundary. And he does get off the mark in the tournament. In fact, it's the first boundary of day 2. Not too much wrong with the ball, really. Takes that off stump. Watches it all the way. Maybe slightly risky hitting across the ball, but made nice contact. 4 carreras. Uh-oh, could be trouble. Straight up in the air. Oh, he gets super lucky. Lead again. He's going to run away. And he just stopped inside the line. But really, Asif Ali tried the same sort of thing, hit across the ball. This time a big leading edge, and he's actually lucky. At 3rd was in the circle. Gets this all wrong. Neck on a swivel. Was very concerned about where that was landing, but you can see it was well over the head of Mahadevappa, the captain. Bit of a lucky moment for Iceland. Sometimes you need a bit of luck. Quite often you need a bit of luck in this game. Into the 4th over, Iceland 17 for 1. Yeah, Fernando, 7 off 13. Again, he's been kept pretty quiet so far. He batted for about an hour in the practice game back on Thursday. But yeah, wasn't really able to strike at the kind of rate that he would want to as an opener, even though he had some wickets falling around him and he kind of held the innings together to an extent. But you want to be kind of proactively trying to get ahead of the game. This is Varun Vimalraj, who's going to get a bowl. Here's Varun. Right arm around. It's a curious tactic to the right-hander. takes a few methods out of play, and Varun again is into the side. So you can see Lithuania bringing the changes. And I suppose when you have a squad, one of these tournaments, you do want to try and get everyone on the park. Landing area at the bowler's end, sometimes shifting a little bit. It's taken a few bowlers a bit of time to get used to. Iceland 63% according to the supercomputer at this stage. Lithuania made a good opening. Valley wanted it, then he wanted it again, but maybe a little bit too risky for Fernando's liking. So here, pounced on it, just behind square. Well, pitching outside leg, bowling around the wicket is not going to be a tactic that's going to get too many things working in your favour. And Valley loves to open up that leg side. This one was a bit gift-wrapped, wasn't it? And when you go around the wicket, it takes that LBW out of play as well. So you really can just kind of stand in front of your stumps and wave your bat at it. And that time, it's waved goodbye to the boundary by Valley, who survived a bit of a hairy moment in his opening, but I feel like he's got that can-do attitude to make the most of the rest of this power play. All right, sticking around the wicket. This time, takes off a little bit. Vimalraj runs straight in front of the umpire, who probably didn't see it. I'm not sure if Asif saw it either. I have seen a few balls taking off the surface. You can see he's kind of fighting the angle there. And then he's tapping himself on the head saying, what are you doing? And if he hit that, it's probably going straight up in the air. Waits and plays this one a bit more technically. Struck pretty nicely. Won't go all the way. They'll come back for two. Badri's got a good question about the selection of the players. Well, all these players you see, they live in the countries that they're representing. I think that's the first thing to understand. And so the organising body will select a national team for matches and tournaments when they come up during the year. Also, these four teams are not in the ICC structure as yet, but that might change. I know, chatting to the players, I mean, they're really excited for the opportunity, obviously, to play here in the Euro Cup. Some have played before, some haven't. End of the fifth over here. Iceland still reasonably quiet. Do get a boundary in the over, but they're 24 for one after 5. So there's a few boxes that have to be ticked before you can be in the ICC pathway, but I think all countries that have some cricket in them would be aspiring to that standard, because then it kind of opens the door for a lot of things. But right now, I suppose, just outside the structure, these 4 countries, but tournaments like this go a long way to kind of building the knowledge and kind of what's required to take that next step. Vinayaga Sundaram Subramani is the new bowler. And he's into the side as well. So he's going to get a bowl here in over number 6. Last over of the power play. Fernando at the other end. He'll do the keeping for Iceland a little bit later on in this game. Nicely hit by Fernando. Wasn't a great ball, to say the least, from Subramani. And we've got some media around the ground today. We almost had one less there. It was a very expensive camera that almost got hit by that powerful pull from Fernando. What a good shot. Well, do you hear the thump, Fernando? That was beautifully timed. And Subramani might think twice about bowling another short ball in towards the pads of Chamley. What a shot. Better ball, much better ball. Fernando has to get on his bike. I like this as well. I think yesterday there were a few singles left on the table. I think on this field, it's not a terrible field, but it's definitely a bit choppy, as you see in a lot of European cricket fields. Maybe take on the infield and try and turn the strike over a little bit more, break those runs of dots. Maybe a perfect piece of fielding has you run out, but it doesn't have to be a perfect pick up and throw and probably a direct hit. Ali growing in confidence with every over, isn't he? Drives that one. Now they're going to get an overthrow. That's driven on the up. So I mean, pretty disciplined for the most part with their lines this morning. Makes such a difference. In fact, it's only the second wide of the day. As a Valley clips this away, it's going to go and it's going to just creep over. It's gone all the way, Maximo. As if, like I said, growing in confidence every over. That was a bit of a teaser for the boundary rider as well. Watch it here in the replay. Again, wasn't the right line, wasn't it? Clipped away. And I think, to be honest, he's just caught out of position there. That's Abu Bakar. If he's standing on the boundary, it's probably shoulder high. Not an easy catch, but certainly possible. And instead, it's out of the ground for the first sixer of day 2. And after the 6-over power play, Iceland signs of life there. 40 for 1. As a Valley, he's certainly been the catalyst of the run rate increasing. Varun Vimaraj will get a second over. He's going to go over the wicket now, which I think is a better tactic and probably one I would have started with. But Fernando, I think there's a bit of pressure off him as well now with Asif Ali scoring at this kind of rate at the other end. Field can go back now as well with up to 5 outfielders allowed from this point in the innings. Here's over number 7. Bites in a little bit to Fernando, who gets tied up. Hello to Bidry asking, or actually saying, looks like the boundary length has increased. Well, I can tell you it has not. In fact, I can guarantee you that the rope is in the same place as yesterday, unless people broke in overnight and moved it, because it looked like it's in exactly the same place. It's a slightly smaller size ground, just with the dimensions of the space. Soft hands from Fernando this time. Again, that's his role right now, I think, just to turn the strike over. Let Asif Ali express himself. And Anshit Srivastava. Hello, Anshit. Saying, yeah, Akshay Jotin is a player to watch. Well, he had a good day yesterday, didn't he? Akshay. Listed to come in at 4. Slow ball. Picked and hit. Tests out the fielder. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get on a plane and get to the US if they'll let you in, because that's FIFA World Cup style. But almost an own goal. Check it out in the replay. I don't know if he was prepared for the backwards kick when he went for it. Oof. Well, Vinay, well done. You did stop it in the end, but you won't find that in any textbook. Certainly not in any cricket textbook. All's well that ends well. In fact, only get a long single. Fernando beats the fielder here, tests the outfielder. I think that one is going to run all the way. Cuatro carreras. Fernando punches back. Iceland accumulating. This wasn't that wide, actually. It's probably fourth stump. Gave himself a tiny bit of room. It wasn't a particularly venomous delivery from Vimal Raj. Just sneaks in, maybe not. Called wide. Better length, though, I think. You want to try and draw Fernando into an error on the front foot. A bit like this. And he's going to get away with it. But you can see there definitely wasn't in control of that shot. It's ballooned over Renu, the Lithuanian skipper. Worried for a second. He just patted straight to the man and backward point, but you can see it was over him, but only just. That's a valley. Goes up and over the top. He'll get one and retain the strike. 7 overs down. 140 pace at the moment for Iceland, but that rate is rising. It's 49 for 1 after 7. Hello to Sean. He appreciated my turn of phrase there. Sean, nice to see you. Where are you watching from in the world? That's Iceland. Yeah, not the easiest country to get to. Certainly can't just kind of get in your car and drive there like a lot of continental Europe. But there's the Icelandic team sitting, watching, waiting, seeing what kind of score they're going to have to defend in the second half of this game. Yeah, but Iceland's a place I would love to do a European cricket series. Lithuania too, actually. I've heard good things about cricket in both of these nations. It's great that they've got the opportunity to pull on the shirt. As we'll have change of bowling. Afan Alahiza here. Be coming on. So we see some spin for the first time. Doesn't quite get the line right first up. Almost creates the run out, but that was good running by Chamley. He backed up and backed himself to get in. I mentioned he is a little bit of an under the radar pace threat between the stumps, isn't he? He's a lot quicker than he seems. Seems to cover the ground fairly rapidly. 50's up for Iceland as well. Chop and run. Certainly since Asif Ali's come to the crease, the dot ball percentage has gone down significantly. Asif wants a piece. He goes aerial. Not an easy one. Hanging up in the air. And it falls short of the field. In fact, they probably should get 2. They took their eyes off the play. Probably was the kind of length you could step and hit it for 6, but you have to make clean contact. And that certainly wasn't. It was down towards the bottom of the bat. Well, Chamley says, I want a piece, and he's going to get dropped. He'll run away for 4, but an opportunity missed for Lithuania. Check it out in the replay. Fetches this one from well outside the off stump. Hits across it slightly. Just kind of burst through the hands in the end, and 4 runs to Iceland. So Lithuania, great the opportunity, but can't hold on to it. So Sean's playing in Essex. Well, I'll be in Essex at the end of the month, actually. We've got the European Cricket Series in Hornchurch. Who do you play for over there, Sean? Great to see you. Bowling off spin. Well, you can take some tips from Zahir, who bowls decent off spin. Beats the bat here. And so he's bowling off spin, not seen in a match for the first time in 30 years today. And so this game is part of his pre-match build-up. Yeah, the old warming up with the eyes. Fernando drags this across from outside off. Settle for one, and that'll take us to the end of the 8th over. 57 for 1 after 8. So this looks like Abhijit Bakshi's keen to grab the ball. I liked him with the bat actually yesterday, but kind of threw his innings away. With Lithuania, the way their team's structured, they need some big scores out of their top 4. Then I think they are competitive. They maybe don't have the depth of a team like Poland, for example, who bat all the way down to 7 or 8 with kind of boundary hitters all the way down. So it'll be interesting. But first things first, they need to try and restrict Iceland to a reasonable target. Bakshi bowled 1 over yesterday towards the end of the match. What would be the end of the match. They went for 11, but we'll get a bit of a better look at him here, I think. His left arm spin. Good start. So this one, if anything, it actually comes into the right-hander. Look at the drift. Almost like a little in-wobbler from Bakshi. Typically, you'd imagine he's trying to turn the ball away from the right-hander. Finger spin. First time we've seen the stumps destroyed today. Maybe not the last. As if, well, almost sells Chamley down the river here, but Bakshi does well to jump on it quickly. You can definitely see Fernando is making a conscious effort to be a bit more aggressive now. More or less run a ball. He wants those boundaries. Doesn't time this one. Again, Bakshi, it's a nice end for him to bowl from this one. I know all the overs are at the same end, but I think it really suits his style of bowling. Slight drift in. Fernando goes down and sweeps. Only a single. It'll be interesting to see how Asif Ali wants to play the left arm spin of Bakshi. If he was watching, he would have noticed there's nothing turning away from here. Probably be comfortable hitting with the movement. Eyes off that leg side. The eyes never lie. That's where he wants to go. Yep. And he's going to hit it. And he's going to find the fielder. Well, you wouldn't believe it. I don't know if we've got a replay of the batter looking at mid-wicket just before the ball's bowled. It's said it once, I'll say it again. The eyes never lie, and the change of bowler does the trick. It was head a hit, wasn't it? But he couldn't have picked out the fielder any better. Takes a simple catch. So Asif Ali has to go for 26. And the score is 58 for 1. Nice innings, though, from him. He would have liked to go on a little bit longer, no doubt about that. But he certainly made the most of the time that he spent at the crease. And Abu Bakar did well to take the catch, still had to hold it. We saw one go down just moments ago. But this will bring Akshay Jotin to the crease. And I liked his innings yesterday. In the end, it wasn't quite enough, but he scored 48 off 32, went to an LBW decision. Had to wait to the very end to see a 50 yesterday. It was the Latvian skipper, Ishan Kashyap, who brought it up at the very last ball today, but the 48 from Jotun was the next best score. Scored it off 32 balls. Also took 2 wickets, so he's a real key player. He's got the gold pads on and he means business. Here's Bakshi. Puts him right back. That's the end of the over. A successful one. Very good one from Bakshi. Just the 1 run and the wicket. And after 9 overs, Iceland 58 for 2. Lithuania, they have walked away with a win in each of the last 2 years, but against teams that were winless. Those teams not participating this year. So for them, they'll be really keen to get a win against the other teams here, because Iceland beat them last year and Poland and Latvia have beaten them the last 2 years. I sense an opportunity here. Drifts a bit wide as Afan Alahiza here comes back. He's a real key player for Lithuania. In the air and gone. Well, simple as you like. Fernando kind of leans back and tries to pat this one down past the bowler, but he doesn't get past the bowler. Again, didn't have to move. Just threw the hands up, and that'll be the 3rd wicket down. Afan Alahiza here with the breakthrough. His first wicket of the day, and Iceland 59 for 3. So Fernando again plays his role, gets them more or less through the first half of the innings. But he ends up going, and Afan Alahiza here, like I said, he's a key player. I mean, with the bat, he scored back-to-back 50s back in the 2025 edition, I should say. But right now, with his off spin, he's trying to change the game. As the new batter comes to the crease, and it is the captain, Dushan Bandara. Left-hander on paper is a good matchup for the off-spinner. So you've essentially got 2 brand new batters at the crease now. So this is a very important phase of the game for Iceland, with more or less 11 overs remaining. Almost at the halfway points of the first innings of the day. Anchit still feels 165 is on the table. Right now they're going at about 130 pace. The bowl buys are here. The spin in the middle overs has been a big weapon, just to try and bog teams down. Also getting through the overs reasonably quickly. Low full toss, Bandara puts his hands through it and he's off the mark. Late cut here from Jotun. He's off the mark. He wants 2. That's very good hustle. We saw that from Jotun yesterday. He's quite quick. Obviously slightly quicker without the weight of the helmet or a hat on his head. aerodynamic. He made up his mind he wanted the two then. Nice looking drive this time. Beats the fielder as well. That'll go all the way for 4. So Jotun building. Wanted to strike back and he knew what to do with that. It's a very nice stride he gets in there. He's always in control of that shot. Kind of made that look a bit more like a half volley than it actually was. So key partnership between these two. Didn't see Bandara get a hit yesterday. But we did see Jotun. He was impressive. That'll take us to the end of the over. And we're halfway through the first innings of the day with Lithuania winning the toss bowling and Iceland 67 for 3 after 10. Bakshi to continue. So your left-hand, right-hand combination to work with. Now, I think he might be quite dangerous to the left-hander with that little kind of a way wobble that he'll get. But right now, he's got Jotun at the other end, and Jotun's a real match winner. So it's Bakshi, though. Here we go with over 11. Fraction short. Swipes through it. Fielder can't get there. Just loops over. I think this... We'll see this one again. Took a bit of a chance. He goes with the movement. Just creeps over. Goes all the way. Maximal. It's another one of those ones where if the fielder's right on the right line, it's probably catchable. Well, it is catchable. But because he had to move to his left, he wasn't able to get there in time. And the ball goes all the way. Good camera work as well. VIP in the house once again. He's fully focused on bringing you the action. Fantastic pictures. So Bandara faces up to Bakshi for the first time. That's what I was thinking with these two facing off. Bakshi's probably actually trying to move the ball away, kind of bend it away from the left-hander, but the left-hander's playing for a bit of kind of in-spin. This is in the air. Plugs out towards mid-wicket. They'll be happy with the single this time. You can see 2/3 of the runs behind the wicket so far, which is quite unusual, actually. Tells you maybe the bowling's been a bit short. But regardless, this is the battle I'm enjoying watching. Bakshi to Akshay Jotun. Gets this one wrong. Waist high full toss. He punches it off the back foot. And that'll be 4. And that's one thing to get a bad ball. It's another thing to put it away. Bakshi would have loved this one back. Borderline, isn't it? With height. Probably just okay. Remember, it has to be above waist height in T20 cricket. We play at waist height, which, to be honest, that probably was at waist height. Probably was a no ball in it in the T10 format, but in the T20, it's got to be above waist height. It's good umpiring, good shot too. But Jotun seems to have a good kind of sense of what to go after and what not to. He's willing to respect a good ball. He does. Play out the last one of the 11th at Iceland. 79 for 3 after 11. Yeah, Badri asking about the boundaries again. Look, you've got at this ground more or less, I'd say 50 to 55 metre boundaries if you're measuring from the centre of the pitch. Again, a lot of it's just to do with the size of the space that the field has. You can see the fence behind. No full toss. Bandara is going to crunch it towards mid-wicket, but only a single. Here to have a crack at Jotun, who's started well. He's 18 off 8. Goes after this. One hopper. Differing opinions about that, whether that was catchable or not. Ramaswamy certainly had his opinion, which is that it wasn't. But I like to see Zahir kind of challenging Jotun there to try and hit a 6, and he's hoping to force him into an error. He knows he's a dangerous player. Pace on this time for Bandara. For Iceland, I thought David Cook bowled really well yesterday. Again, using a lot of flight and tempting batters into mistakes. So he's trying to do something similar here. And Bandara says, yeah, I'll take up the challenge. And he crunches this one. That's comfortably out of the ground. Out of the arena. Maximo. Well, that's a Bandara bomb. Hands on hip straight away from Elahi. New balls, please. That was a very, very good strike. Iceland just need a bit of a spark here. Here comes the ball box. Have a couple of ball changes yesterday. This one wasn't due to the condition. Well, it kind of is. The condition is lost. I don't mind that throw from Zahir. He's trying to buy a wicket. If that's mishit, potentially it's an opportunity for a wicket. That's the game sometimes. And I do think the boundaries are about the same they were in the European Cricket Series. Maybe slightly bigger, maybe a few metres bigger in some areas. Comeback ball from Zahir. It's a quicker one, wider. Bandara started well. Finds the fielder on that occasion. You can see that's the cricket going on at the moment. On the right of the screen, we're here for the Euro T20 Cup, but also Portuguese Liga Grizzly happening this weekend. I think there's a nick, but it's a pretty big nick and it crashes into the pads of the keeper. Not really a genuine chance. It will take us to the end of the over. So despite the bomb, it wasn't a bad over for Lithuania, conceding 8 in total. And Iceland 87 for 3 after 12. Well, Miwang is sensing a Jotun half century. Well, he's only on 19 at the moment. That certainly has the time to make that half century if he bats well, if he bats deep into the innings. Varun Vimalraj will come back with the ball. 2 overs, none for 16. I thought maybe you'd look at bowling Noman Mohammed again. Maybe 1 over at this stage to try and to break this partnership. Bowled really well early. Took none for 5 off his 2 overs. Vimalraj it's a decent choice though. Dave has a very good question, saying, Vinny, helmets are not mandatory for the batters. Well, in this tournament, because it's essentially outside the purview of European Cricket Series or an ICC event, and it really is up to the organisers that obviously haven't stipulated that they have to wear the helmet. Obviously, a lot of players aren't choosing to, which I think is sensible. We saw a couple of helmet hits yesterday. Cracked away by Jotun, square of the wicket. And that's going to be 4. Excellent, excellent shot. Just going with the angle. Vimalraj likes this round the wicket, but I think it kind of plays into the batter's hands a little bit. Good timing. Hit that pretty late to get it around that fielder. Prasanth Chitra out there. Dead length this time from Vimaraj. That round the wicket. It's hard. You say how you're trying to get him out here, and I don't know if you'd have a clear answer. I mean, maybe creating that kind of fake left arm over angle, right arm around, maybe a little outside edge, trying to beat the batter with angle. But if you put it there, the batter gets a good look at it. It's excellent fielding out there. Punatil. Liked his game yesterday as well, from what we saw of him. Sometimes you'll see right arm around to right-handers towards the end of the innings. Almost like the Michael Jordan Nike pose there, wasn't it, from Punatil? But yeah, maybe kind of full wide Yorkers, that kind of thing. But the other thing is some bowlers are just more comfortable around the wicket. But interesting, he is actually going to go over the wicket to the left-hander. It's kind of the opposite of what a right-arm bowler would normally do. But I quite like this angle. Bandara tries to pull, but straight to the fielder, and that's the end of him. So Vimaraj, again, to the left-hander. I think it's a better strategy. A fraction short. Bandara, well, he's beside himself here. Just needed to make better contacts to get it over the fielder, and probably had a boundary beckoning, but the captain will be the fourth wicket to fall. 92 for 4. 92 for 4 as Bandara goes, and once again it's Afanalahiza here that takes the simplest of catches. New batter coming out there is Asmara Sawari. We did see yesterday briefly towards the end of the game. Just faced 2 balls for 2 before the rain came. So I had a question from Anchit saying, Vinny, I saw you commentating on the Nordic Smash T20. How was your experience? It was great. I suppose with ECN take up so much of my time, I haven't had too many other opportunities I've been able to follow, but that was one on an ECN off week. Sawari gets off the mark straight away. I had a great time. Stockholm is somewhere I've been several times. So I always have a great time when I get up to Northern Europe. And there's some really good quality on display as well. So, yeah, stay tuned. Also, the club rooms look quite good there. That's something that a lot of grounds are aspiring towards, but obviously not quite easy. A lot of approvals required. A lot of governments, local governments saying, well, what do you need club rooms for? Nice shot once again from Jotun. He's a real barometer of this innings now. He will take one. He'll retain the strike. And Vimaraj with a successful over. So turns out to be a good decision to bring him back after 13 overs. Iceland 94 for 4. Yeah, Anchit talking about the fact there were many Indian players that used to play IPL in that tournament. That's true. Particularly Stockholm United had a lot of former IPL players. Obviously, the amount of tournaments around the world gives them an outlet to play a little bit more. But yeah, really enjoyed it. And how did you enjoy it, Anchit? You let me know. Like any new tournament, always organisation is key. So here to Jotun. 2 leaders combining. Jotun knocks it away and good running as he comes back for 2. Yeah, so that was the Nordic Smash was obviously a franchise-based tournament, and it gave a lot of opportunities to a lot of European-based players, whether they were from Sweden or from other countries. I thought that was a nice development as well. Like I said, it's all about relationships and building relationships between players and between organisations. Jotun throws the hands at this and gets it pretty good. Cuatro carreras masters. The 100 comes up for Iceland. Jotun's been key in this. Pretty good shot because it was a long way away from his body, but he just kind of snapped the wrists through the hands at the right moment. Times it well. There's the 3 figures with 40 balls still remaining. So essentially got the last third of the innings coming up already with 100 on the board. Jotun hits this pretty hard and he's going to beat the fielder once again. Oh, that's power personified from Akshay. It's the kind of drivable length where he's not trying to keep it down, but he is trying to crunch it. And even if that is straight at the fielder on the full, it's going to be a pretty difficult catch to hold on to at that velocity. Good comeback from Zahir. Uh-oh, trouble, heads up. Going, gone. Maximal. Well, there's a bit of a gathering over there in the tent, and it was almost broken up violently by that pull shot from Jotun. Okay, gets across his stumps here and opens up that leg side. Says Carreras, and that's our first knock-knock in the commentary box because that's landed right in the shed. Just too short. Fantastic footwork from Jotun, who's exploded in this over. He's taken 16 off it, all off his own bat. Hello to Kroom, good to see you. Happy Saturday. You playing today, Kroom? Chops down onto the stumps here, but it bounces off the keeper away for a single. So 17 off that over, and Jotun retains the strike. He's on 42. Sawari on 1, and the Nelson's up 111 for 4 after 14 overs. Back on 160 pace. I suppose the concern for Lithuania is, you know, what can they chase down? If you look at last year against these 3 teams, they scored 136, 134, 129. So I mean, say that 160 is going to be challenging, but I do think they've got the talent to do it. I think they had issues with their top order, kind of throwing their wickets away yesterday, precipitating a bit of a collapse. Here's Varun Vimalraj to bowl out in over 15. Jotun, again, it's been an intelligent kind of innings. He's been quite good at kind of capitalising on bowler mistakes, even little mistakes. And that is a mistake from Vimalraj. It gets outside leg stump. There's nobody at fine leg whatsoever. Jotun gets down and sweeps it to the boundary. A pretty benign kind of delivery from Varun. Well struck, well timed. And it brings Jotun within reach of a half century. He's on 46. Again, I'm a little bit curious about how the bowlers have been managed here. Obviously, got their plans, Lithuania. But you've still got Noman Mohammed sitting in the tank. I know they maybe want to bowl him at the end, but maybe it was worth a go a little bit earlier. Jotun, meanwhile, is going to crunch this, and that'll be his 50. Fantastic innings from Akshay Jotun. Well, some of the viewers were calling it. They thought a 50 was on the cards. This was hit very, very well. Goes and fetches it. Snaps those fast hands through to the delivery. And sends it maximal to bring up the 50 for Jotun in just 22 balls. Something tells me he's not done yet. Still 5.5 overs to go. Over the wicket now. Vilmaraj makes the change. Hit down the ground, but should be cut off. Miwang, well, you did say Jotun will make 50, and your prediction has come true. Just looks very organised at the crease today. Good yesterday as well, Jotun. Sawari, he's done more watching than batting since he's been at the crease. His partnership is worth 30, and he has faced 1 ball. Well, now he's faced 2. So, certainly has been dominated by Jotun. He scored 48 yesterday. Now he's got 50 today. 100 runs in the tournament as Sawari goes to the air. Fielder under it. Can't get there. Just carries the rope. Maximal. Sawari throws it into the wind and hopes for the best. And Bakshi did everything he could to pull this one back in. It's actually a very good effort. He matrixes himself, tries to defy gravity. And a spine-smashing landing as well. It's a great effort from the fielder, but it's 6 runs to Iceland are up and away. They're out of the box now. Good take by Anthony. He's up to the stumps. Does get called wide. This is danger times now for Lithuania. So, last ball of the over coming up. Oh, now he's going to lift this one up and over the leg side. He's making this field look tiny. Maximo to finish the over, 136 for 4. And Jotun putting on a bit of a show here at Stani Babitse. So 5 overs to go. Jotun's raced to 59 off just 24 balls. Yeah, as long as you... Well, this is turning into a bit of carnage at the moment. Another powerful strike. Kind of asking for it. It was kind of length ball, wasn't it? So that does actually now bring Jotun to 60. Got him. So Ari tries to get on with it. Probably tried to hit a little bit too square. Practices a shot that's a bit straighter, but by then the middle stump had been uprooted. It's a little bit of in curve, wasn't it? You can actually see on impact where the head was, where he was trying to hit it. So well done to Bakshi. He gets one fight back, a wicket. I'll be the hoping it's the start of something a bit more substantial for Lithuania. And so Ari, a couple of nice shots in there, a couple of big blows. But he's bowled for 14, including 2 big maximos, just 5 balls faced. Iceland 146 for 5. So Bota, the new batter, plays this one out. End of a successful over for Bakshi. 4 overs remaining. Iceland 146 for 5. I think got to think about bringing back Noman Mohammed. In fact, that's exactly what they're going to do. Thought maybe it was worth trying to bring back a few overs to go. Probably the best chance of getting out Jotun, but Jotun cruising to 61. Plays this one nicely. He wants 2, but he might get 4. And it's going to run away. Excellent batting. There's nothing sloggy about this shot. He's just made very good choices in this innings. Opens the face slightly, gets it into the gap. Here couldn't chase it down. Cracked. Really good shot. That wasn't too far from the fielder, but Chitra had no chance. The 150s come up as well for Iceland now. And they are having a party and happy hour. Again, excellent shot selection. If you actually watch the batting of Jotun, he's got so many options and so many tools in his toolbox as a batter. to deal with different types of delivery. So a lot of batters will be trying to, at this level, will be trying to drag that leg side, but he's very confident that he can hit powerfully through the off. Right on cue, he tries to whack one leg side that he probably shouldn't have. Rare bad choice from Akshay. It's moved to 69 now. That was asking to be hit over the offside as well, but I think he had a little bit of a premeditated thought that the ball might be a bit straighter. We wanted to go in that area leg side. Now he does get something he can whip, and it's going to get through the fielder. And that's going to be another 4 runs. Jotun into the 70s. It just times this so well. Fielder didn't know if he was zigging or zagging really there. Didn't get too much behind it. It just went like a bullet, didn't it? Off the bat of Jotun. Well timed. Beats the field again. Should come back for 2. They will. A few people saying 200s on the cards if Jotun stays, and I agree. In fact, I don't want to jinx him, but he's probably got time to bring up the 3 figures. Now, we haven't had a century in the Euro T20 Cup since 2024, where there were 3 centuries, but there wasn't a century scored last year. Oh, well, that's a shot and a half from Jotun. Maximo! Into the 80s now. And really, no answer. They bring back their draw card in Noman Mohammed, and he just gets dismissed out of the ground. A little cheeky wristy from Jotun to finish the over. And it's 166 for 5, 3 overs to go. Both that hasn't had to do much so far. Played out one delivery, but I think if he knows what's good for him, he'll probably just try and get to the other end and let the Jotun show continue. Abu Bakar is going to come back. He bowled 2 pretty good overs at the front of the innings for 11. Did pick up a wicket. Had Dion Ryan caught after building up some pressure early in the power play, but yeah, nice one. They've managed their innings well, haven't they? Middle order has come to the table. In particular, actually Jotun, he's on 81, but right now it's Botha. The left-hander facing up. Plays across that one and misses, so good area from Abu Bakar. Also got to say, Lithuania probably draw a straight line between them missing their spots a bit more and getting hurt. And I know Jotun's a good batter, there's no doubt about that, but I don't think they've bowled particularly well to him. It's that movement. Abubakar was getting it earlier. I think it's a good call. I don't think it's a wide, but have a look at this one. Bite away in the air, off the pitch. It's good bowling. So dot to start the 18th. Oh, strike 3. Well, this is a very good over because Jotun's kind of being left on the shelf here, going a bit cold. Both are just technically not having a good time. Those balls that are pitched on a good length outside off stump. Dzień dobry to you as well, John. Great to have you in the chat. John Gray tuning in. Lifted up in the air. Fielder hovering. Oh, he pulls the ripcord. Does Mahadevappa, the captain. Would have been a tough catch. I think would had to have seen it a bit early and probably put in a dive. So only 2 balls left in the over for Akshay to do his thing. Look at some of those numbers in ECN events. Over 300 events now. Before the end of the year, we'll be up to 8,000 matches. Quite crazy. over 1.5 million runs. And one of the things, the players, we're about to have our 11,000th player play on ECN, which is quite amazing. This is also pretty amazing as Jotun flicks another ball out of the ground. Maximo! 87 now for Akshay. Abubakar, it's bowled well, but it's different proposition. The right-hander, and he's in and he's ticking, he's talking, and he's not blocking. Have a look at that. Just kind of bit of in movement. That's the end of that, says Jotun. Wry smile from Najib saying, well, that was a pretty good shot, wasn't it? 87. Playing for that little in curve, isn't he, Jotun? Just seemed like a football at the moment. Fraction short, goes square again, going, gone. Maximo, 93 now for Akshay. And this field is not big enough for this man. Abubakar changed the length slightly. Look how quickly he gets in position here. Swivels on that back foot, turns on it, sends it out of the ground. What an innings. Iceland, for so much this innings, they were on kind of about 140 pace, but they are flying back-to-back sixes to finish the 18th over, 179 for 5. Hello to Anchit once again. Vinny, are you interested in commentating domestic matches of India? I mean, I love commentary, and it's already taken me to so many countries, and I know that a fair chunk of the Indian population loves European cricket, so of course I'd love to commentate in India if the situation arose. Right, 19th. That's a good shot by Botha, but he's found the fielder. Can't take a trick, and it's Bakshi that'll take the catch. Regulation catch. Ironically, probably the best shot that Botha played in his entire innings here, but he'd never had the power nor the elevation to get over the outfielder. And slightly understated celebration from Abhi as well. And Botha, unlucky for him, can't make too much of an impact with the bat. He'll go for just a single. 179 for 6. Probably more importantly, at this stage for Lithuania, it's a dot ball. New batter coming out. There's Nirosh Bandara, the successful bowler, Noman Mohammed. But yeah, I mean, of course, I'd love to commentate cricket really anywhere. I think the more experiences I get, the better. Obviously, the Nordic Smash was a good experience. I'm commentating at Lord's on Tuesday. I'm really looking forward to that. I'll try and send you the link there. You can look it up with Middlesex taking on the SCG 11 and then MCC taking on the SCG 11. Pretty good shot first up from Nirosh. I think Jotun's only interested in the single, though. Into the 19th over. All right, what's his approach here? 10 balls left in the innings. Jotun's on 93. Bring the mid-wicket up into the circle. I think it's one area to be eyeing off if it's in towards the pads at all. Like that. And it'll be 99 now. This has been a real masterclass from Akshay Jotun. Icelandic cricket, well, they get a fair bit of attention. Punch above their size in the cricket social media world, but Jotun's putting them on the map here. Iceland didn't have a player reach the 3 figures last year. He's on 99. What's his approach now? Their top score last year was Derek Dionarain with 83 not out. That was against Latvia. That was actually the highest score in the entire tournament last year. But Jotun, it would have to be something pretty dramatic for him to miss out on the century here. With 9 balls remaining in the innings, no one's going to try around the wicket. Everyone, give us your undivided attention. You might be watching a little bit of history here in the Euro T20 Cup. Jotun on 99. And he will have to wait a little bit longer. And I've got to tell you something. 99, there's something about it. You might have looked completely comfortable, but there's something different when you're on 99. Your mind starts playing tricks on you. I think Jotun, for the first time in a long time, he's actually thinking single more than anything else. Take 2, 99 for Jotun. He'll pull it away, and that'll be his 100. Akshay Jotun putting Iceland cricket on the map. He'll come back for 2 and bring up a 36-ball century, the first century in the Euro T20 Cup since 2024, and the first by an Icelandic player. What a sensational innings it's been. 9 4s and 8 6s in his 100. Came in with his team struggling a little bit run rate-wise. He certainly turned those problems around. Came in at 58 for 2 in the 9th over. But he has played an absolute masterclass here. And he's not finished yet. That's going to be 4 more. Oh, no one safe at the moment. This could be 100 and more. Time for the curtain call for Akshay. No one's being taken to the cleaners here in this over as well. Not easy to bowl to this guy. Like I said, he's made good choices for most of his innings. And he has a lot of tools in his toolbox that he's able to employ. Last ball of the 19th over. Whips it away again. Fantastic time. He's going to get 4. Well, only banked on the 1. And Lithuania, after such a strong start, just coming apart at the seams, and all the cows coming home to roost, really, for Lithuania, who conceded 190 average last year, and they're chasing a bunch once again today. Iceland 197 for 6 with 1 over remaining. 109 to Jotun. This has been something. Now we're looking at the highest score in the modern iterations of this tournament. 119 not out by a Lithuanian player, actually. Harish Kumar Parasuraman. Could he go past that and hit the first 120 in the modern T20 Euro Cup? Abu Bakar has actually bowled pretty well, but this is going to be a tough task. Got nothing to lose here, Iceland now, looking at 200 and more. Bandara probably just needs to get out of the way here. Well, he wants a bit of glory himself as he gets a piece of it out towards the leg side. And it will get across the boundary for 4. So, really, I suppose nothing to lose from Bandara going for as well. You just don't want him chewing up deliveries. Throws the hands at it. Lithuania really couldn't have a more different feeling in the last over compared to the first. 201. 3 boundaries on the spin. Abu Bakar be going full and wide and hoping he misses it and just trying to keep Jotun off strike. Don't think I'd be going at the stumps. Have a look at that. Manhattan has been lighting up in the second half of the innings. Slower ball, not a bad option as well. At the 10 over mark, they were 67, which means they put 134 on in the second half. And you can see a lot of them have been that man, number 7 on your screen. Get a single, they said. A rare 20th over block from Bandara. We'll get Jotun back on strike. And to be honest, I don't think you're taking a single again unless you're sure you can get a 2 or you think you can get a 2. I think you want to face all three of these balls if you're Akshay Jotun. Bandara's had his fun. He's got a 6. He's not walking off with the donut. This is also very good for Iceland's net run rate. They put on this kind of a score. Steps across, straight up in the air. Well, good luck. Probably need to run 2 if he drops it. He does drop it, and they will come back for 2. Well, Lithuania becoming unlaced. Surely someone's got to reach this. I mean, it's not an easy one. It's up. It's drifting with the wind. Slightly left to right. Almost gets there, but misjudges it. Never lays a finger on it in the end. Abu Bakar. Jotun knew the situation. If it went down, he wanted to get back to that striker's end. 2 to come. He's going to helicopter this one over the leg side. Going. And another one. That's out of the ground. Maximo, 117 now for Jotun. And he's 3 runs away from the highest score in the Euro T20 Cup. Looking at the 2024 and 2025 editions, Para, it was the Lithuanian, like I said, Harish Kumar Parasuraman, 119, not out against Montenegro. Last ball coming up. And he will get a little bit of a scratch on this. That's going to go for 4, so he does end up with that high score record. 121 off 41 balls. A demolition, a demoralization as well from Jotun, who's put the Lithuanians to the sword, and Iceland are going to finish 214 for 6 off their 20 overs. What an exhibition of hitting from Jotun. 121 off 41 with 12 fours and 9 sixes in that innings. Came with the score at 58 and walks off with a score 214. Good support was received by Asif Ali. I liked his innings, 26 off 17, set the table. Chamley Fernando played his role once again, more or less run a ball for 26. But then it was the Jotun show. And bowling-wise, well, got a bit ugly in the end for Lithuania after a promising start. Bakshi probably the best of the bowlers, 2 for 23 off 3, but never got his 4th over. Then we had 4 of their bowlers in the 40s, which kind of summed it up. Well, they did take wickets, Noman Mohammed, Abu Bakar, Vimal Raj, and Afan Elahi Zahir. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes' time with the second innings, with the target for Lithuania, 215. What's going to be a tough one, but you know what they say, the longest journey starts with the smallest step, and they do have a bit of quality at the top of the order. Maybe they can put on a show of their own. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. We'll take a break and back very shortly. Live from Poland, you're watching the Euro T20 Cup.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as we get ready for the second innings of the first of 3 matches today. We start with match 3, of course, with the 2 matches being played yesterday. Iceland sent in by Lithuania and putting on a big score, 214 on the board. And that is by far the biggest score that we have seen in this tournament so far. So Lithuania will go out 215, the target, but it's going to be a tough old innings, I think. Having said that, like I said earlier, I think Lithuania do have some quality, particularly at the top. But it's going to be a really tough task here. And what about that innings from Akshay Jyotin? He was able to score a 121 not out of just 41 balls. Early MVP call. I know we're only into the third match of 7 this weekend. But it was a real masterclass. The way he kind of grew into his innings as well, made smart choices early, preserved his wicket, and really cashed in towards the end. His acceleration was phenomenal. Some of those helicopter shots were pretty special as well. It had everyone under attack over here. So there's Iceland going out to defend their 214. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network on a super Saturday of action. We're in 2 locations today. Got the Euro T20 Cup here in Warsaw, Poland. We've also got the Portugal Liga Grizzly up and going once again. So great to have your company. Lithuania, I mean, it's going to be a good challenge for them. I do think, if you look at their numbers, probably a bit more of a batting side. But it's going to be a tough old chase here. They always need everything to go right and probably have a bit of luck go their way as well. So, Iceland, a real well-balanced attack yesterday, I thought. They did go down to Poland, but I did like their kind of approach, how they used their bowlers. Looks like will be Dushan Bandara to bowl. And he bowled the first over the tournament yesterday. Probably doesn't want me to talk about it, but I will. He got whacked for 26, but came back well. Later in the innings, it was Rajat Ali who was opening the batting for Poland, really got on top of him early. But different day, different situation. It's going to be Zahir to face the first ball. Afan Ilahi Zahir out there with Abhijit Bakshi. Lithuania yesterday had a couple of boundaries to each of these openers, but they couldn't really go on with it. But certainly, they looked the part. But probably not too happy the way that they got dismissed. And things unravelled a little bit. Lithuania ended up being all out for 109 in the 18th over against Latvia. So, almost ready to go. Got Bandara ready and primed. Lights, camera, action. And so here, drives first ball, finds one of the 2 boundary riders. Bakshi on strike for the first time. Works this way into a gap behind square. Again, they're going to have to settle for a single. So that required rate starts at the best part of 11. You're looking for that couple of boundaries and over to keep you in touch. Having said that, we saw quite an acceleration job, didn't we, from Iceland, as this is tucked away nicely. It was just a tap, wasn't it, from Zahir, but Bandara getting a little bit leggy. A middle and leg, but it's a beautiful shot. And there's one of the boundaries we were talking about. No fielder back at deep backward square. It was on the other side of the field in the outfield. But yes, that second boundary that kind of keeps you in touch with the rate. So here pushes, wants the run. Very good fielding, pick up and throw, but safely home. You've got to be busy. I think that's the thing as well. You can't afford these long strings of dot balls when you're chasing 200 plus. And from Lithuania's point of view, I mean, you'd rather lose by 100 giving it a crack than kind of splutter to 140 or 150 by being conservative. Some sort of chance, 5% chance. I can understand that. Look at the players at the top. If they can make big 50s or maybe a big 100, maybe they're in the game. Bandara gets it right to Bakshi, who plays it back. Bakshi drives and once again forced to settle for the single. So end of the over. 8 runs off that one. And after the first over, 8 without loss. Man of the moment, Akshay Jyotin getting ready to bowl over number 2. You can see how that second boundary, if you can get it, kind of pulls you up to that 12 or so and over. Jyotin was brilliant with the bat, as we said. $121 not out. And did pick up a couple of wickets yesterday against Poland as well. Here's bowling to Bakshi. Tuck behind and they'll run 2 fairly easily. It was into a pocket of space. Yeah, Jyotin, 2 for 34 or 4 overs yesterday. He was able to get the wickets of Rahul Sharma and also Usman Butt later in the innings. But Iceland did concede 199 against Poland off the 20 overs. And there was a rain-affected second innings where they went down on DLS by 15 runs. Proud to say that the weather gods are playing along. We've got some brilliant sunshine at the moment here at Stary Babica. Got to say, enjoyed. We had a bit of a night out in Warsaw last night. Obviously, yeah, congratulations to all the Spain fans out there. Spain getting over Belgium in an all-European quarter-final. Very lively city as well, of course, being Friday night. Soft hands from Zahir. Come through for the run. Keep an eye on that required run rate. I think with 10 wickets in hand, they're okay with it being in the 10s. but they don't want to see it ballooning out. I think once it gets up above 12, it's going to be a pretty tough task. We saw acceleration in the Iceland innings, but I don't know if Lithuania have that same kind of middle order. I think they're pretty top heavy with their batting lineup. There's a lot of responsibility on these two in particular. Jotun, right on the money here. Yeah, quite extraordinary. We saw 147 runs in the final 10 overs of that first innings. It's a crazy run rate. Something we might see in the European Cricket Series, I suppose, on occasion, but you don't expect it in the T20 format. Bakshi takes on the fielder once again. I think there needs to be more of that. I think I like the way these two have run so far, but you know, if there's a perfect piece to fielding and you get run out, one hand pick up, direct hit, then your number's up. I don't think you can kind of sit on your hands and wait for a perfect ball to hit for 4 or 6. You've got to keep that score ticking in between. Slow ball this time. Jack bowls that one well. Kind of rolls it out the left of his hand. So no boundaries in the over, just 5 off it. Jotun continues his good morning. It's 13 without loss after 2. There's the Lithuanian side looking on. Required rate already up in the 11s. Just with that one quiet over. Ella Melody in the chat. Take your point. They're saying can't block chasing 216. It's only 215, but fair observation. But I mean, you look at how Iceland built their innings, though. They did respect good deliveries as well. Here's Bandara coming back. Bakshi. He's more of a ground hitter, I think, as his default. He plays quite late, plays it quite well, but I suppose in the power play, the field's up, and the gaps are kind of in the air. Johnny Heason, hello to Scotty as well, watching from Victoria, Australia. Oh, he's late on this, up in the air, should be gone, and it is gone. So Zahir, frustrated, then tries a pull shot where he's fighting the angle, and a pretty good catch. It's Virasamy that takes it. And that's that. So Bandara having a bit of a happier time in the power play compared to yesterday. Zahir is a dangerous play, but he's on his way for just 7. And the score is 14 for 1. Well taken, actually. He'd be happy finally getting some use out of those sunglasses. Hello, Raja Virasamy. Expect to see him play a bit of a role with the ball as well. But right now, it's his fielding which has made the difference. So new batter coming out there is Nishant Ramaswamy. He batted pretty well yesterday. Kind of left in a bit of a tough situation. Ended up with 36 off 41, which I mean looks a bit slow, but actually when you realise the situation he was in, he had wickets falling all around him. He did kind of fight it out. And gets the promotion as well because he batted number 5 yesterday. They've said, okay, you're in form. You did a good job yesterday. Let's put you up there. Let's not waste any time. Bandara, the successful bowler. It's a good one first up. Full ball. Ramaswamy tries to jam down on it. Can't get bat on it. Some of the top batters in the last month on ECN. And If Jotun keeps going like that, it won't be long before he breaks into that list. You ready? Has 169 runs in this series. So we'd only need about another 50 or so to break into that top batters list on ECN. Most of those players from the Bulgarian European Cricket Series, which finished last weekend. Well bowled, middle kind of length. Ramaswamy just kind of plonks on the front foot and keeps it out. But keep an eye on that required run rate. 11.7 now, 3 dots to start Ramaswamy's innings. But I mean, I suppose you've got to believe you can do it if you're Lithuania. I know it's an Everest to climb, but often what I would say in this situation is, look, yes, it's a big target, but break it down into more manageable and achievable targets. Fourth dot to close out the over. What an over from Bandara. 1 for 1 in the third, and Lithuania on the back foot. 14 for 1 after 3. So the thing is, it seems quite early to think this way, but I think you have to start thinking this way, that you need 12 and over, not just as an abstract concept, but you need 12 off this over. And if you get out trying to get it, well then, so be it. Break it down and try and win some of these overs rather than, preserve wickets in hand. And then you got your middle order coming out. They need 16 or 17 and over, and it's just not going to happen. So see how long you can stay in the game. So I'm literally breaking it down to the over by over now. Bakshi, he's got a good technique. We've seen that. He did play a bit of a rash stroke yesterday, and I think that's on his mind a little bit. But I also think he's got to be careful not to be too conservative either. His Jotun coming around the wicket. And drives doesn't beat the field here. And then the question is, well, how do you get 12 and over? You basically need to find those two boundaries. A couple of fours and then maybe some singles in between, or a 6 and a 4. That's the kind of over you need to have if you're going to win it. There's the slower ball. Hit well. Hit very well from Bakshi. It was a real back of the hand delivery from Jotun. Bakshi just waited on it, punched straight, beat the fielder. It's good batting. It is quite pickable, that delivery. Still, if you get it in the right spot, it's hard to play. Can kind of jump off the pitch a bit at you with the overspin. There's one of the boundaries we've been talking about. Helix, good to see you in the chat as well. There's pace on again now. Bakshi. He's hit a lot of balls to fielders, hasn't he? 11 off 11. Bakshi's the kind of guy I'm interested to see him bat once the power play's over, because he hasn't missed too many balls. He hits a lot. Oh. Sniper's got him there. I wonder what that was. Maybe one of the Polish bumblebees in the face. Had a few of those in the commentary box yesterday. Anyway, take 2. Again, like that push and run job. You might just create an overthrow or something by doing that as well. Helix saying it's going to be a bit of a bounce around evening today. Yeah, probably. In fact, we've got two games going on at the same time. Goerres taking on Brothers in Portugal. And of course, we've got Iceland taking on Lithuania here. Lithuania have a big day. They'll come back and play the last game of the day against the hosts, Poland. Iceland, they got a pretty friendly schedule. Although they did play a practice game on Thursday, so and then they played yesterday. Tomorrow they play in the first game of the day. I suppose they don't have to worry about the double header, but they don't get the sleep in tomorrow, which Poland and Lithuania will get. We're lucky he got the foot down there in time. Actually, he didn't. Probably find himself run out comically. Good ball. Jotun pitches up. Bakshi inside edges it onto his pads. End of the over. And another pretty good one for Lithuania. For Iceland, I should say, with Lithuania only getting 6 off it. And after 4 overs, it's 20 for 1. So 5 and over pace right now. Obviously not quite up to what they require, but still 2 pretty good players at the crease. Now we'll see Virasamy get a bowl. So, I know you've been holding out for the Virasamy Ramaswamy battle. Here it is. Down the leg side, I think. Umpire remains unmoved. Literally. Now we get the leg by signal. Bakshi, now's the time to take the bull by the horns. Got 2 overs to go in this power play. He's got to have a bit more of a crack. Tries, pulls across this, but you bet it. Bet your bottom dollar finds the fielder. Bandara there to save the run. He's never, I don't think once he's tried to elevate in this power play. I'm not saying you should be trying to hit everything in the air, but I think it's been a mark of his batting. He won't get the wide call here. The umpire feels that he started in a position where the ball might have hit him. So really nothing going Lithuania's way at the moment. Helix has got a good question, and I'll answer it in a moment. And cracks this into the pitch, but it will run away pretty quickly to the boundary. Yeah, cracked into the surface, which actually made the ball take off a little bit. This is a brilliant shot from Bakshi. It's a fraction short, but have a look at that fly. Cuatro carreras. Helix's question was, Vinny, are they building more sports facilities in the background? Well, this is a multi-sport facility at Stade Babitse here. There's a whole kind of gymnastics centre and indoor sports centre, and then there's football grounds, artificial football grounds as well, right next to us, kind of to the right of screen. What you're seeing in the background there is that they are currently constructing an athletics track. It's got to be wide. Yep. Took his time that time, but I think it's the right call. Yeah, so they're building an athletics track in the background. You can even see, looks like there's another football field in the very background there. Was that tennis down there as well? It's a multi-sport facility out here. Uh-oh. And overthrows written all over it, but pretty well backed up. So we're kind of a little bit to the west of the city here. Ramaswamy drives, get this one through the field, and a badly needed boundary for Lithuania. It's a nice shot. Just two outfielders in play. If you can get it into a gap, typically you're going to have a good result. Nobody back there, 4 runs. So we're a little bit west of the city, probably about half an hour out of the city, round about 20 kilometres, or what would that be? About 13, 14 miles out of the centre. Warsaw Cricket Ground, the WCG. 5 overs down, Lithuania 31 for 1. Dushan Bandara is going to bowl himself a third. Bakshi wanted the single. Ramaswamy, not so much. Extra bounce here. The shoulder of the bat. It's Cook doing the fielding. Looking forward to seeing him bowl again. Botha and Cook bowled really well in tandem, and I think the plan is to get through around about 6 to 8 overs of seam up bowling, and then to go to the spin twins. The same kind of twins as Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger actually in that movie, but operated well together. Slow ball this time from Bandara. Bakshi again batting within himself. Last over of the power play here. I wonder if that's playing on their minds at all. Ramaswamy faces up. Short arm jab. Nice shot, but there's a fielder back there. I have to settle for a single. Iceland have got their field well positioned. Fraction short. Bandara doesn't get hurt. Bakshi turns on this one. Thinking of 2, but pretty good fielding out there from Asif Ali. Keeps it to a long single, so just 2 off the 4 balls in this over. Probably going to give himself a spell after this one, Bandara, but I wonder, I mean, he's winning the battle with these 2. There'd be an argument for him to bowl out and just get them so far ahead of the game. Still got your spin twins to come on through the middle overs. Try around the wicket to Ramaswamy. I think he's going to go around the wicket and try and roll his fingers on this to try and bring it away from the right-hander. That's my guess. Yep. Sometimes it's cool seeing the future. But I like the strategy. Maybe he's trying to get a bit straighter. But it will be a dot ball. That will finish the over, and it will finish the power play. Lithuania 34 for 1, not quite able to run a ball in the power play. Contrast that with the power play of Iceland. Well, they were 40 for 1 of 6. So really not too much between the 2 teams if you look at the comparison at this stage of the innings. But the difference was the Iceland innings got Jotunized in the second half. This big 100 setting up a 200-plus score. Here's Alaya Rajavirasamy. Bowling his second over. First one went for 11, including a leg bye. Bakshi tucks it away and entertains the fielder. Get a single and hand it back to Ramaswamy. Bit of bus chat in the live chat right now. Interesting. Edged and gone. Ramaswamy walks. Good sportsmanship as well from him, but Veerasamy got that one to take off a length. Ramaswamy just flirting with it. Could only offer a little feather through to the keeper. Bit of an open face. Slides off the outside edge and a regulation catch for Chamley Fernando behind the stumps. So Lithuania have lost a second wicket. Ramaswamy was stoic for them yesterday, but today he's out for 6. And Lithuania 35 for 2. Disappointment for Nishanth. That's cricket, I suppose, given the job at number 3. Wasn't really able to capitalise. Good ball, though, from Alayaraja Veerasamy. They need someone to have a big individual innings, don't they, Lithuania? I wonder who that might be. Feet not really moving there. It was a clever length because it wasn't an obvious pullable length, but it wasn't really a drivable length. In the end, he could only fend off a little edge through to the keeper. New batter is the captain, Renu Mahadevappa. Let's see if the captain can do something about it. He certainly will want to improve on his ECN top score on your screen there, 0. That's because he scored a 2-ball duck yesterday. The only way is up, though. I'd like to see him show a bit more of what he's capable of here. Scotty's off for a while. Enjoy yourself, Scotty. Making gyozas with ramen. Now you're making me hungry. It's very early for food chat. Still 180 to get. Lithuania. Mahadevappa faces up for the first time. Probably off the pad. Maybe not. Wait for the signal. Leg bye. So Marino still on that 0. Talked about it with Asif Ali earlier, didn't we, for Iceland? Coming out off a duck, you're pretty itchy to get that first run. Inside edge. Bakshi again, hits it into the ground, can't beat the fielder. Yeah, it's a funny one. Bakshi got out kind of losing his head yesterday, but I think he might have even overcorrected today. Really determined not to do anything silly, but he needs an element of risk, I think, with such a big score to chase down. Get a wide here and an extra delivery. That required rate's already jumped up to 13.5 and over. Can only kick the can down the road so far. This kind of a chase. Drives but can't elevate. Just a single. That will take us to the end of the 7th over. Sammy with a nice couple there. And Lithuania, 38 for 2. Looks like Nirosh Bandara is going to get a chance now. Didn't get a bowl yesterday, so we're seeing him for the first time in the series. Pitch up, and Bakshi has a go at it, but once again finds the sweeper. Bandara around the wicket to the left hand. I think he's going to stay that way for the right-hander as well. So just trying to push it across the righty. Renu still chasing his first run. He's really wanting that first run. He won't get it here, though. A ball by Bandara. Pitching it up to the right-hander. It's turned out to be quite a nice day. Hopefully this is the weather we have all day. He will get his first run, Renu, but it wasn't necessarily convincing. Pitched up, actually reaches for it, scratches a little bottom inside edge away and runs well though. He'll get 2. There's kind of an air of inevitability about this Lithuania innings though. Drives, gets off the bottom of the bat, almost pops back a return catch. There's Keenan Botha. I don't think it'll be too long before we'll see him having a bowl in tandem with David Cook. The slow bros, I think, to operate in the middle. Well, Rena's had enough. Now he's got off the mark. He wants to make an impact, and that's a very good strike. Maximo! Yeah, loads up, does Mahadevappa, and makes solid contact. So the first 6 of the innings, it took 8 overs. Signs of life for the Lithuanians. They're 49 for 2 after 8. So I called it. Thought we'd see Botha in the attack pretty soon, and now we're going to have him. And I think that kind of paves the way for Cook to bowl as well. I did say 8 overs, didn't I? I thought it'd be 8 overs before they'd switch to the spin twins. Both are right on the money first up. Bakshi again just knocks a single. I think Rena's kind of taken responsibility here, even though he's fairly new to the crease. You saw him launch into that 6 last over. At least have a bit of a dash at this. Can't just let the game drift. prods and pushes at this one defensively. 50's up for Lithuania as well with that last single. See if Rena wants to use his feet. Left arm spinner. Quicker one. Might have just edged this onto his pad. 1 run given. Clever bowling though. Both their mixes up his pace. He's got these subtle changes in speed and trajectory. And he's gone. Well, it was on the cards. Bakshi trying to get on with it. The move to spin pays immediate dividends as he tries to slog sleep that one out of the ground. But it's the middle stump that's removed from the ground. Bakshi's vigil comes to an end. He'll be out for 26, bowled by Kinnan Botha. In the 9th over, Lithuania 51 for 3. This will bring Akil Punatil to the crease. I actually liked his innings yesterday. He was part of the fight back with Ramaswamy. Akil gave as good as he got, 24 or 15 with 2 4s and 2 6s. That's a good ball though. Can't afford to try and attack the stumps. Encourage the batter to play across the line. Punatil, let's see what kind of mood he's in here. Pretty good first ball. I don't think Punatil can afford to block for too long. He's probably quite aware of that as well. Want to get on with it. Got his captain at the other end. See both rolling out these finger spinners, not really turning it viciously, but just drifting it in and trying to beat the inside edge of the bat. That'll be the end of the over. Successful one. Just 2 runs off that. And Lithuania 51 for 3 after 9. And as I also predicted, David Cook coming into the attack. I really like watching him bowl. It's fascinating. Does use flight. It's a bit of a throwback. And he might have a wicket straight away, although the batter's going to get away with this. It was too badly mishit. But you can see that Cook's the kind of guy, especially in this situation, batters are going to feel like, well, I'm going to have to take a chance here. It might go for 6, but it might go straight to a fielder. But Cook bowled with really, really good accuracy yesterday. Again, tosses it up, inviting that front foot shot from Punatil. He'll only get a single to show for it. Again, very clever length. He's very, very good at getting that length right, Cook. Oh, now they're going to get a run, and I have no idea how. Well, this is probably a dead ball, because if he was just throwing it to the other fielder to give back to the bowler. So it'll just be a dot. That's good umpiring, actually, because once you're throwing the ball to another fielder with no intention of continuing the play, that is a dead ball. So just a dot ball. Good umpiring, good common sense umpiring there. Probably should throw it so the fielder can catch it, though, or catch it. Again, really well bowled this time. They will take the run. Oh, a little inside edge. Actually hit the keeper in the shin. It's not really a chance. It took a pretty big deflection down into the pad of Chamley Fernando. Let's watch this deflection. Pretty close to impossible. But if he did catch it, would have been a pretty special one. Oh, well bowled. A little bit straighter. Chamley's after it. They don't get a run. And all quiet on the plains at the moment for Lithuania after 10 overs, 54 for 3. And Iceland after that loss, really narrow loss in the end to Poland on DLS, storming back into contention. Iceland will just be hoping that they can win this game and win their remaining game and have a crack at that second spot, I think, or at least a top 2 spot, and have a chance in the final. So as compared to last year when there wasn't a final, you had to finish top of the ladder. But here, I suppose the goal for all 4 of these teams is to make it into the top 2. I think with Lithuania's performance here, we can be rest assured that they'll be out of the running for the final. But it does leave us with 3 teams for only 2 spots in the final tomorrow. So it's going to be hot competition. As both are back. And the slow bros playing their roles to perfection here. The 2 left-arm spinners. No pace to work with. And John with a really good point. And I mentioned this at the end of the 6 over power play, that if the comparisons aren't that far off, I think it was around about 6 runs at the 6 over mark. At the 10 over mark, it was probably more like 13 runs difference. Renu wants a piece of this, but he will get it. Probably wanted 6, but 4's all right. And badly needed boundary once again for Lithuania. Yeah, so need someone to have a bit of a heater. Can Renu be that player? Launches into this, up in the air. Fielder wants it. Great effort. Dived and put his body on the line. Ball never got too far past him. But I love to see this kind of commitment. Slides the next one past. I don't think it's a question of who's going to win this anymore, but there's always the question of how much, by how many. Another swing and a miss. So, despite the boundary in the over, just 6 off it, and Lithuania 60 for 3 after 11. Great effort that, wasn't it? Probably something I haven't seen that much of that I'd like to see a bit more of is, outfielders diving for the ball. And a bit of that Bit of that courage, I suppose. Try and pull off a specky. Cook's in the kitchen. Punithill drags him leg side first up. They defended well, really giving the batter, especially with Cook, giving the batter no pace to work with. Very minimal pace in. Oh, and he's got him. It was a Welsh wicket. It was a drag on. And Mahadevappa is the man who's going to have to go. Cook tempts him with an appetizer outside the off stumps, a thick inside edge. Feet not really close to this at all. It hops on the pitch and then hops into the stumps. And well, Cook, for a fairly mild-mannered individual, loves a wicket. And I think it's pretty clear there as he spins the rotors and it's time for Renu to go. He's out for 16. And Lithuania lose their skipper, 61 for 4. And look at that. Count the finger points from Cook. As we'd say where I come from, he went off like a frog in a sock. He might not be done yet. So Iceland's game plan coming together nicely. Chitra is the new batter. Saw him yesterday. Batting 4 yesterday, made 6 off 11. Never really got going. Here he is facing David Cook. Chitra waits on it, punches. Good running to get through for a single there. Put it until 2 off 6. I think he can't really wait too much longer. He's a guy that likes to go for his shots. Not going to be easy, but you're going to get a steady diet of left arm spin over the next few overs anyway. And he thinks the same. And he actually gets this into the gap. That will go for 4. A lovely bit of batting, lovely bit of footwork there from Akil Punithill. He got the placement, whether by luck or design. Again, I think Cook will be too put off by that. I think he wants batters going after him. Occasionally, they're going to get you away. But I just think in his mind, I think he's probably tossing this one up even more and encouraging Punithill to play a rash stroke. Yep. Gets a thick inside edge on it, though. Kill. Only a single. Clever bowling, though, from Cook. I think that's the batter gets one boundary. I think they're wanting to get on a bit of a terror. Chitra face up for the second time. He won't get it away. So another over rolls past, and Lithuania well behind. 67 for 4 after 12. Score check in Portugal. Brothers, 185, are all over Oera seconds, who are 69 for 6 at the moment. Phil G over there, and Shoban, I think, will be taking you through the rest of the day in Portugal. He's both up, coming back into his third over now. Tossed up, slightly over pitched by Botha. And it's well struck by Punithill. It's out of the ground. Maximo. Small error from the spinner, but well cashed in by Akil. a free hit, really. And Botha puts his hand up and says, yeah, you know, that's on me, guys. This one slides and ties him up. Well, breaking news, the supercomputer has lifted Lithuania's chances from 0% to 1%. So they've been revived on the strength of that Maximo from Punatil. But for how long? Back in pools. You can see the dismissal rate there, 3.6. That's 3.6 dismissals per 10 overs. It equates to 7.2 wickets per innings, which is quite high for T20 cricket. We're used to a regular dismissal rate of about 5.5 in ECS T10 cricket. Chitra picks out Dushan Bandar at cover. Well bowled. Chitra, if you look at his feet here, kind of setting up almost outside leg stump, having to reach for that. Slid through a little bit quicker by Botha in the first place. Wasn't really able to access the offside the way he would have liked. Good time. Feet moving a little bit more. That'll be the end of the over. So 8 off that one. And after 13 overs, it's 75 for 4. Might be looking at a change of bowler here. Looks like it's Prabhath Wirasuria who's going to bowl. Haven't seen him bowl in the series so far, so giving Cook a rest. I think given the game situation, Iceland have got the license to kind of throw the ball around a bit. Wirasuria, get another spin option. Didn't play yesterday, Prabhath. So we get a look at his leggies for the first time. Just 7 overs to go. Next match, by the way, is a rematch of the final of 2024 and the top 2 teams last year, Poland, Latvia. Here's Wirasuria starts his over. That match is coming up, starting in around about 45 minutes' time. The toss result will be available just before. But the 2 winning teams from yesterday, and to be honest, whoever wins that, I think is pretty much assured of a place in the final. Oh, well, it's a top edge. And Shamley, well, he ripped off the headgear. I thought for a while he was going to try and catch in the helmet. That's one strategy. But it just fell into no man's land. Wirasuria getting a little bit of bend away from the right-hander here. That would have probably crashed in the middle stump. I don't know how he got his helmet off that fast. Call the Guinness people. Walking stick 77 for Lithuania. Up in the air. Should be caught. Bandara. Oh, he won't quite hold on in the end. He made good ground to his left. Got 2 hands on it, but just couldn't quite grasp it. Another off spinner from Wirasuria. Bit of a mystery spinner. The real mystery for Bandara is how that didn't end up in his hands. Punatil. It's going to get 4 here. Just a bit too straight for the fielder. Well struck by Akil. Second time in the series we've seen a bit of pluckiness from the middle order Lithuanian. That's very, very high. He's going to have to make a lot of ground here. Oh, would have been a great catch, Jotun. He's done everything possible today, but he couldn't quite get off his feet. Had to run the proverbial half marathon to get there. Actually, this just would have topped it off. He was going at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And to be honest, if he could have organised a dive, and he's a good enough player to do that, I reckon he could catch that. Pounded. Sets a bit of a task for the field. It won't get there either, so Punatil will go 4-2-4 to finish the 14th over. Lithuanians fighting back. But really, the task has become insurmountable now. 14 overs down, and Lithuania 88 for 4. Yeah, the thing with dives, you have to kind of plan them 3 or 4 steps out. So you get kind of maybe 3 or 4 steps in a jump. But Jotun was just sprinting, and so wasn't really organised enough to throw his body at the ball. Here's a look at Team Latvia. Getting ready for their big clash. Going to go back to David Cook. So I suppose with Wirasuria bowling, you got the spin triplets, not just the spin twins. I suppose with bowling all the overs at one end as well, it's not such a big deal if you bowl every third over instead of every second. So this is a situation where Cook, it looked like it was coming off, but really he was just waiting an extra over to come back on. He's bowling over number 15 to Chitra. They decide to go straight away. Putting pressure on the fielder. Well, one's better than none. Lithuania yesterday, they were bowled out for 109. So you'd think they would do better than that today. Well bowled by Cook. If anything, I think it probably can go a little bit fuller. It's not too short. I suppose the other thing you'd say is that that's the kind of shot's only ever going to bring you one. That's in the air. Just creeps around the fielder. Nirosh Bandara will chase it down and then gets a bit of help. Does go a bit fuller this time, but hit pretty solidly by Chitra, and that'll be 4. I suppose he just overdid it a little bit. I think he did want to go a bit fuller, maybe not this full. It's half volley. A pretty good-looking shot there by Prasanth Chitra. This outfield, despite the rain we've had over the last couple of days, it's held up pretty well and it's still running pretty true, reasonably fast under the circumstances. Bit more flight. Chitra drags it to the leg side. But we'll have to be satisfied with single. Good bowling once again from Cook. I like the way he tossed that one up and tempted. That's the word, I suppose. I suppose Cook's meant to tempt. Oh, almost takes out the umpire with this one. That's going to be 4 more. So put it till to 30. It's been a good knock. Apologises to the umpire, but it's definitely apologies happy to make. He's got no regret. It's a solid strike. Good reactions from the umpire as well. And they're not a bad effort from Dion Ryan down there on the boundary. He got off his feet. That's what you want to see. Ends up supermaning into the turf. And that will take us to the end of the over. So 100 up for Lithuania with a stroke as well. 101 for 4. So 5 overs to get 114. Not going to happen. But let's see how many they can put on the board. Wirasuria ready to continue. Chitra finds the fielder. Struck it reasonably well. And Lithuania, maybe just, a bit of batting practice here. See how high it can climb. Can you go kind of 10 and over, get 150 plus here? The other thing for Lithuania is the way things are shaping up. I think their tournament will be over today, regardless of what happens in that Poland game. Because even if they win, I don't think 1 and 2 is getting you into the top 2. They played last game today against the hosts. Chitra nails it. Going, and gone. It's a good shot. Really good shot. Maximal. Economy of movement here. Just a little step forward. Launches into it. Fetches it from outside off and puts it over long on for 6. Good shot. Consolation runs. The order of the day for Lithuania. It's a good comeback from the bowler. Caught a wide. I'm not so sure. I think he made it look wide by backing away a bit, but the umpire's got the best position there. He felt it wasn't inside the line. Now this will be a wide for down the leg side. Good take from Chamberlain Fernando. He's running around the wicket now. Pramath. Gets a one to go across Chitra. Can't really time it. Beats the bat. Once again, last ball of the over coming up. This is lifted up nicely. And it will get out of the ground. Maximal. And so 115 for 4 after 16 overs. Well, weather check. We've got some light rainfall. I will say it is light at the moment. Poke my head out of the box and get a better look at what we're dealing with here. Might just be a light one. There's kind of one grey cloud overhead. So I'd say it's probably a passing shower. It's not too heavy. Probably thinking more with the second game due to start in half an hour. He's over number 17. Jotun comes back into the attack. Punitil, it's moved to 32. I suppose, this is a situation where Punitil, he's batted well. He'll be chasing a half century of his own. He's got time to do that. And you have to deal with a pretty good player here in Akshay Jotun, who potentially can bowl 17 and 19 here. Oh, spicy chance. Pretty good looking shot, actually, but came off the fingers of Jotun, who says, yeah, I'm fine. Hello to Chris Addison. Good to have you with us. Hello to Helix as well. John saying it's a bit late for Lithuania to launch a major offensive, but might at least help the net run rate. I think Lithuania refocused now on the game against Poland. And even with these 2 losses, putting them out of the running, imagine if they could beat Poland. That'd be a famous victory. Pushes this one through, and Jotun, I don't think, knows how this one missed. It's between the batter and the leg stump. Yeah, so Lithuania, like I said, they would probably walk away feeling like this was a success if they were able to get one win in the tournament. If that win was Poland, the defending champions. Jotum very clever, mixes up his pace well. He's got a couple of different slower balls. He's got the kind of the side of the hander and he's got the back of the hand. He's got all the tricks. And he was magical, wasn't he, in his 121 not out player of the match performance here in match 3. There's that slower ball and it's going to get through everyone. Almost hits the helmet. That'll be 4 byes. It really didn't bounce, and Shamley, he's had a bit of trouble getting down to terra firma. Speaking as a keeper, I'd much prefer it hit the helmet and it goes a random 5 penalties than have 4 byes against my name. But 4 byes is the result. Like I said, a few sprinkles of rain, but nothing that's going to take us off the field at this stage. Hello to Nick, watching from New Zealand. How are you, Nick? Another slower ball. Fall into space. It's the Tortuga. Probably get 2 there if they wanted. In the end, they'll settle for 1, and Punatil will retain the strike. He's 34. Chitra 25, as Lithuania mounting a bit of a rearguard partnership here towards the end of the innings. 124 for 4. 3 overs remaining. Yeah, Nick's a huge fan of Iceland social media. Well, you're not the only one. They do punch above their weight in the cricket social media stakes. I do encourage everyone to check them out. You could tell us your favourite Iceland social media post. They're always kind of trolling the cricket world, aren't they? But I think a lot of people that follow them, social media, maybe most of them, don't realise that they actually do have a national team. And these 4 countries that we're seeing this weekend, they're not in the official ICC structure as yet, but obviously they're in various levels of on the path to that. And you can see the enthusiasm for the game. Here's Virasamy to bowl over 18. Punatil plays this one out, moves to 35. Good areas from Virasamy. Going nowhere. Ball barely leaves the centre of the field. Punatil on 35. Launches into a cover drive. Nice looking shot. Maybe didn't time it perfectly. Still will fall in for an easy 2. Lithuania obviously hasn't really rolled their way in this tournament, but at least have this opportunity for a personal milestone for Punatil. I think's batted really well in the series so far. Maybe a case for him to bat a bit higher as well. Came in at 5. That's really good shots. 4. Absolutely pounded. Stand and deliver job from Akil Punatil, and he moves into the 40s. He put everything into that, didn't he? Yeah, that screamed away to the boundary rope. Rain seems like it stopped, by the way. It was just that one cloud that was dropping a little bit of precipitation on us. So 132, 13 balls to go in the innings. Can they bring up the 150, Lithuania? on the walk this time. She hits the base of the stumps and does knock the pails off and runs away, but it'll just be a dot ball. And at the end of 18 overs, the score is 132 for 4. Lithuania scored quite a few scores in the 130s. If you exclude their game against Ukraine last year, they scored 136, 134, and 129 against the opponents that they're meeting in this year's tournament. Again, if you look at when they played Latvia and Poland the year before, they scored 152 and 81. So see, they've found it hard to put those, I suppose, what you call stock standard kind of 160 par scores on the board. Jotun bowling out. Thinks about asking the question and then realises that he knows the answer. Leg by to start the over. It was going well down the leg side. .41 for Punatil. Steps away to leg and then hits this and hits it really well. Jeez, it's been some kind of knock at pace. He got nothing to lose. Honestly, I'd open with him against Poland later in the day. Why not? And just tell him to have that same kind of free and easy approach. Don't be encumbered. 45 now, within one swing in the bat of a 50. Again, really seeing them well at the moment. Should be 2 here. Oh, in the end, they botch it. Really had to be 2 there. Even without the fumble. Once the fumble came, they didn't know if they were coming or going. A rare miscommunication between these two. Have put on a good partnership. Slower ball. Punch through point. That'll run away. And I think it will go all the way. Cuatro carreras. Well, Chitra might have known something we didn't. He was ready for that next ball. And he jumped all over the leg cutter slower ball. Cut it well to the boundary. Yeah, these two have now put on 81 runs in just 44 balls. It's a pretty good effort being 4 down. And that will be the end of the partnership. So Chitra tries to lace this one out of the park, but he loses his leg stump. So Jotun, 121 runs and now a wicket in match 3. At the end of it, a good fight-back partnership for Lithuania, bringing some respectability to the scoreboard. Chitra bowled out for 30. Lithuania, 142 for 5. So Jotun tried the old pace off and then put the pace back on. New batter is the keeper for the day, Rojan Anthony. Rojan getting an opportunity to get a hit. Didn't see him in the side yesterday. Thought he kept pretty well in the first half of the game. Let's see if he can support Punatil on the way to his half century. Just 7 balls to go, so probably just got to keep this one out. I think you want Punatil on strike. Speak to Anthony, though. He probably wants a run. Doesn't want to stay on the 0 for too long. Jotun to cap off an almost perfect day for him. Plays and misses. Jotun finishes 1 for 25. And Lithuania will go to the last over. 142 for 5. Punatil, 4 runs for a half century. I suppose that's all that there is to play for now. Nice, and they're going to get a big win in the order of probably 70 runs, give or take. Virasamy to bowl out. Punitil. A boundary will bring him a 50. He gets a big, juicy full toss, and he's going to crack that one away. And it will be 50 runs for Punitil. What a fantastic innings, bringing up his 50 in 28 balls. And the crowd goes wild. Really has been a gutsy innings from Akil. Coming in when the chips are down, and he's brought some respectability to the scoreboard. It's two pretty impactful innings from him. 7 fours and a 6 in his half century. And that'll be the end of him, though, as Virasamy gets the last word. Punitil a fighting 50 off 29. He goes in the very last over. Lithuania, 146 for 6. Backed away, showed the stumps. And Virasamy did the rest. He's bowled pretty well today. Virasamy, that's his second wicket of the day. But 50 to Punitil. Entertained us with some wonderful ball striking. What do you think of the exploding stumps, by the way? As a keeper, it would be, I suppose they're not that heavy, so if they do hit you, it's not so bad. I do like them flying. Vinay Subramani is going to come in at number 8. Just 4 balls to go. Virasamy hunting for a third, maybe a fourth wicket here. I suppose the 50 was achieved. Let's see if Subramani now can get off the 0. Yeah, he will get off the 0 with a pretty nice shot. So that's achieved. Now let's see if Anthony can get a run. Like I said, not quite sure what their lineup will be later on in their last game of the series against Poland. Who knows, might be the only chance Anthony gets for a hit. Yeah, we'll get a run. Well, it's quite an audacious follow-through from the plucky keeper bat. Let's see if Lithuania can bring out 150. That's probably the only other thing they could tick off here. Beautifully cut away this time. There's a fielder out there, only a single. So the next game coming up, Poland versus Latvia. It'll be starting in around about 18 minutes time, so it won't be too much of a turnaround here. We're back on deck. The middle game and then the final game at 4:30 local time in Poland. Lithuania 149, last ball to come. It's a nice little leg glance. Well fielded, though. What it shows you, Iceland taking it to the very last ball. Cook with a very good dive down to his non-preferred side. Look, it will bring up the 50 for Lithuania, though. It's a respectable innings from them. They'll finish on a 150 even, at the margin of victory will be 64 runs. It's Iceland 214, Lithuania 150. Iceland with their first win of the series. Lithuania, I think with that result, they know they won't be a part of the final tomorrow, but they do have the chance to be giant killers later on when they take on Team Poland. Speaking of Poland, they are playing back-to-back now in the remaining matches today. Poland versus Latvia starting in about 16 minutes' time right here on ECN. So looking at that innings, it was a tough old start. They kind of batted themselves into a bit of a hole early. So here, unfortunately, failed again, 7 off 6. And then Ramaswamy sent up to number 3, 6 off 10. Bakshi played okay, but again, probably went a little bit too conservative in the end. He was out for 26 off 30. Renu tried to move things along, scored a runner ball 16 before he was bowled by David Cook, but then Punatil put on a bit of a show. By then the game was lost cause, but he was able to strike a Euro Cup half century, 50 off 29 balls with 7 fours and a 6, and got good support from Prasad Chitra as well, who scored 30 runs of his own. Bowling-wise, Veerasamy was very good, I thought. He ended up as the only multiple wicket taker, 2 for 29. Singles also for Dushan Bandara, bowled pretty well today after a rough start yesterday. Akshay Jyotin with a wicket as well as the spin twins, Keenan Botha and David Cook. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 12 minutes' time as we'll see Poland taking on Latvia, a rematch of the 2024 final, and the top two teams from 2025 locking horns. When we come back, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Take a quick breather, then join us back in Poland. Live on ECN, you're watching the Euro T20 Cup.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to Poland and our coverage of the Euro T20 Cup 2026. The hosts and the Latvians ready to tangle the two winning sides from yesterday in what a lot of people saying might be a preview of the final tomorrow, although I'm sure Iceland will have something to say about that. Iceland getting a big win over Lithuania in the first match of the day. The news from the toss here is that Latvia have won it and they have elected to bowl in match 4. And so Poland will get the first use of the facilities. They did score 199 off their 20 overs yesterday, Team Poland. And so I'm sure that would be the plan. These two have a fair bit of history in this tournament over the past couple of years. Poland took on Latvia twice in 2024 in match 5. Poland got the win 201 to 145. And then the two teams matched up in the final. It was 211 to 139, once again the Poles' way. And last year, Poland were handed their only defeat of the tournament in this very fixture, match 5, when Poland managed 176, but the Latvians were able to chase it with a 1 over to spare in a really, really close game. On that occasion, it was Ishan Kashyap, the Latvian skipper, who led them to victory with 68. Not out in a partnership with Harsh Chawan was after Latvia were 19 for 3 off 4 overs, chasing that 177, but they ended up getting there with 6 balls to spare. I want to welcome back everyone in our YouTube chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network. I think now we're pretty sure that Lithuania won't be a part of the top 2. So now we've got 3 teams in the running essentially, although we will see Lithuania later on in the day and they'll have a chance to spring an upset against Poland in match number 5. But right here, I think whichever team wins this is pretty much assured of a place in the final. Having said that, depending on what happens in other results, there is a chance that the top 3 teams might all have a 2-1 record. And in that case, it'll be net run rate that will determine which 2 teams make the final. So I think all teams are kind of on guard. So can tell you the players are out there. So we've just got a slight issue with the picture. So I'll take you through the start here. Mohammed Khan to get us going. So again, you'll have to imagine statement in the first over yesterday against Iceland, taking 26 runs off Dusan Bandara. He's made a similar statement here, 6 and 4. Good to see the pictures back. Comeback ball from Mohammad Khan. That's what I'm talking about. Sweaty. It goes for one shot too many. Bit like pushing all your chips into the middle of the table. Works every time but once. Imagine. Won't play 2 stupid shots in a row, though. For a guy that can hit over cover, he does have this bad habit of the cross bat agricultural slog now and then. Mohammad Khan almost had his wicket. Doesn't he move his feet to this short of a length ball? So could come back from Mohammad Khan. This is one thing I just feel about this contest. You've got 2 teams that can score a lot of runs, and we're going to have a topsy-turvy contest. I actually think the team that bowls better probably has the advantage today. Both teams have a lot of depth in their batting lineups. And you can sense that the Latvians know Majid's a big wicket. Majid scored a pile of runs for the Warsaw Sultans in the ECS. Slow ball, picks it, smashes it. Uh-oh, that's a biggie. Maximo. That ball never had a chance. Slower ball, but he telegraphed it. And Majid just trusted his technique, went straight through the line of the ball. Almost put that one over the fence into the houses. That was a giant strike. So 16 after 5 balls. 6-4.6. If this was a boxing match, you'd say that Majid's winning at 3-2 on points. But geez, he does have this kind of unnatural power that few possess at this level. I'm trying to find that ball when I thought, oh, we got it. That's one way to get the locals involved in cricket. Keep hitting cricket balls into their houses. There's a story in Venice of an Italian man that started the Venice Cricket Club when he kept finding cricket balls in his backyard and he did not know what they were. Actually struck up a conversation and that led to the first organised cricket in Venezia. In fact, we've had a European cricket series in Venice back in 2021. All right, last ball of the over, finally. Got him! Oh, big moment early. Well, it's the final knockout blow for Mohammad Khan. It was pitched up. He wanted his ball back, and now he's sending Majid back. And after a highly dramatic first over, Poland 16 for 1. Let's check it out again on the replay. And like I said, probably one shot too many. So 16 for 1 and Majid 6-4.6 and out. Let's check it out. Went round the wicket. Didn't need to try and do anything with that. He could easily just keep it out. That's not in his DNA. He wants to attack at all costs. That's the thing with these kind of players. They'll give you a chance. And no, he'll have the metal blanket on. He'll be just in recovery wondering what just happened. He'll be in shock there, Majid, because he looked on for a big one. Second time in a row, he hasn't survived 10 balls. So, Mars Sheikh, haven't really talked about him yet, but he's a guy who we have seen score half centuries in this tournament. He'll face up for the first time, having had one of the best seats in the house in the first over. Here's Arali, scoring 47 yesterday, gets his opportunity at number 3. Pushed up the order a couple of notches. Poland today, by the way. No Taran in the lineup, so Hussein Safdar is captaining the side. But yeah, how's that for action and entertainment? Sukhvinder Singh to bowl. Over number 2, Sheikh faces up. Slight misfield will allow a run. Here's the captain, Kashyap, who can't quite hold on. Kisarali, wiry, like I said yesterday. Got fast hands as well, particularly good whipping away on the leg side. But Sukhvinder's a good bowler, hits his spots. The question is, can Latvia turn that one highlight into a bit of a roll and maybe move 2 or 3 more batters in the power play? Sometimes in the short format we say, bat for show, bowl for dough. It's your bowlers that actually win you these big clashes. I say batters might win your games, but bowlers win your tournaments. Bowlers need to step up here. He's pushes, sneaks through for a run. Not handled cleanly in the infield. Helix is liking the stumps going everywhere. I'm not sure the batters are enjoying it as much. What do you think of that first over? Pretty entertaining stuff. Bit high. You never know if you don't ask. Maybe a bit of bat in that as well from Shake. Maybe a lot of bat in it. He's lively, isn't he, Sukhvinder Singh? He's a dangerous new ball bowler. He hits the seam. He's kind of a bit of a praying mantis body type as well. Extracts as much as he can. This one is handled cleanly. No run there. You can just feel this has a finals kind of feel about the game. These two did meet in the final in 2024 when there was a final. In 2025, it was a straight round robin with 5 teams. So they didn't get to play a final at all, although Poland finished first and Latvia finished second. But Latvia did beat Poland in the tournament. Bit of extra bounce there for Sukhvinder Singh. Pretty good over in the end. Just 2 runs coming off it. And Poland 18 for 1. Poland, they have a very strong order when I look at who they've got kind of down. Guys like Fahad Shakil batting 6. It shows you they've got that strength and that hitting ability all the way down. So I think they don't have to be as concerned with keeping wickets in hand. It's not to say you want to go crazy. You still got to make good decisions and make good shot choices, but they do know that they need to maximise their scoring opportunities and not really wait so long before they up the ante. Mohammed Khan, last ball he bowled, removed the pegs of Majid. Now he's going to bowl to the towering figure of Khizar Ali. Field has been busy in there at backward point. That's Siddhant Singhal, who was pretty important yesterday. Took a 3-wicket over with his left arm spin. On the walk as Kizza could be in trouble. He's gone. Tried to make something out of nothing, and it was a fairly timid push that ended up at mid-off. So Poland lost his second wicket, and that's just the pressure, I think, building up. Have a very tight second over, only 2 runs off it. And kind of loses his shape, loses his form. And it's Rex Silvera that takes the catch. Rex thought he had to move. He probably didn't need to. In the end, he had plenty of time to adjust. And so Khizr Ali, a day's long time in cricket. He might get another chance later on. Don't forget, Poland playing back-to-back matches. But right now, he's the second wicket to fall. And well, the Latvian hoodoo continues for Team Poland. After losing to them last year, they're in early trouble. It's 18 for 2. And right now, we are pretty much at a 50-50 game. Poland 51% nose in front. This is interesting. Shaquille comes up a couple of slots. Comes up to number 4. Different kind of a situation to come in. He seems to enjoy batting in the second half. But this is a guy, the MVP of the tournament back in 2024. And in that tournament, of course, Poland beat Latvia in the final. And Fahad hit a 15-ball 50, which was really important in lifting Poland to 211. Then keeping Latvia to 139. So Shaquille, lots been said about him. Obviously, a very good couple of years. Played for Prague Tigers in the Czech ECS last year. Hit 2 centuries on finals day in the T10 format. Does have a century here against Latvia back in 2024 in the group stage. Hit 110 not out. He was also the top run scorer in the ECS last month here in the Polish T10 Cup. 228 runs for the Sultans. And let's see if he comes out swinging here. Shaquille, or he's a little bit shy to put the shots out front. 18 for 2. Mohammed Khan, what a fight back from him. After getting dismissed for 16 runs in the first 5 balls. Fahad shows him some respect. Have a look at that win predictor. I reckon after that ball, we might be at 50-50. A lot of people had this as game of the day when they looked at the fixtures, and so far it's living up to the billing. Obviously, it was a very confident-looking stroke. The supercomputer liked what it saw from Shaquille. It's boosted the Polish percentage 3 percentage points. Short goes for it, risky, but gets it into the gap. Not really timed. Pretty good job to pull it back. There's Rex playing fetch. They'll get back for 2. Imagine was a big wicket, but really Fahad's equally as big or even bigger, given his history. Nice bit of work here. Never gave up the chase and just pulled it back. Less than a yard inside the rope. A lot of buzz out there at the moment. Latvia just almost feel like they've kind of hit the outer layer of the pudding, and they're trying to break on inside. They're kind of tapping away at it. Shaquille yet to establish himself. Last ball of the 3rd over. Mohammed Khan struck with the last ball of his 1st over. Leg stump Yorker. Rearranged the stumps of Majid Ali. Getting on the front foot, Shaquille. He wants 2 straight away. He'll probably get it. That's excellent running. So Shaquille, couple of 2s to get him going. Still a very good over from Mohammed Khan. Another successful one. And at the end of 3, Poland 22 for 2. Quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. What do you think of this opening? It's lived up to the billing, like I said. Hello to Dave. Good to see you. Watching from France. Johnny Heesem's in there. Chris Addison's in there. Helix is in there. John Gray as well. Thanks for your company. Poland have won every single Euro Cup dating back to 2016, with one exception when Ukraine won the event in 2017. there were tournaments in 16, 17 and 18, but then not until 2024 was it revived. Sukhvinder gets the second over. I was really impressed yesterday, Latvia, in their bowling effort, that the opening bowlers really pounded away at good lengths and lines. Oh, what a catch! What an unbelievable catch! It stopped in the pitch, and it's almost like the ball was suspended in time, and Sukhvinder Singh has taken one of the catches of the year. Never mind the tournament. That's an unbelievable bit of work. He has to change direction in his follow-through. Surprised Mars, but have a look at that. Gets under the ball, holds it aloft, keeps it off the turf, and that is a quarter chance come to life. As Sukhvinder takes an incredible caught and bowled. And out of nowhere, the third wicket falls, 22 for 3. Oh, we got to see that one again. Have a look at this work. I can't believe it went that far, to be honest. But he sensed the opportunity and, well, he got swamped by his Latvian teammates. And why not? That's why you play the game. Those kind of highlights. Might be the best catch he ever takes. And what a time to do it. Shake will go for just one. It's 22 for 3. And here's Charanjit Mohan. Pole's a bit shell-shocked. Let's not forget, they got 16 runs in the first 5 balls. And in the 14 balls since then, they've lost 3 wickets for 6. So, highlight for the ages there. Let's have a look at that catch again. Quite unbelievable. I mean, it's quite remarkable it actually carried that far. But it was chaos out there in the middle of the Warsaw cricket ground. What next, Mohan? Trying to pick up the pieces. Again, he gets that good little something out of a length, doesn't he? Sukhvinder been singing his praises. And he beats Mohan first up. Yes, it's one thing to play from ahead, but when you're playing from behind, it's a completely different ball game. And I think a lot of these guys, particularly the guys that had a lot of wins in the European Cricket Series, they haven't really been put under too much pressure recently. And so, yeah, like I said, it's a different feeling out there. Oh, a bit uppish, but Mohan gets away with it, gets off the mark. Attention here. Onside being put to the test. Shaquille. If he was to fall, then I think it really would be a bit of panic stations for Poland. Set up a little bit higher. He's a guy, he's shown he can deal with the pressure before. Makes cricket such an interesting game as well. Never see 2 games the same. All right, goes for it. And he launches it over the leg side. Well, Farhad, he's made his intentions crystal clear. Maximo, his first of the afternoon. Fraction short, backs himself in. It wasn't that short. It was probably bail high. He was able to free the arms and send it. Comeback ball. Oh, that's a good one. It wasn't a good piece of batting. And then thrown away. Called a wide. I know it's called a bye. Well, is it a wide or a bye? Ah, it's both. Guess that means it's a wide plus one. I'll translate. Didn't seem that wide. He's still trying to hit leg side. Changes the strike. And with these recent developments, Poland actually fall behind for the first time in the game, according to the supercomputer, which is all-knowing. 47% now, the Poles. Back to a 50-50 now, so this is a gripping contest. Last ball of the over. Oh, yeah. Streaky drive from Shaquille, but gets away with it. He'll keep the strike. End of the fourth over. Poland 33 for 3. Just for all the umpires at home, I know there's a few of them that love to tune in. If the ball is a wide and the batters also run, you don't need to signal byes, because a wide by definition is not hit. It hasn't hit anything. So you can just signal. You can signal wide. It's a bit different on no ball though. On a no ball, all types of runs are scoreable, byes, leg byes, or bat runs. So on a no ball, you do need to then signal byes or leg byes if applicable. Anyway, Mohammed Khan being brought back. Why not? I think you got to throw the kitchen sink at this top order and see how many you can get. I think both these two have looked like wicket-taking bowlers. I'd definitely give them a third, and I'd entertain the thought of a fourth probably as well for one or both of them, even though it's a bit of a gamble. But I think that they're looking dangerous. They're looking like they might be able to get this key fourth breakthrough, and particularly Shaquille. You don't be too Shaquille-centric, but you look at his numbers, he's so important, especially with 3 wickets already gone. Around the wicket, Mohammed Khan. To be honest, I think it's the same kind of plan he employed against Majid when he was able to find a bit of a blind spot in the batter's technique. A leg stump Yorker. Majid played all round it. Stumps akimbo. Little run off the bat. In fact, that's going to go, well, not quite for 4. Foot fielding complete. Mohan will get a couple. Play that with soft hand. Smart batting, actually. It's normally a bit of a defensive tactic, actually, right arm around to a right hand. We talked about it earlier. But just trying to create that angle across, maybe elicit a little edge for a caught behind. Mohan waits on this and runs it down to third once again. This time it'll just be a single. What did you think of that catch from Sukhvinder? Just reading the comments now. It was a pretty good one. Not quite set yet. Let's look at the Maximo hitters in the last month. Most of those are from Bulgaria. You've got Miroslav Haq from the Swiss series as well. Shaquille plays this well. Just watches it and sends it sideways. That's going to be 4 more. That's the thing with Shaquille as well, is that he can play that big knock when the chips are down. We've seen that before. Mentioned the fact that he scored 110 not out. That was actually at number 7. And Poland were 25 for 5 in the 5th over when he came out. And that's way worse position than they're in right now. And then peeled off 100 and saw his team to 201. That was against Latvia as well back in 2024. Right now, this isn't a good ball, and that's going to be sent away again. Tamam Khan losing the line. Iceland's work not completely done for the day. Well, you cannot pitch the ball outside leg stump if you're bowling right arm around. It's just an invitation that batters will take up. Solid fielding down there. So back-to-back fours. Shaquille, 20 already. Up in the air. Has to watch it, but he'll watch it sail once again. It's pretty close. He has been given 6. Yeah, it's gone all the way. Maximo. Well, give it a closer look here. I think it did just creep up. It was on the far side of the ground. And there we go. Yeah, just carries the rope. It's a good call. Barrister margins, but gets there. So 6 runs to finish the over. And the 50 comes up as well with that strike. Poland, 51 for 3. So the thing is, despite the 3 wickets, you look at the run rate, they're on 200 pace. Obviously, they want to stop losing wickets. If they don't, this could be trouble for Latvia. Latvia have scored some good runs against Poland, but just going back from the 2024 series, Latvia scored 145 and 139 against them. And last year they chased 177 with 6 balls to spare. Siddhant Singhal's going to bowl now. Power play over, so taking a little bit of a risk with the spinner, but I think it's a risk worth taking. I think you need to change the mode of bowling out. Seeing it does appear that Poland are kind of getting back in the game, or actually getting on top of the game. So, Singh hoping to be a game changer himself. Mohan reaching for this first one. He won't get a run. Or maybe he will get a run. Do get a single after all. Slightly sloppy from Latvia. Have set pretty high standard so far in the field. Shaquille goes after it. It's sailing, and it's sailing out of the ground. Maximo says Carreras Mas. Shaquille, right man, right time, right situation. Just trusted his power there, trusted his eye. Oh, it's good comeback though from Singhal. Again, you just got to be telling yourself at this stage, if you're Latvia, look, one mistake. We just need this guy to make one mistake, and we're right back in it. Oh, it's close. Thought he might have hit it, actually. Seemed like a double noise, and he might have just got outside the line of off stump as well. Risky shot, though, because it's kind of premeditated. Looked like the impact was just outside the off stump. Batter saying he hit it, which, to be honest, they always say, but I actually think he might be telling the truth. Shaquille not taking any chances. Another good ball from Singer. It's going to be a gripping battle, I think, between the left arm finger spinner and Fahad Shakil. Mohan keeps out the last ball of the power play. 8 off Singal's first over, and at the end of 6, Poland 59 for 3. It's been a high quality and very entertaining 6 over power play, full of highlights. It's hard to go past that one-handed caught and bowled though from Sukhvinder Singh as the ultimate highlight of the opening of this game. So, change of bowling here. Abby Davidson looks like he's going to have a bowl. He bowled really well yesterday. Picked up a wicket straight away and had a real impact on proceedings. I was a bit surprised they didn't bring him back towards the end. This will be a good test for him. So here's Abby. Shakil has a look at him, knocks him down the ground for a single. Mohan turns it around. But he'll only get a single for this one. A ball by Abby. Davidson to Shakil. Pie. And Shakil says, thanks very much. Works it off the hip. Close-ish to a no ball, but I don't think so. Still, Shakil will extract the runs out of the delivery. You can see it actually does drop to kind of almost thigh high. High thigh. But it's good bye. Shakil goes maximal. Davidson completely loses the handle on that one. Again, doesn't quite have the line right. Yeah, Davidson, like I said, I was impressed with him yesterday. Took 1 for 2 off 2 overs. It was a pretty good effort. But then they decided not to bring him back, which puzzled me, I got to say. In the end, I suppose they ended up bowling out Lithuania with a couple of overs to spare. So I suppose he might have had another over in the last couple. End of the 7th over here in match 4. Poland sent into bat by Latvian skipper Ishan Kashyap. They're 68 for 3 after 7. Singal back into the attack. Shaquille works it away for a single. Big heave from Mohan. Actually gets under the keeper. They'll get a bye. That's signalled. Mohan gets to the other end. Singal working away. And bowls to Shaquille. Very clever bowlsmanship there as he rips one past the outside edge. Shaquille, dangerous striker of the ball. Once again, working away on that spot. Shaquille's raced to 42 off 21 balls. And we're up to 962, 826 balls on ECN. Shaquille runs out of patience, but only get a single here. It's been a good over, hasn't it, from Singal. Had that triple strike over yesterday. It's pretty hard to keep a man like Fahad Shaquille quiet for too long. Mohan won't get a run here. What a good over. Just 2 and a bye off that 8th over. And Poland, 71 for 3. For Latvia, looking at their lineup. Slight change behind the stumps. Dhruvish Patel did the job yesterday. But they've brought in a specialist, Ranjith Mutaneni, who does the job for Latvia today. Ada Sharma also comes into the lineup, along with Himalay Kambadia. Ada Sharma into the lineup as Shaquille will flame away over the offside. Shaquille moves within reach of a half century. Good comeback from Sharma. Battle of the spinners and Shaquille has been interesting. Shaquille punches this away into the gap. Get 2, it'll take him to 49. Shaquille on 49. Called wide. Just missing the mark there, Sharma. In the air. And that'll be 50 for Shaquille. Coming in an awkward situation, but just like before, he's been able to kind of reverse the pressure, so to speak. And he brings up his 50 off 26 balls, 3 4s and 4 6s for Fahad Shakil. Yet another Euro T20 Cup 50 to add to the collection. He came in at 18 for 2 in just the third over. This one goes underneath the bat of Mohan. Wants the wide, but don't think so. Actually missed it inside his bat. So it's a sign that he definitely could reach it. And it didn't look like it was outside the tram line. That time, I think umpire's patience was tested one time too many. Rebowl for Sharma, last ball of the 9th. And that will take us to the end of 9 overs. It's 81 for 3. And the good, bad, and the ugly from Sharma there, but goes for 10 in that 9th over. So back to Siddhant Singhal. This gripping battle with Shakil. Ooh. Shakil. Wanting that slog sweep. And turned and bounced. Shakil continues to accumulate. Still so much time left in this innings. Over half the time still available. Mohan, well, time for him to shine. That's a really good cricket shot. It's going to beat the field of 4 runs, but holds his shape really nicely here. Singhal asked him the question, can you play away from your body here? But he deals with it really well. Beautiful swing of the bat. Brings 4 runs. Mohan won't get this one past the field, well handled. Up in the block hole this time, Singhal. Another tidy over for him, though it does concede a boundary, just 7 off it. At the halfway point of the first innings, Poland 88 make that for 3. 176 pace. Time for a quick break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with the second half. 88 for 3 Poland after 10. So, quick drink and ready to go. Shaquille must be feeling pretty good about himself. 52 before the drinks break. And he's confident enough to jump outside off here. Forearm jabs it away, but only a single. Shaquille is a guy that can hit all around the wicket, but he does have tendencies. He tends to prefer that kind of power zone at square leg, mid-wicket, and to try and manufacture balls to hit in that region. It's a bit of a shocker from Sharma. Gets away. Well handled behind the stumps by Mutaneni. He's been pretty tidy so far. Terrible throwback, though. Missed his target. I was thinking about this colour scheme for Latvia. They've got that kind of burgundy, which you'll see on their flag. But the grey is an interesting choice. And it reminded me of one of my favourite colour schemes. Mohan opens his shoulders here, but picks out the fielder, only a single. And I was trying to work out, where have I seen these two colours before? And it takes you, got to take you right back to the 80s. It's the West Indies colour scheme from around the mid-80s, or even early to mid-80s, where they had the grey with the kind of maroon or burgundy highlight. And then West Indies then went to a kind of a mostly maroon strip. And then we saw him dabbling with other colours like yellow. They still got a bit of that yellow. But that's what I hadn't seen it for a while. But the grey and maroon. What do you think? I like it. No, well, hopefully it's not too serious. Well, there's something that a few people could get excited about. Let's go down to Buddha and have a feed. Well, I don't know if we've got to replay that last ball. Maybe it's gone, but yes, it's a hard ball, but I think this is what he's gone down for, edging it onto his leg with, I suppose, some velocity, but I would have felt maybe the velocity of a tissue brushing across your thigh. But of course, the FIFA World Cup is on at the moment, so he's gone down for the count. Hydration break will continue a little bit longer than anticipated. I will say it can hurt a little bit. But I mean, you don't want to go down like a sack of potatoes against the spinner, do you? Not really sending the right message. I suppose when you're Shaquille, when you're as good as Shaquille, they let you do it, to coin a famous phrase. So, if they can have a drink, I might have a drink too. We'll be back as soon as Shaquille regains the ability to walk. Back soon here. 91 for 3 in the 11th over. Back as we did get through 3 balls before that delay in the 11th over. Now, Shaquille, according to Captain Mo1 in the chat, was also injured in his leg yesterday. I don't know. So maybe it wasn't the impact of the ball. Maybe it was a muscular thing. Overstretched. But the good news is he's going to stay out there. And I think all the Polish fans want him to do just that. 91 for 3. Adash Sharma into the lineup. All right. Good to see Shaquille's up and about in all seriousness. It's good for the game. Sharma to get the game back underway. It's a good bit of work in the field, but also from Mohan to get in. Uh-oh, we might have another stoppage. Well, we got through exactly 1 ball. And looks like we'll have the magic spray coming back. We'll take a break. Back shortly with the rest of the 11th over here in Warsaw. You're watching the Euro T20 Cup. Good news. Mohan's alive and well. And we'll get ready for the conclusion of the 11th over. The arm injury hasn't distracted from his swinging ability. Bowled by Sharma. There's only 4 in this over so far. And he'll stay for a bit of extra bout, surprising everybody, including the keeper, Mutaneni. End of the 11th over. Let's hope for an injury-free 12th. But right now, the score is 92 for 3 for Hachakil, batting 4 on 54 off 32, and Mohan 13 off 19. Mohan probably a little bit disappointed that he's only striking around that 68 region. That's a look at the weather, which has been pretty kind to us today, but right now we've got the clouds back. Here's Singhal having another bowl. Oh, gets that big hoik out of Shaquille. I don't know if that's the smart play. He's so good enough to play him with a straight bat. Seems like an unnecessary risk, although I suppose we're into the last 9 overs now. Does play a bit more orthodox this time. Shaquille doesn't beat the field, though. They will get a single. A flatter one, Mohan hits it pretty well, but once again picks out the fielder. 164 expected. Got a feeling between these teams, the par's a little bit higher. General par between these, all 4 teams here, has been about 160 over the last couple of years. I mean, 176 wasn't enough, put it that way. She's pretty tight, you know. Now, there's 1 stump left at that end. They'll get through for an overthrow. So they'll get 2 out. This will be an interesting one. Wasn't exactly rocketing down there, Mohan. He probably had a few flashbacks of the dive that he pulled off before. We won't really see because Shaquille's in the way. Man, a good direct hit. It's pretty hard to hit the leg and the off stumps out of the ground and leave the middle. It's like a trick shot. Anyway, they turn 1 into 2. Flatter one. Shaquille says, adios, Pallotta. Ah, that's a giant strike from Shaquille, who swings his way into the 60s. Maximo. What do I know? I said maybe it's not the smart strategy. Well, I think this shot from Shaquille puts me back in my box. He's absolutely nailed that. High risk, high reward kind of stroke. And it brings up the 100 for Poland as well. This list of some of the upcoming events. After tomorrow, the next cricket we'll have for ECS will be on the 20th of July. But we will have cricket from Portugal next weekend, the 18th and 19th of July leading into that. ECS Gibraltar on the calendar, and some women's quadrangular action in Switzerland. Hornchurch on the calendar as well. And how about Brazil touring Europe for the first time in women's T20 internationals? That should be good. 100 came up during that over. Poland, 103 for 3 after 12. Sharma's going to get a 3rd now. I think that's a pretty good delivery. Just sneaks inside the tram line. Thing with Sharma, he's got a real strategy of staying away from the stumps, and he's even not too bothered if he concedes a wide or 2 in the over. But he doesn't want to get too straight to Shaquille because he knows he's going to get hit out of the park. And if he gets a bit close to him like that, he will hit it out of the park. Maximal. But have a look at the line of this. It's significantly outside the off stump, but he's still able to get it over there. And so that just shows he kind of missed inside where he was aiming. Sharma, who's really trying to tease that wide line, the tram line. Shaquille to 70, didn't spend too much time in the 60s. Exactly one ball. Oh, now he gets a little bit funkalicious. The premeditated ramp. There's not a lot of pace on this ball, so it's not going to go all the way. Come back for a deuce. Hello, Dave. Welcome back. Missed a pretty fiery opening to this one. Go back and watch the first over. If you haven't already, then come back and join us live. Shaquille once again frees the hands, and it will clear the line. Maximal was a bit of an anxious moment for Farhad here, because I think if there's a fielder on the boundary, it's probably down his throat, but it was in the gap. And for that reason, he gets the full value, 6 runs. $78 now for Shaquille. I tell you what, this guy's so good. He's probably unjixable. I can probably drop the C word. I think we're on for a century here. 7.5 overs to go. And I know I'm the master of jinxes, and I've got many a set batter out, but he's just looking top of his game here. He's even starting to time that slog sweep with regularity. Straight up in the air. Can anyone get there? Oh, great effort. Wonderful effort. Well, the jinx came, and of course, the next ball, first ball he's missed hit for ages. But it was a very, very good effort out there. I think that's Urvish Patel, who's behind the stumps yesterday. I don't know if he gets a finger on it. Maybe. But a wonderful effort. I think they knew the gravity of that moment as well. Mohan. Oh. Called a wide, but there was an appeal for a stumping here from Mutanani. Got over there pretty quickly. I think he gets that back foot back down again. Maybe then he lifts it. I don't know, but assuming that foot's behind the line, it's definitely on the ground. Great pictures once again. Pretty well bowled, but pretty well played by Mohan, who's going to open up and take a single to deep extra cover. At one point, Latvia were actually ahead in this game, according to the supercomputer, but now they've dived down to 23%. Pretty much off the blade of Farhad Shaquille. Shaquille goes downtown, might be in trouble, and he's gone. Well, there it is. He won't make the 3 figures after all. And Shaquille batted so well for 79, but just one miss hit too many. And the plan kind of pays off for Anas Sharma, who stayed well away from the stumps. He forced Shaquille to reach for that if he wanted his favourite leg side slap. And a good catch down there from Muhammad Khan. And Muhammad Khan, we knew the gravity of the moment as well. We saw Urvesh with a diving attempt, almost impossible catch earlier in the over. That was more regulation. So can of worms is open once again as Shaquille makes way into the 13th over as well. 121 for 4. Fascinating little battle between the spinners and Shaquille. I suppose Mohan now is under a bit more pressure without Shaquille there to assume the kind of lead batter role. So Simranjit Singh comes out to bat. He won't be facing straight away. He'll do the keeping for Poland this afternoon as well. Remember, Poland played a double header. Here's Biswajit Mohapatra getting his first bowl, being held back a little bit. Steps across, Mohan. Manoeuvres it to find leg. Wants to. There's no keeper at home, because that's where the keeper is. So they take the opportunity to get through for that extra run. Good heads-up play. Leg buys, actually, so nothing on that. Bat-wise, at least, from Mohan. This time he does get one off the gloves, actually, but he will get a run. Yeah, a few people pointing out my commentary jinx. Polish fans won't be too happy with me, but does kind of give the game a slightly different feel, sense of opportunity for Latvia. Maybe turn that into something more and roll through this middle order. Maybe keep it to 170 or so. Audacious shot first up from Simranjit as he paddles a 4, easy as you like, no fine leg. And a bit of a risky shot, but a risk worth taking. What a way for him to start his innings. What if he wants to try it again, actually? Patra with a comeback ball. He does want to try it again, and he's, full contact cricket. Well, the bowlers ended up with their helmet. We have a hatless non-striker after a collision off a leading edge that almost ballooned back to the bowler. Watch it. Just one problem. Dush. Fair bump play on. Don't know why that helmet was held on with. I don't think the strap did its job. Mohan has been in the wars. Suffered a nasty graze earlier on a Superman dive attempt to gain his ground. He hasn't lost his head, but he's lost his helmet. Now he's got it back. Yeah, I wonder if it wasn't for Mohan being in the way, if Mohapatra might have been able to maybe at least get a hand on that. Just kind of ballooned to his right. Chris is off to bed for the night. Good night, Chris. See you again tomorrow for more cricket on ECN. Mohan goes for broke, but he finds the fielder and he's gone. And it's Urvish Patel. No gloves. The gloves are off for Urvish, but he's shown he's a very good fielder, and he made that look very, very easy. Mohan, the next to fall for 16. And the fifth wicket falls 129 for 5, and both of the protagonists of that partnership now out of the picture. Poland will be down into the lower order. Again, fetches this one from a kind of off-stump line. Knew straight away he was in some trouble. And Urvish takes it on the run. And the victory trot to boot. Mohapatra breaks through, so they've used him nicely, brought him on at a good time. And removes Mohan. 16 off 24, so maybe a bit of a frustrating innings for Mohan, really. Just the 1-4 in his knock. Rahul Sharma is the new batter. Last ball of the 14th over. Mohapatra, he's slow medium to push, really, but he's a little nibbler. He'll try and put it on the length and hope for something out of the pitch. Hope for a better mistake. Rahul Sharma, yet another Warsaw Sultan in this national side. Swing and a miss, and a bit of fancy footwork from the keeper on the way through as well. Patra finishes a pretty good over, 1 for 6 for him. Expect to see him back. 129 for 5 after 14. Yeah, Rahul Sharma, along with Yug Bling, along with Usman Bhatt, Majid Ali, Khizar Ali, and Fahad Shakil. 6 Sultans in the lineup for Poland. They met Warsaw CC in the final. And Warsaw CC have 3 representatives of their own, including Simranjit, who's at the crease right now. Charanjit Mohan, who just was dismissed. And, of course, Taran Deluja, the regular captain, who I do think will be back for the final match of the day. Bold. Abby is back and starts well. I do like this pitch. I think there is something in it for the bowlers when they bowl well. Very wide surface, fairly true, but the occasional ball will surprise you. The occasional bounce will surprise you. Simran kind of shaped to ramp there, then changed his mind when he saw the delivery. It was a bit late on the cut. Funny thing is, with those little dab shots, those little ramp shots, the hardest one ball to play them, probably a Yorker on leg stump. Because you're shaping up to kind of quite square to the ball. That could be gone. It is gone. It's full, it's straight. It's the ball we talked about, actually. It was full at the stumps, and Simran played her all around his front pad. You know, it's Shane Watson special. Simran will walk off for 5, and the fight back continues for Latvia. Just trying to hit right across. I think the impact's in front of off. It's going into cartwheel the middle stump, I think. And so Simran, disappointed for him. Just the one boundary to his name is the 6 wicket to 4. It's 129 for 6. A new batter out there will be Jobin Dominic. Well bowled by Abby, keeping it pretty simple, especially when someone is trying to take you to Funky Town. I think you can just keep it simple, go full in at the stumps. Say, right, if you're going to play these fancy shots, across the line shots and deflection shots, by definition, you're playing across the line of the ball. So I'm going to force you to hit the ball. If not, you got the bowler, you got the LBW. That's exactly how it transpired, the latter. In fact, undoing Simranjit Singh. But here's Jobin. Good start from Davidson, keeps him full outside the off stump. Jobin, one of 2 Warsaw Zalmi players in this squad this weekend, along with Shoaib Ahmed, who played yesterday but isn't in the side for this match. Down the leg side. Must have been, well, it's definitely not out. Hands on hips from the keeper, but must have just flicked the pad strap. Right, the keeper asking the square leg umpire always gives me vibes of if your mum says no, ask your dad. Bowlers and umpire that adjudicates on court behinds. Unless there's a situation where they're not sure if the ball's carried, but obviously that wasn't one of those situations. Jobin has also played some cricket for the Prague Spartans. I've seen him down there in Prague before. And right now, he'll retain the strike. Into 15 overs, Poland 130 for 6. Expected 173. And we'll remind you that in this corresponding fixture last year, Poland scored 176 and lost as Latvia chased it with 1 over to spare. On for a similar score at the moment. Hello to Paolo Campini. Nice to have you, as always. Biswa's back all right. Dominic punches off the back foot, doesn't penetrate the field. This is a good little phase, isn't it? And I said at the start of this game, it's going to have twists, it's going to have turns. And we've seen a bit of a turn since that wicket. A Fahad Shakil, very important catch taken by Mohammed Khan. Dominic, once again, can't beat his nemesis at cover. It's the captain, Ishan Kashyap. Expect him to be a key player as well in the second half of this game. Last year, he played a really good knock. 68 not out of 50 balls in that successful 177 chase. Dominic, this time, able to get more on it. Up and over. Leg it out for two. A bit of small ball here now from Poland, having to hustle for every run. Played away once again. Good running, though. I think they made up their mind straight away. We're pretty much going on contact. It takes a hesitation factor out. Top edge. It's going to fall safely. And in fact, it'll run away for four. So Sharma gets a little bit lucky, gets off the mark. Sharma has to carve it away. Again, sets a bit of a chase. This time Singal picks it up, fires it in, but can't prevent the two. End of the 16th over. Under the circumstances, still a pretty good one for Latvia. 9 off that. And Poland, 139 for 6, 4 overs remaining. Here's Abby back again, and a bit of boundary riding required. Again, good running from Poland. Get back for two. Bowled right up in the block hole. Good defense from Latvia here. Crack down the ground. More work down there for Rex Silvero. He's felt well in that position over the last couple of days. That's short. Dominic climbs into it. That's a biggie. Maximo as Poland try to regain the narrative here. Jobin's called for a drink. Obviously pretty happy with his work and thinks that might be a 2 or 3 minute job to find the ball. Time for a hydration break. What a good shot. Yeah, there's the water. It's quite a good system, isn't it? Kind of an instant reward system. Hit a 6, get a drink. Very Pavlovian. Good to go. Here's Abby. Wow, up in the air. Can anyone get there? Only the bowler can reach it, and he will reach it. Nice catch by Abby Davidson. So Dominic, obviously the H2O was the poison chalice, as he'll go a very next ball after that 6. It's a 6 and out, and Latvia continue to fight. 149 for 7, 17 overs down. Disappointment for Jobin, but I suppose it feels a lot better for having hit the 6. Finishes with numbers 13 runs off 12 balls faced. Biswat is coming back for a 3rd over now. Bowled pretty well. We had a bit of an off day yesterday. Got after him a little bit. Here he is bowling to Rahul Sharma. Short. Pulled away. Well fielded out there. So 3 overs to go. 10 and over, it sets 180 for Latvia. They'd have to bat very well. I do still feel this game's in the balance. Let's not forget Latvia chased 177 12 months ago in this exact fixture. No Harsh Chown in the lineup. I think he's been a staple of their batting over the last couple of campaigns. Safta has gone after this. The stand-in captain is going to get the result. Wow, perfect start with the wind. You can see the flags picking up, using every bit of it. Just a fraction too straight, and Hussein Safta Maximo. Wind assisted, but count him anyway. 6 runs. Wants the same again, but this time straight up in the air. Bowler's going to have to go for it here, and he's going to drop it. The keeper liked the idea of it, was always blowing away from him. And so Mohapatra, unfortunately, drops his 2nd wicket right there. Reaching for this, called a wide. Remember, they've been quite strict on those wides. I know we don't have the perfect angle, but maybe bowlers have been a bit hard done by at times. Two's the call from the bench. The bench aren't out there, and so they'll settle for 1. Safta made his intentions perfectly clear, but he'll have to settle for one here. Sharma goes after it. Might have found the fielder, though, just over the top of Mohammad Khan, who's fielded so well in this series, but not even he could do anything about that. Just had enough. And I think, honestly, this is the wind coming into play again. The wind is kind of going towards mid-wicket, left to right, slightly behind the batter. And, geez, a great effort, isn't it? It's just out of his grasp. If he had caught it, he probably would have had to have thrown it away because he would have fallen over the boundary himself. But anyway, a 6 to finish the 18th over. Safta will get the strike back. It's 1-6-6 for 7. As it looks like it'll be Sukhvinder Singh to come back. Remember, Sukhvinder took that outrageous caught and bowled earlier on. Safta, it's a little bottom edge into open spaces. The chase is on. I think he probably could get 3, maybe. Very fast, maybe not. I did like that he was looking for it, though, Rahul Sharma. Safta goes for it. And again, with the wind, this ball is starting to travel. Maximo. Safta with a really precious little cameo here. Let's have a look. Where did this ball end up? Oh, geez. Oh, no. Oh, no. Wow, Iceland finding it pretty slippery out there. There's a bit of Disney on Iceland. No one was hurt. We'll definitely put that on the highlights package, though. Sharma gets something in the slot again. With the wind, it's going to fly. Wind's in, ball's out. Maximo for Sharma. 180. This is a real kick. Just as the wise man predicted at the start of this innings, we're going to have twists, we're going to have turns. And right now, it's Poland that have turned it back their way. Another good shot this time into the wind, but it might still have enough. It does. So cuatro carreras más. And have a look at those boundaries. Starting to light the bottom of the screen blue. Bit of a reality check for Sukhvinder. He's gone for 19 in the over, trying to stop it going magical here. Cracking shot from Sharma. That'll be 4 more. So 23 off the 19th over. It all happened in the 19th, as we say in T20 cricket. And Poland using all their resources here, but still getting the job done. 189 for 7 after 19. And so actually something I touched on towards the start of the innings as well, that they have confidence that their middle and lower order can still score at a good rate, and that's what we've seen. The real crime is kind of wasting balls. And you probably do look at the innings of Mohan, something like that. He scored 16 off 24. And yes, he played a good support role there, but maybe thinking, hey, you can't be scoring at that kind of rate. Hey, we've left a few runs on the table here. Having said that, Latvia, they can have to bat very well to get anywhere near this. Well above the 177 they chased down last year. Here's Mohammed Khan, ready to bowl over number 20. Big, wild charge down the pitch from Safta. Nothing but fresh air. All right, in the slot. Thanks for coming. Safta goes large. Maximo. Right now, I think the wind has become a real genuine game changer. Because earlier on, not as many of these are flying. That one's probably 6 anyway. But Mohammed Khan got away with the first one in that area. Didn't get away with the second one. What a finish. Poland somehow are going to find their way to the 200 plus, surely. But this wind's still going to be there in the second innings when Latvia bat. So Poland better be careful where they put the ball. Uh-oh, another one. Okay, this is high. It's blowing, and it's out of here. Maximo and the 200 up for Poland and Safta. Well, if he was a Hollywood classic, he'd be gone with the wind right now. He's just put that cloudwards, and the elements have done the rest. A sense of powerlessness for the two outfielders who camped just inside the rope. Had to watch it go. Better length, finally. Line wasn't particularly good, but the length was. Have a look at that 6-ball burst of 26 before that dot ball. Carrying Poland up and over the 200 mark. Miss hit from Safta this time, but it's still going to scream away for 4. So 205. What a crazy innings. Started with a bang, finishing with a bang, and plenty of drama and undulation in the middle. Last ball coming up. Goes the other way now. Slice job. Get on your bike. Safta gets 1. Ball goes down. They get 2. Probably got to take it on for 3 unless you're tired. I should have gone for it, but instead they'll take the red ink and Safta will finish 35 not out off 12 balls. Sharma with a handy knock of his own, finishing on 29 off 10. Those two really putting together a good finish. Actually put on 58 in just 3 overs to finish, and that's for the 8th wicket. That's pretty amazing. 17 off the 18th, 23 off the 19th, and then 18 off the last, 58 off 18 balls. What a partnership. 7 down to carry Poland to that score of 207. Let's not forget that the innings started with a bang, didn't it? Margit hit 16 off the first 5 before he was bowled by Mohammed Khan. And then 2 down in the 4th over. Fahad Shakil came to the crease and really set things up nicely. 79 off 42 for Fahad. Was pretty unlucky to miss out on his century. 7 big sixes in his innings. It's well supported by Mohan, 16. But it was Sharma and Safta who were able to lift Poland up to a well above average score. At Latvia, we know that they do have some good batting as well, and they have made 200 scores before in the T20 Euro Cup. Looking at the bowling figures, well, they got a bit ugly at the end. Mohammed Khan, 2 wickets, but ended up going for 56 of his 4 overs. 2 wickets also for Abby Davidson. Once again, didn't get all 4 overs, finished with 2 for 20. Wickets also for Adarsh Sharma and Mohapatra. We'll take a break back in around about 15 minutes with the second half of this one. Latvia 208 to get the win. Or can Poland defend 207? Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break. You might like to hop over to Portugal in this break as well and keep Shogun company, where it is EU Pack Friendship taking on the Spartans. But then join us back here for the exciting run chase. You're watching ECN, and this is the Euro T20 Cup in Poland.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. We're watching from around the world. We get set for the run chase here in match number 4. It's the two teams that have occupied the top 2 spots over the past 2 years, with Poland the hosts defending 207 in this one. They finished 207 for 7 thanks to a big 58-run partnership in just 3 overs from the lower order players. Rahul Sharma finishing 29 off 10, and Hussein Safdar batting number 9, 35 off 12. Again, kind of showing the depth in their lineup, something we talked about quite a lot. Because you can't necessarily expect 1 or 2 guys to step up every game and win games off their own bat. You need that depth, I think, to win tournaments. And it's no coincidence that Poland have won each of the last 2 editions in 2024 and 2025. Umpire looking a bit lonely out there, but he'll have some company soon. For Latvia, I think, look, if I had to sum up this chase and a word I'd want them to be thinking about if I was coaching Latvia, it'd be tempo. You know, let's have tempo in this innings. That doesn't necessarily mean playing crazy shots all the time. Be selective what you go after, but you wouldn't want big strings of dot balls. Also, Latvia having a documentary made on them at the moment. So I don't know if we're in Warsaw or Hollywood here, but it starts all important. And interesting that Ishan Kashyap, the captain's going out there to open up. He was the orchestrator, along with Harsh Chawan, of a famous chase last year. In fact, it's the only time that Poland have lost a game in the last couple of years in this Euro Cup T20, when they made 176 and couldn't defend it, as Kashyap, 68 not out, along with Harsh Chawan, 56 not out, came together with Latvia at 3 for 19 after 4 overs. So in all sorts in the chase, but then big partnership get them over the line. So Ahmed Khan out there to open the batting with his captain, Kashyap. Kashyap will be facing up first, and it's going to be Chandra Prakash Rai to bowl. Chandra is going to start things off very, very shortly. 10.4 and overs the required rate. We'll keep an eye on that as this innings goes through its paces. 3, 2, 1, let's play. Sprays the first one for a wide, so we still won't have a legal ball in this innings. But yeah, tempo. A sense of urgency earlier in the innings, I think, is important when you're chasing 200 plus. Like I said, doesn't mean you have to be crazy, going after absolutely everything. But you do want to be very conscious of the fact that that required rate is something you have to stay on top of. And maybe you can let it creep out to 11s with wickets in hand, but once it goes kind of to a ball and above, 12s and above, it's very tough to pull back. It's called a wide. Like I said, I think that has been consistent. I will say that. I've been maybe a little bit harsh on the bowlers in this series. So it will sneak in for the first dot of the innings. 3-run head start for Latvia. Latvia have been putting on good runs. They actually averaged 206 with the bat last year. I will say it was kind of inflated where they made 262 against Ukraine. But even going back to 2024, Latvia 172, a pretty healthy average with the bat, above the competition average. Well bowled. Chandra getting it right after losing the handle on the first 3. I gotta say, I'm loving the zinc cream as well. You know, it's so hard to find zinc cream in Europe. Every time I go back to Australia, people are asking me to buy it. I come back with a whole sack full. Yeah, and then people in Europe ask me, well, what is zinc cream? It's basically just sun cream that you don't rub in. It stays on your face. Another wide. There's different colours as well. White's the traditional. It's almost like war paint for cricketers. Still remember my under-12s grand final. We couldn't get our hands on red zinc, which was red was our club colour. So we went. McDonald's was doing a face paint promotion with a Happy Meal, and we went bought a bunch of Happy Meals and went out and won the GF with the face paint. Did offer 0 sun protection though. The red face paint. Happy memories. Well, this could be a long over. That's 5 wides. And I don't mean a minimo, I mean 5 individual wides. Also Sultans. 6 of them are in this Polish squad, and they're the winners of the event back in June, Polish T10 Cup European Cricket Series event. Uh-oh. Bit of indecision with the running. Mohammed Khan gets sent back. A change of angle, probably worth trying. I think Chandra was hoping he'd get a bit more swing back from over the wicket, but the breeze has died down a bit. There was a kind of a windy part of that innings where it kind of perfectly coincided with Safdar lifting balls up into the clouds over the leg side late in the innings. Kashyap hits this pretty well. Deep point back there, cleans it up. First run off the bat. Try over the wicket now, but he's going to have to be extra careful not to lose it to the left hand. Can't. I think he's looking at the ball already. He wants it changed. He says, this ball is not doing what I want it to do. But cricket balls are a bit of an inexact science. Some swing, some don't. And that's just the way it is. You never actually get 2 the same. I don't think Chandra's too happy about what this one's doing. He's worked a bit of sweat up on the old ball dome, so he's trying to get something going with that. But this hasn't been happening so far. Chipped up in the air. Took off there. Mohammed Khan. Get you to get going. He's a bit anxious when he's left the bat that it might just chip all the way to mid-off, but he got lucky. It fell short. Good finish to the over. I suppose he had enough practice after bowling 11 balls in the first over. But not too much damage on the scoreboard. Latvia 7 without loss after 1. See the Maximo rate. Poland have been far and away the biggest 6 hitters in this tournament so far. Maximum rate is basically the amount of sixes per 10 overs faced. And at the moment, Poland with maximum rate of 6 leading the pack. We'll say that Latvia hit 6 sixes of their own in their 9.5 over innings yesterday, which is a pretty good rate. Rahul Sharma gets the ball. Floating slip in place. Mohammed Khan, you can see he's itching for that single, but just hasn't been there. Here's the rally. Does the fielding. Miscued pull up in the air and gone. Easy as that. Just gets cramped for room there. It's a bit of a horror start now for Latvia. Mohammed Khan got that ball angling in. It was in towards the hands. Really couldn't get much on it. It was right off the maker's name. And just popped for the simplest of catches. Knew he's in trouble straight away. Tried to go over the top. But Jobin Dominic is there waiting to pounce the opportunity. So the first wicket falls 7 for 1. Latvia have that mountain just grow a little bit more. Still over 200 to get. New batter comes to the crease. This looks like Rex Silvera. So Rex has had some success in the past as well. Does have an EU T20 half century. So one lefty replaces another. Rexy's got the gloves on. Let's go. Sharma hitting a heavy length there, undoing Mohammed Khan. It's a good one first up as well, Silvera. Both sets of opening bowlers, these two sides, typically they've been pretty good at hitting their spots. You can see Chandra had some issues with the ball not swinging in the first over, but that's that kind of heavy length, just outside off. It may do something, it may not, but it's certainly raising some doubts in the batter's mind about how he's going to deal with it. In the end, it's just defensive prod, and he still couldn't hit the ball. Silvera gets off the mark with a little push, but you should see what the required rate is snuck up to here. Heading for 11s. Power play over as well. So, I mean, ideally, you want to be kind of ahead of the rate at the end of 6 if you get off to a flyer. It just hasn't happened for Latvia. Haven't hit a single boundary so far with 10 balls into the game, 10 legal balls. That's a bad ball, though, from Sharma. Gets outside the hip of Kashyap, and he helps it on its way. Maximal, the first one of the chase, and Latvia will be hoping their captain has something special in store. Like I said, he was crucial in that a previous successful chase last year. Ball takes a bit of finding. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Johnny. And Dave asked about 60-second clock. What's European Cricket Series rule? Like I said, we're just broadcasting this tournament. So, end of the second over. 15 for 1. Now I'm going to go back to Chandra here. Latvia need a bit of a burst to boundaries, don't they, to get back in this. And like I said, tempo. I haven't really seen it so far. It's the one shot in anger from Kashyap. It's been the Polish bowlers dictating terms, even with a few control issues thrown in. Silvera pushes, runs, gets just a single. Bit of a lack of tempo really in this innings, if anything. It's kind of pushing for ones. Still plenty of cricket to be played. Just think I need some sort of injection of energy into this innings. I know they're also probably thinking a bit net run rate as well. Not wanting to be rolled for a low score, given the tournament situation. Chandra back left arm over now to the right-hander. Soft hands from Kashyap, intelligent cricket, and that's the next best thing, isn't it? If you can't hit a boundary, it's a good ball, which was a pretty well-pitched ball. So John had a question. What rules are used for timing? I think it depends on the playing conditions. Now, T20, typically, you've got kind of 90 seconds. But I don't think in T20 internationals, it's a run penalty. Well, I know it's not. You could be timed out on appeal. It's just you don't get that many appeals. I've only seen it happen once, really. In a high-profile game. Hits him on the pad, umpire. Unmoved. So yeah, this is one of the great things about ECN 2.0 here in 2026, that we were able to bring you a variety of cricket. Obviously, we still love doing the European Cricket Series and the T10 that we've become known for, but also we're able to showcase other tournaments from around Europe and create other tournaments around Europe. Silvera doesn't beat the field this time either. So just 3 runs off this over. Big Swing and a miss, and a really good over from Chandra. He's put those first over demons to bed, hasn't he? Just the 3 singles off that one. And after 3 overs, Latvia 18 for 1. Rahul Sharma continues. Sharma, proven wicket taker. She took 4 for 25 in the 2024 final in this tournament against Latvia. Also 6 wickets in the European Cricket Series last month. Still boundaries hard to come by. Digs it in a bit there, Sharma. Good carry through to the keeper. Probably the one for the over. Oh, bold. Silvera playing away from his body. He's in a bit of a hole here, Rex. 2 off 8. It's the kind of innings that, to be honest, probably hurts your team's chances more than if you just got out first ball. It's a lot of catching up to do. Required rate up to 11.6. Another good one from Sharma. Let's have a look at that little ticker down the bottom. Really not a lot going on. It's probably a no ball. Second for the over. Well, I'd like to see this again. I mean, that's, to be honest, it's almost a wide. I don't know if you call it anything. I think in the end it has been called a no ball. We had one in the over earlier, and then that's the second bouncer, second over the shoulder. It would have been a wide anyway, but the no ball takes precedence. So we've got a free hit coming up, an opportunity for Latvia to break the shackles. Free hit then. Silvera. He might be in trouble here. He would have been in huge trouble. You can see Kashyap had had enough, and he said, it's a free hit. We've got to score. Man, I see so many run-outs on free hits. Of course, he can still be run out off a free hit. Rexy, even without the slip, I think he had been struggling here. Straight to the fielder, picks up, throws. He's gone by about 7 or 8 meters if that had hit. And that wasn't too far away. The stumps remain intact. He's all over him at the moment. Jukbling comes into the attack. Again, he's got with a very good record. Good areas once again. Silvera really struggling. 3 off 13 now. Push and run this time to get through, but they have to work so hard for even one run at the moment. Oh, off the edge of the bat. That's going to fly away for 4 with the pace of Bling. Pretty annoyed look on Duke's face as well because he said, I've got a guy there for an edge. Not an edge that carries that high. Good ball. Kashyap sends back Rexy. More trouble for Rex. To be honest, right now, Silvera 4 of 14. He's not hurting you. Longer he stays there, if he's going at this rate, the more it kind of plays into the Polish hands. Did get back comfortably in the end. into the over, 26 for 1. Rex is struggling a little bit here, but he does have a high score of 65 off just 37 balls. That was against Ukraine last year, but Ukraine did struggle in the tournament. If you don't believe me, in their first game, Poland beat them 205 to 65. Lithuania beat them 175 to 132 in a reduced match, 16 overs. So it wasn't a bad effort from Ukraine, 132 and 16. But then things didn't go too well in the next game, as Ukraine were bowled out for just 20 in a tick under 10 overs by Iceland. Iceland chasing it down in just 8 balls. And in the last game, Ukraine went for 262 against Latvia. So obviously a bit of a tough one, Ukraine. But Silvera, he's had about enough of this, and he's going to launch it, and he's going to get the result. Maximal, that's more like it from Silvera. All I had to do was mention some of his high scores, and the confidence came flooding back. Beautiful swing of the bat. So, good start to the over. Ryan's getting a third. Now goes after this. Well, Silvera's woken up now. That's going to be a cut 6, an uppercut, jump cut, bang, bang, Maximo. And now maybe you're believing through seeing, not just through me telling you about the previous exploits of Rex Silvera. What a shot. Turned out to be quite a nice mild afternoon. I'm going to keep an eye on the forecast because hopefully it stays this way for the rest of the day and tomorrow. Let's not talk about the forecast. Pitched up now, and Silvera clips this away. I mean, talk about his split personalities. He was 4 off 14, and he just exploded with 664. Rex is in the house. Bit of World Cup chat, of course. FIFA World Cup, that is. Couple of big games tonight. Norway, England, and then Argentina, Switzerland, the remaining quarterfinals. Wow, Rex is going to slam this one. What a shot. Collapses the back leg and lifts it up over the offside. And he's raced. He's outscoring Kashyap now. That's the kind of burst that can get your team back in the game and the required rate. And it's achievable. This over's gone magical. 20 off this. Can he keep it up? Another shot. This is some proper batting from Silvera. Brings up the 50 for Latvia. Just repeating, he was 4 off 14 and had nearly been run out about 7 times in his innings. And he's just lit it up with 24 of his next 5. He's gone fully Rexual. Right, doesn't know what's hit him. It's not necessarily really bad balls he's hitting to the boundary either. Rex is now just owning the game as he pushes and retains the strike. I would too. Because there were 25 runs off that over. They double their score, basically, in the 6th over. And it's 51 for 1. Yeah, they were 26 off 5 and, yeah, more or less doubling that in the last over of the power play. Field can go back now for Poland, so they can defend a bit easier. Also means it's probably a bit harder to bowl a dot ball compared to when you've got more fielders in the circle. Oh, what a burst. Yeah, so what do you think? England-Norway tonight? People saying, yeah, they want England to lose. Maybe they're one of those teams you kind of for them or against them. I actually don't mind England in football. I think it's the only sport where I actually would cheer for them. Having said that, Norway are a bit of a feel-good story, aren't they? So Jugbling is going to continue. Go around the wicket. Silvera is on a heater. Uh-oh. I said he's almost run out 7 times. Make that 8. He's able to scramble back just in time. To be honest, Kashyap sent some pretty clear signals he was coming through for the run, but then got cold feet, stopped in his tracks and forced Rex back to his own end. See the old umpire clothesline is back. This time he gets it slightly away from the fielder and they come through for the single. Anyway, Mohammed Ibrahim Shazad, thanks for your thoughts in the chat. Little preview of tonight's matches. It's Kashyap's turn to come to the table here, I think. Silvera's sprung to life. And he's bowled him. Tries to pull across the ball that never got up as high as he thought. Might have just grazed his back elbow on the way through, but ends up taking out the top of leg stump. No, we don't really see the critical moment there because the bowler's in the way, but it's the old Chakadefate style from Yug Bling. Don't mean a thing if you ain't got that bling. And it's adios to the Latvian skipper. See what he's trying. Let's have a look at this one again. Yeah, definitely grazes that back elbow because it's heading well over the stumps, and that's why it deflects down. It's great camera work, actually. And then crashes into middle and leg. Stumps akimbo. And Yug making a pretty clear signal that he's won the battle. As Latvia lose their second wicket, 52 for 2. Bit of a momentum buster as well, considering Silvera's been going so well at the other end. New batter Zurvish Patel. Anyway, here's Urvish. Batting 4 for Latvia. That's a bit of blue sky. Happy to see that as well. Didn't have a great forecast today, but so far so good. Wide rate 11.6. I mentioned once it goes past 12, it rarely comes back. You can see the most runs in an over there on the right of your screen. That was the very first over of the very first match. Majid Ali took down Bandara, the Icelandic skipper. Tuck away from Uruvish. He wants to. Throw comes to the wrong end. Oh, it hits him right in the cooler. Yeah, well, maybe Uruvish needed that little belly rub. It won't be the belly that'll be stinging after that. Just glad that Simranjit Singh didn't throw it any harder. Otherwise, that could have been a nasty retrieval. Silvera. Can he keep catching lightning in a bottle here? Certainly has just looked way more confident since he hit that first boundary. Reeled off 5 in a row. Then had to watch on as his captain got castled. He's still got to continue in the same vein, I think. He's their best hope. Based on what we've seen so far in this innings. Uruvish does well, pushes, gets a single, retains the strike, end of the 7th over. Latvia, 55 for 2. He's Fahad Shakil. Right up in the block hole first up. Oh, another kamikaze run, really, but Silvera survives once again. If this is direct, I think he's probably gone. There's a chance I think you're going to have to take at this stage. Very tight anyway. Shakil around the wicket to Silvera. Beats him. First one Rex has missed in a while. Rex kind of gone cold again a little bit. the time he hasn't been on strike. Can see best bowling figures down the bottom with that 3 from Singo yesterday. All 3 and 1 over, in fact. Wonder if we'll see him with the bat. Urvish pushes, gets an educated edge down to deep third again, just a single. Boundaries are dried up. That rate has gone out over to a ball now. Rex needs another Rexual attack. He'd squeeze that into the ground, actually. I'm not certain this is a cat. In fact, it's definitely not, because it's been called by, which, yeah, I'm not certain about that either. But I do think it went, if it did hit the bat, it's hit the very bottom. Maybe it didn't hit anything. It might have just hit that area where the bowlers land at the other end. But my instinct was it took a little bit of the toe of the bat into the ground and jumped up. Regardless, it wasn't a catching opportunity. Rex survives another tight run as Patel will retain the strike. 8 overs in. Latvia 60 for 2. Around the grounds. A low-scoring thriller in Portugal. EU Pack Friendship only scoring 110, but they've taken 4 early wickets, and actually moments ago had the Spartans 14 for 4, requiring 112 for victory. Not a bad game over there as well. Here's Ali is going to take up the attack now in over number 9. I want 2 here off the stick, and they might just get it. Tight one, but very well run. Both pretty quick between the stumps, and you could hear the call of 2 straight away when Urvish Patel dropped that into the leg side. Drop and run they decide to go after all. But Kesarali not able to pick up the ball cleanly. They're trying to be busy here, but just lacking those boundaries required to keep them up near the required rate. You can see it just slowly but surely creeping out of their grasp. Still a 10% chance, though, according to the supercomputer. Silveira lifts it away the leg. Let's see if we can get him going again. 4 carreras. Breaks the boundaryless run. Before that ball, it had been 15 boundaryless balls. And in fact, it coincided with the end of that 5 boundaries in a row run of Silveira against Chandra Prakash Rai. he put a few together again. Well, Rex is such an enigma. He just has these flatline periods and then he explodes to life. Almost like when Popeye has his spinach. And that is an effortless strike. Beautifully hit. Just pure timing and elegance there as it goes all the way. Maximo. Rex is back. Getting the 4 and 6, then a bit of a momentum buster. Might have timed his fingers off that time. So Latvia fighting. Kisarali will get the comeback ball after a slight delay. Last ball of the over. Oh, well, lifted up and out of the ground is 50 to Silvera. He's second in the EU T20 Cup. How about that? That is some strike. 50 off 30 for Rex. He's kind of done it in 2 bursts as well. And, you know, as long as he's there, I'm not going to count them out. Over goes magical again. 21 off that one. And Latvia 81 for 2 after 9. Paolo's asking, is this the last game? Well, certainly not. We still have Poland, Lithuania. Fahad Shakil getting ready to bowl the 10th over. Right up in the block hole. VIP. Nice looking drive this time. Let's see if Urvish can get into the action. slight raindrops falling at the moment. We haven't had too much rain today. It's been the occasional sprinkle. Silvera beaten outside the off stump. We'll say the weather, when it has come, it's come and gone pretty quickly this weekend. Fairly stiff breeze most of the time. It looks like it's a pretty big cloud overhead that might dump a bit of rain on us here. Let's see. Nice looking shot once again. Springs off the bat of Silvera. It's 4 more. Oh, Rex. I feel like scientists should study him. The guy that was 4 off 14, and then he exploded with a 26-run burst. Exploded with another magical over, and who knows if he can keep this up. Maybe there's a miracle victory. I mean, they needed a big individual performance, Latvia, to get anywhere close to this. Now he's going to pull this one off the front foot to deep long on. It does well to keep it to a single. But yeah, they're not out of this. Required rate still in the 11s. Got a batter that's up and going. Last ball of the 10th coming up. Big swing and he's gone. Patel trying to swing across that one. The umpire had no hesitation. It's been an interesting replay. It's a funny one. We don't have the best angle here. We'll say that. The question is it missing leg stump or is it going on to hit? That one's not going to tell us too much. Maybe the other camera gives us a better idea because it is a bit straighter. We'll have a look at it again. I mean, that one is never a good camera because it looks like everything's going down the leg side. The umpire was in the best position. He felt it was going on to hit. So Urvish is out off the last ball, the 10th over. He's got a funny feeling if this rain sticks around, we might have an interruption here. But there is some blue sky around. So, I mean, already this cloud's almost blown over us. But I think they are going to come off. So no doubt, and it is getting heavy now, and I think it makes sense that they're coming off. Right, time to batten down the hatches. Latvia are behind on the DLS. Couldn't tell you by how much because I haven't calculated it, but I could probably do that pretty quickly. But I don't know if you can hear in the effects mic, but there's some really heavy rain. We saw it coming, actually. Yeah, I suppose the hope here is it does pass quickly. There's the live shots. So you see it is absolutely bucketing down, but we've seen it happen all weekend. It'll be really heavy, but then it'll just ease off. And this pitch does suck it up pretty well. So it's funny, it's almost like the rain's been giving us the courtesy of finishing 10 overs. We had an exact 10 over stoppage yesterday. Just working out the par right now, they are 10 behind. So no surprises there, really. But I don't think this game is over. I think they should be able to get back out there if this passes. Yeah, the par with 3 down is 99. Funnily enough, if they hadn't lost a wicket last ball, the par would be 94. So it's actually quite a significant difference. I'm going to stay on for a second because it looks like they might be keen to get straight back out there. You know, credit to everyone concerned. So we won't have to go down the DLS route, and I don't think we'll lose any overs because they only would have come off for 3 or 4 minutes, really. That was a very strong shower. The players got and took cover, stayed as dry as possible, but yeah, just as quick as it's come, it's gone. So what we will do is we'll take a quick break. Come back to you when we see a bit of action on the field with Latvia 89 for 3 in response after 10 overs. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, back shortly with more Euro T20 Cup. So good news that we are back, as we thought. Although it was probably the heaviest rain we had today, it didn't stick around, thankfully. And no overs will be lost. So now we'll get Husnain Safdar bowling. So back underway. Need a big 10 overs here, but with Silvera there, you feel anything's possible. Has been joined now by Siddharth Singhal. About 2 a ball required. Singhal reads the room, gets a single. Silvera. So he's 4 of 14. That means he scored 52 off the next 20 balls that he's faced. Good on wind helping us out with the weather as well. So Silvera launches into this, and it goes miles. In fact, bangs into the fence. That's a long way over the boundary. Maximo wrecks the into the 60s. He's actually just very still and hit straight through the line of that. Enjoyed it too. So rain break not really slowing him down. This could be a famous innings if Silvera could get them to victory from here. Still a long way to go. To give you an idea, I mean, they're not even halfway to the target. Still 111 needed. John Gray saying that was another type of hydration break. Yeah, we've had a couple of hydration breaks from the heavens. Safdar with a comeback ball. Wants to go again. Hits this one hard into the gap. That'll be 4 as well. Rex lighting it up here. Brings up the 100 as well for Latvia. Standards liver, same sort of ball. Backs his eye. hit that ball, which is probably off stump or just outside, but is able to get it through the leg side. Poland find themselves behind the 8 ball now. Still ahead in the game, though, I think. Got him. Very good bowling from Safta. Change of pace. He rolled the fingers on that one, an off cutter. And Silvera goes to the well once too often. He's out for a sparkling 66. But a key blow is struck by Poland. And it's Safta that stepped up with the bat. Now he stepped up with the ball. Silvera, end of a brilliant knock from him. But Latvia now have the long route home. 101 for 4. It's just the risk, I suppose, of trying to play across the line. If you misjudge the pace or the bounce, you are going to miss the ball. And that's what happened there. It was probably 20% slower because he rolled it. I don't know if you got the replay of how he bowls that. If we could slow that one down, that'd be a good one, Lucky. But he actually rolls his fingers like a bit like an off spinner. Can you see that? So it comes out the kind of spinning a little bit left to right. And that is the variation. Jeez, that's great pictures. You play with a straight bat, you got a much better chance. And Rexy's got enough to do that. But he kind of went for the low-lying fruit. And stumps get cartwheeled, 101 for 4. New batter out there is Biswajit Mahapatra. Safta with the ultimate reply. Mohapatra got a big job here. Single, we know he sticks them well. We've seen him. Tries the same ball. It's a new batter. It's very canny bowling by Hussein Safdar to bowl that slower ball just to disrupt the timing and the kind of the internal synchronicity of Rex Silvera. So ultimately a successful over. Despite going for a couple of boundaries, they remove a big obstacle. Poland, Latvia now 101 for 4 after 11. John Gray saying that might be a start the car moment. Saying it's all done, all over Red Rover. Shaquille comes back for the 12th over now. Poland to sing out. It's a good one too. It almost knocks out the off stump. A little bit of in shape there from Fahad. Zidane pretty late, jamming the bat down on that. Nice shot. Two's the call straight off the bat. They should get it pretty easily. It's been a real strange reply. There's been these bursts of boundaries. When I say that, it's the boundaries that were hit by Rex Silvera we're talking about. Singal. There's a nice cut. Gets it through the field. But the sweeper cleans up. Only a single. Round the grounds, Lisbon Spartans 35 for 5, chasing 112 victory. A bit of a low-scoring thriller over there in Portugal. Spartans taking on EU Pack Friendship that we're seeing for the first time on ECN today. Still some sort of a chance, 9%. Seems generous, doesn't it? But I suppose they need someone like either of these two. play a big knock. Fairly straight and hit straight by Mohapatra, who gets off the mark. Slight slower ball there from Shaquille. But no boundaries in this over. It's going to be tough to chase. Kind of, we're talking 12, 13 and over now. If you don't get a boundary in the over, you probably need 2. Rare loose delivery. That's one thing I've got to say to all the bowlers in this series. They've been pretty good not bowling leg side wides. Something we see a lot of in Europe. There haven't been that many. Been pretty good hitting their spots. Well, he does make the stop here. It's a funny one. I'd like to see this one again. Has the batter changed direction in an attempt to be an obstacle with the throw? Let's have a look. He goes straight. Oh, I mean, I think it's benefit of the doubt there. He has to turn around. I wonder if... Oh, he's been given out. He's been given out obstructing the field. Wow. So, I mean, he also has to say which umpire sees this. I mean, he knows where the ball is. He takes a slight step right, and he does put the bat out there in an unusual way. You know, when I look at that a second time, I reckon it's a fair enough call. Because why is his bat so far outside his body? It's an unnatural way to run. And I think it's a controversial call, but it, in my opinion, is probably the correct call. I mean, this is one of those funny sportsmanship situations. I mean, the rule exists for a reason, right? What do you think? The batter will plead, oh, look, I didn't know, but he does know. He looks at the ball and then he sticks his bat out. It's out. The more I look at it, the more I'm convinced it's out. But they might take it back. Anyway, well, yeah, I guess it is sporting from Poland. They're gracious hosts. I don't know if I'd be taking that one back. So it'll be the end of the over, 106 for 4. Funny thing is, they appealed for it in the first place, right? So they must have had a suspicion. But then it's funny that certain dismissals, there was a timed out actually in a Women's T20 International a couple of weeks ago where the batter was just late. Batting 3, they made a decision to change the batting order and the batter took way too long. And that got given out correctly, was appealed for. And then they had the actual Nepalese Cricket Federation apologising for their players for appealing for it. But the rule must exist. There must be not unsporting in some circumstances if the rule exists. What do you think? That was a bit of a flashpoint there. First look, to be honest, I thought it was accidental. But then there's a combination of factors that I do think it was the correct decision to give him out. The only reason it was not out in the end is because the fielding team have withdrawn their appeal. John Gray saying going for the backhand return is not the right idea for a batter. But there are a couple of things at the sidestep is kind of acceptable. You need to turn around, and I can understand one step sideways. So I don't think you could hang the batter on that evidence alone. No ball called, front foot, no ball. Safdar needs to rein that front foot back in. He was going to have to deliver a free hit here. Yeah, so the slight sidestep I'll forgive him for because he had to turn around. But 2 things. He watched the ball. So there's no doubt he looked at the ball as this is a free hit. Mohapatra get it away, but only a single. So there's 3 elements here. He had to turn around. So 1 step in line of the ball, I'll allow that. But when you factor in that he definitely watched the ball and then he put his bat in a position where the ball might hit it, and it wasn't a normal running position. The bat was out towards the side of his body horizontally, and that's not how you run normally. And when that is coupled with the evidence that he was tracking the ball and was very conscious of where the ball was, then I think it's a very good decision from the umpires and a brave decision. Also, I'm not going to criticise Poland for taking the appeal back. But let's be honest, if that throw had hit the stumps, he was going to be run out. And we'll never know if it would have hit the stumps or not. You see it all here on ECN into the 13th over. The Nelson's up 111 for 4. I think Singal's pretty lucky to survive. Having said that, well up in the game. I just wonder if it was, a pressure situation late in the innings and the game was still alive, whether Poland still would have withdrawn the appeal. I mean, obviously I've got nothing against them doing that, but I think it kind of, I suppose, means that Singal gets away with something that he probably shouldn't have been allowed to get away with. Anyway, something to talk about. Rahul Sharma is coming back over number 14. Down the ground. Be an interesting one to put on social media, actually. Edged and gone. So Mahapatra is going to nick off here. And Rahul Sharma brought back at this juncture. Doesn't spend too long before he gets in to the game. Regulation catch for Simranjit behind the stumps. It's a kind of length ball. Healthy edge through to Simran. Mitchineni, the keeper, comes in. Batting 7. Singal hits it pretty well. Finds the fielder though, just a single. Wide rate, ballooned out. Knocking on the door of 15 and over now. I suppose withdrawing the appeal kind of removes any potential flashpoint between the two teams. You might have had some of the Latvian fans, players saying, hey, that we had to do to win. But Poland clearly showing they didn't need to do that to win. Still well on top in the game. Little variation there. Away nibbler from Sharma. End of the over. Pretty good one There's 4 singles and a wicket off it. And Latvia 115 for 5. We talked earlier about kind of what do they top out at what they could chase. They did chase 177 last year. No Harsh Chowan in the lineup makes that a bit of a stretch, but I would have said, yeah, kind of 180 is probably what they top out chasing Latvia. So this target of 208 was always going to be a challenge. Certainly have threatened, though. Zaftar getting the ball back. Ball third over. Over number 15 with Nanny on strike. Up and at the stumps, not a bad strategy to a fairly new batter. Singal hits down the ground. Slight Tortuga, but well handled down there. That's Usman Butts, who's on the field as a sub. Nanny's footwork here. Oh, I don't know if this is a wide. Somebody tell me. Oh. Well, maybe that's the return crease I'm looking at there. But maybe that's why I keep thinking the calls are a bit harsh. Fair enough. It's quite a wide pitch. Zaftar keeps it straight this time. Could change of pace once again. Gets away momentarily from Simran, but they're not able to get a run. So it has been a game as promised with a lot of momentum shifts, kind of ups and downs and peaks and troughs on both sides. It just seems like Poland are going to finish fairly comfortable victors. Last ball of the over. Tries that slower ball again. Saw it coming. Don't know if Mutneni did. Don't know if he saw it at all. End of the over. 118 for 5. Like I said, it's turned out to be quite a nice day. It's hard to believe 5 overs ago we had a pretty epic storm. And we're looking at blue skies and sunshine and the odd cloud around. Shake's going to get a bowl. Nice opportunity for him. Did take a twofer in the European Cricket Series recently. Playing for Kings 11, Lisbon Kings 11. Singal lifts it up over the offside, but only a single. Jake. Right arm off spin. But then he meets him. Has he got the journey? He has. Maximo. Now, the wind certainly died down. Earlier, this would have been a comfortable 6, but the fielder thought he had a bit of a chance there. But then he liked it off the bat. But Maximo, 6 runs. Latvia up to 1-2-5. Nice shot. Gotta say well done to the officials. They've had a long couple of days already. We are now past the halfway point of this tournament. Goes so quickly. 7 matches. Basically into the second half of the 4th here. Once more does Mid-innings, but he's going to be gone. It'll be a 6 and out. And Marshak has his first wicket. Can't really blame Ranjith there for trying to repeat the dose. They need a real string of big hits. Got one pretty well. The next one, not so much. And it's 125 for 6. Here's Ali. Was it Majid Ali there, I think, that took the catch? So, new batter is Sukhvinder Singh. And he's after him. He gets this very, very high. Fielder goes back and he's gone. Nice take. Had room to spare. So again, you can't really blame Sukhvinder either. So it was Kizarali. My eyes were right the first time. They took the first catch. This time, it'll be Rahul Sharma. That'll remove Sukhvinder for a duck. Well, cricket's a funny game. Let's not forget Sukhvinder took one of the catches of the year earlier off his own bowling. This time, like I said, with the wind, you can see in the background, there's actually no wind. When the wind was going, this is 6, easily. But a pretty well judged catch, and had a little look around. Did Sharma to make sure he wasn't going to land on or over the line. Himalaya Cambodia is the new batter. Change of end, though, because it's the end of the 16th over. 1-2-5 for 7. So where margin's going to matter as well, potentially. Latvia still have to turn around and play Iceland tomorrow. The final qualifying game before the 2 finalists are known. And the way things are looking, that's a very live game tomorrow. It'll be as simple as whoever wins that game makes it through to the final. Poland will already be qualified. I suppose unless they have a spanner in the works, Poland still have to play Lithuania tonight. Rahul Sharma bowling out here in the 17th over. You can see the numbers on the right. Another 200 total in this game. Not quite as high as the 214 by Iceland this morning against Lithuania. See the highest over. 26 was in the first over of the tournament, but Rex went pretty close. He scored 25 off the sixth over in this game, and also were 21 off the ninth. Rolling cutter from Sharma. Singhal takes it for a single. That's all. Singhal hasn't quite been able to get a run on with the bat. He's 12 off 19 now. Big swing and a miss from Cambodia. End of the over, 128 for 7. So a tight over there from Sharma, just 3. Following him up after his very good catch on the boundary. Shark's going to get a second over. Took 2 wickets in his first. $80 off 3 overs. Tall task. I will say the last 3 overs were pretty good in the first innings. 7 down as well. But here's the thing. They were pretty good was 58 off 3 overs in this situation, which was outstanding. So the idea of getting 80 is kind of ludicrous. Here's Yug. Yugkaran Singh Bling. What a name. There's got a lot of fans out there for the name alone. Leg bias signaled. That'll go to the boundary. Don't think it was that close. Thing is, it's a funny one. He actually hasn't played a shot. So you could say that should be a dead ball. But then you could also say he's trying to avoid the ball, which is also legitimate. So maybe the umpire says, yeah, look, I know he's not playing a shot. That's obvious. But he's making a genuine attempt to get out of the way of the ball. Wasn't quite able to. So the results for leg buys. See the way he was swaying. Don't think the LBW appeal was particularly close, though. Oh, attempted helicopter, but never took off. Cambodia, a bit of an excitement machine, isn't he? He belies the 1 off 5 that's against his name. He's trying something a bit box office there. It's this one. All right, and that'll go for 4. Well, it's a nice shot from the number 9. Again, he's trying to be attacking. Bling kind of offers it up in the slot. Oh, pretty lucky to get away with that, Cambodia. Swipes and misses. I think he thought the next sound he was going to hear was ball on plastic. But luckily for him, it just climbed over the bails. Straight over middle stump. Slower ball. Good one. That'll take us to the end of the 18th over. Latvia 137 for 7. here's Marshak coming back for a third over. Singal. We'll get 4 here. This is a good effort down there. And his Usman Butt still on the field. He lands on his Usman after throwing himself to his left. Nice effort, but good shot nonetheless. Brings 4 runs. This game just kind of meandering it to a conclusion. Next game will start in 25 minutes. Lithuania taking on Poland. Lithuania, it's their last game of the tournament. Can they spring an upset? Singal lifts it up. At the fielder's there. No, he's going to drop it. It's going to go for 6. Maximo. A rare miss. That's Rahul Sharma down there. And Mars really should have had a third wicket here. Again, the wind hasn't really been in play so much. Just kind of lost his footing, lost his stable base. Sharma ends up misjudging it slightly off the top of the hands, kind of up towards the fingers and over the top for 6. So a bit of a bonus there for Latvia. Clinging on to 1% here. That's ambitious because 10 sixes would tie the game. Goes for that. And that's going to clear everything. And well, good luck finding that ball. That's all I want to say about that. Maximo. How about that from Cambodia? Really well struck. 150 comes up for Latvia. It'll be in vain, but it's been a really entertaining game. Twigs himself over his feet here. We've got to get Cambodia up the order. I loved watching him. It's the sort of guy, I mean, I'd love to see him just have a crack in the power play. I think some of the choices from some of the teams have been a bit conservative, I think, at the top of the order. You can afford to take a risk. If it works, it works. If not, you're in the same place. Right now, Singal, he's in a pretty good place because he's put another ball out of the ground. Maximo to finish the 19th over. And another magical over. So we've had overs of 25, 24, and 21 in this innings. Last over to come then. Game out of reach, but Latvia again trying to get as close as possible. Last over coming up. And it's Yug. It's going to finish things off. Called a wide for down the leg side. This time, Himalay Cambodia does sway inside the line of the ball. Oh, ouch. That's hit him in the plastic. Not so fantastic. I'm glad we're not going to have another magic spray break. Just going to get on with it. The protector doing its job. I'll leave you to join the dots on that one. No ball called. Yug overstepping. Free hit coming up. Mimung's got a fair point. How do they still have a 1% chance of winning We will remind you that the supercomputer has a margin of error of 1%. It is pretty tough when you get over 6 a ball. Free hit, so won't be out even if it's caught. Not that I think it will be caught. They'll saunter through for 1. In fact, they'll get 2. Feel to having a bit of trouble finding the drop zone there. Oh, what a shot. The old backwards drive. They don't teach that anymore. Oh, he's giving it. Surely hit that. What's happening to my eyes? Help me out, Lucky. Has he not hit this? Oh, I guess we'll never know because seemed like it, but maybe it just hit one of those areas of the pitch where the. Oh, another no ball. Well, Yug, you got another game in about 10 minutes, buddy. You might want to finish this over. You can't really complain because they've taken about 7 hours to bowl these 20 overs, and there's going to be a short turnaround for the next game. Another free hit coming up. By the way, Durston, toss news for you. Lithuania winning the toss, electing to bat. Free hit missed. I think that's a good move from Lithuania. I mean, they won't be facing any scoreboard pressure when they bat. They can express themselves. Maybe their batting can click really for the first time in the series. And they can put a bit of pressure on Poland. Another wide. That game is coming up pretty quickly. Like I said, we're back in about 15 minutes. They don't go too far. I think that will be it now. So swing and a miss. And Latvia, they're going to finish on 171. So not a bad score at all. In fact, it's not far off the 177 chase they pulled off last year. But they just conceded too many, despite having patches of the game where Latvia were on top. It's Poland that come out winners in the end by 36 runs. The final score, Poland 207, Latvia 171. Looking at that innings, it was an interesting one with heaps of twists and turns. Rex Silvera, really, he was the star of the inning, 66 off 37 with a couple of big magical overbursts. Singal ended up with 34 runs of his own, but no one else really coming to the table. Bowling-wise, Rahul Sharma was excellent, 2 for 18. Marshak chipped in with a couple of wickets as well. Singles for Yugbling, Fahad Shakil and Husnain Safta. We will take a break. We're back in around about 15 minutes' time with the final match of the day. Lithuania winning the toss and electing to bat in match number 5. And he sounded you, Mr. Maximo, encouraging you to turn over to the other stream because we have perhaps a little bit of a low-scoring thriller with the Spartans needing 32 off 22 with only 3 wickets in hand against the EU Pack Friendship side. But then you can join us back here in 15 minutes when he sounded Mr. Maximo for ECN. And we'll see you for the exciting third match of the day when we return to Poland for more Euro T20 Cup.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. Almost ready for a start here in match number 5 with Lithuania winning the toss and batting against Poland. Lithuania without a win in the series so far, 0-2 record. This is their last game of this Euro T20 Cup. For Poland, they've had a perfect start to the tournament, 2-0. Already more or less qualified for the final. You'd imagine they could seal it with a big win here over Lithuania and also seal top seeding, which is probably pretty handy with a bit of weather forecast for tomorrow. If for some reason we didn't get a result in the final, then the top-ranked team would be the champions. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. Big task, isn't it? Bakshi is opening up for Lithuania. Shake, rattle, and roll. Here we go. Is that a nick first ball? He's gone. So would you believe it's a royal duck? And it's Chandra Prakash Rai who gets a little outside edge. It's just a long way. It's probably wide if he just leaves it alone or if he misses it. But a perfect start. And it'll be none for one. What a start. So Masood is the new batter into the side. So we sorted that out now with Masood on striker. Now we will be on strike. Perfect start for Poland. They'll be hoping to rock and roll Lithuania here. Little dab from Masood gets him off the mark. Full toss from right, worked away to one of the two outfielders. That's a good ball from CP. Last ball, the first over. Shoot pushes, wants to run, doesn't get one end of it. Pretty torrid opening for Lithuania. 3 for 1 after the first over. Johnny noticing the clock had stopped. Yeah, I think it took a little bit of extra time only because it wasn't too much of a turnaround after the last game. So they're trying to stay on time as much as possible, but we do get underway more or less on time, maybe a minute or two behind. This is nice as Zishan Jelani is into the side, and he's going to get an opportunity here in the second over. Loses the first one down the leg side. Long way across. But umpire not too interested in the appeal. So here, tucks this away, and that should go all the way to the boundary. Feel quickening up a little bit. We had a quick and quite violent rain shower actually halfway through the previous innings, but it came and left pretty quickly, and you can see that leg glance fairly raced away to the boundary. So Poland bring in Jelani. They also bring back their regular captain, Taran Deluja. Michael Narbut in the side as well. Slightly different looking side on the park for Poland this game. Can understand that with the double header, but I mean, no Charanjit Mohan, no Majid Ali. Safdar, who captained the last game, he's taking a rest as well. I get a run here. That's pretty good fielding. But Poland still got to get the job done. So here, bit of a streaky one. They'll get away with it. That'll run away. And trickle across the line for 4 runs. Not exactly where he was trying to hit that. So here, but he'll take it. Probably been a bit shorter runs for Lithuania in this series. He's certainly a guy that we have seen perform well at this tournament. There's one more chance with the bat. One's off the pad, and that's going to run away for another boundary. 4 leg byes this time. Hey, hit him, kick him, do what you must. Lithuania trying to be competitive here. These two have met, of course, in each of the last 2 tournaments. When they met last year, it's a bit of a demolition job. Poland 222 defeated Lithuania 136. When they met the year before, Lithuania batted first, got rolled for just 81, and Poland chased it down in 8.1. So actually Lithuania would be big underdogs in this contest, but they've got nothing to lose really. Jelani hasn't really settled yet. There's one more ball to make an impact in this over. Oh, another one that's going to scratch off the bottom of the bat this time. But the field has gone back there, so it's just a single. That'll take us to the end of the over. So a much better one for Lithuania. They're 17 for 1 after 2. Some sort of chance according to the supercomputer. 16% Lithuania. We'll roll a dice. If you roll a 6, that's pretty much your chances of winning if you're Lithuania. He's right. Digs that in a little bit and say here, squares it up, can't get it away. There's Jelani popping up in the field. Nice to see Poland trying to use their squad members. Makes sense as well with a double header format. Swing and a miss. So here getting done by the angle there. Push and run. Oh, fumble from Jelani at mid-off. He picks it up and hits. Maybe there's a chance of a run out. Mashoud lays the bat on this. Gets it away from the fielders, and that's going to be 4. Nice shot. That'll be a confidence builder for him. Coming into the side. Just a nice bit of timing. Another good ball from right. Slides across Mashoud. End of the over. 3 overs down. Lithuania 22 for 1. Jelani's back for another over. Forced off the back foot. Handled cleanly, so they'll get through for a single. Here's Tarun Talaj, the regular captain, who's back in the side. It's well bowled. Jelani's slowly finding his line length. Never easy when you've been sitting on the bench. Come in, you're trying to bring your best straight away. a little bit of a half cut, half pull there from Mashud. Didn't know too much about that short delivery, which zipped off the surface from Jelani. It's not really clear where he's trying to hit that. Looked like he was going to cut it, and then he kind of changed his mind, tried to turn it to a pull. Fortunately for Mashud, doesn't get anything on it. Mashud's got a few fans in the chat as well. Hoping he goes well. Hoping he takes this opportunity. Get a single here. It's more of a stroll than a sprint through this power play so far for Lithuania. Low full toss to here. Pushes it away. It'll be a tough one to pull back. In fact, it won't be pulled back. Jelani, again, just struggling with his length. Probably an attempted Yorker there. But he overdoes it. And so he has the answer, clipping it away to the boundary. Hey, Mr. Maximo did tell you turn over to Portugal in the break. And those that did, you were rewarded with a bit of a thriller. With the Spartans getting over the line, 9 down with 2 balls to spare. Chasing down that 112. Low-scoring thriller. Shoban on the mic. Over there in the Portugal Liga Grizzly. So he'll get 2 here for a push to the offside. Yeah, everyone loves a last over thriller and a 1-wicket thriller. If it's number 11, it came out. They needed 4 off 4. And he's gone 2 and 2. That was game over. End of the over here, and Lithuania 30 for 1. Here's Rahul Sharma getting a bowl. Consistently been a good performer at both club and international level. This one's pretty straight. Mashud turns around the corner anyway. It's obviously a bit of a change in the Lithuanian mindset as well. Again, they've made some changes of their own, trying to expose guys, give them the opportunity. Good ball from Sharma. Beats him outside the off stump. Good areas once again. Sharma's so good at hitting that spot. Isn't it interesting? Just different mindset. I mean, later in the innings, they're trying to hit this, not just keep it out. It's amazing how the runs start flowing around then as well. Because once you actually try and play an attacking stroke, yeah, sure, adds an element of risk, but sometimes you might get an edge that flies for 4. Good things can happen as well. So here, plays this with soft hands. Yeah, Brendan mentioning that Poland's kit is similar to Spain's, isn't it? Yeah, well, Spain playing the football last night, but yeah, their cricket team, if you have watched them, and I'm sure many of you have, on the European Cricket Network over the years. They do have the yellow highlights on the red base, which is quite a Spanish look. I should be able to keep this one out. Sharma, they're keeping it quiet. Just 2 runs off that over. 5 overs in. Lithuania, 32 for 1. Of course, Spain through to the semi-finals of the FIFA World Cup. Also, yeah, plenty of cricket going on around the world. I mentioned I'm actually commentating at Lord's on Tuesday, but right now there's the big England-India test going on. 4-day women's test match. India made 285 first innings, then bowled out England for 170, so they take an 85-run lead. So I should say 115 run lead into the second innings. That's well hit by Zahir. That'll be 4. So Bling comes on. But he disappears just as quickly. Nice shot by Zahir. Maybe just starting to get going. Yeah, so 115 lead for India, who are 30 without loss in the second innings. Comeback ball for Bling. This is the last over of the power play as well, so I wonder if that affects the mindset of the batters at the crease. In a moment, it'll be a bit tougher to find those gaps in the outfield. Real cloth job from Rashid, but who will get a single, get to the other end. Here's Yug. Tries the Yorker, but slightly loses the line and nicely tucked away by Zahir for another boundary to the fine leg region. Pretty heavy scoring area. Pure timing here, really. Turns the bat at the right moment and runs away. Oh. Maybe someone said something. Or maybe Zahir's hearing voices when he pulls out of that delivery. Fair enough. If people are talking when the bowler's running in, normally it's an accident. The bat is definitely within their rights to pull away from their delivery. Good call from Rashid. Was ready to jump in and take the single there. Got him. Slips in the quicker one, does Bling. It's a good length as well, more or less a Yorker length, and Rashid plays all round it, straight through the gate. As Bling sends the stumps flying. First time we've seen him really attack a ball of that nature, Rashid. Unfortunately for him, he loses his pegs, but was able to contribute 8 to the total. He's the second wicket to fall, 43 for 2 at the end of the 6th over. It's one of those ones where probably Rashid's realising, okay, power play is about to end. I'm probably thinking a little bit more attacking than I have been. So Ishant gets an opportunity. Chitra actually in the number 9 jersey, as we've seen him a couple of times. Ball that seems back towards him. Rahul ties him up. They think of a leg by. They think against it in the end. Chitra drives, gets off the mark. He uses the wrist to manipulate that one, say here, and that will make it to the boundary as well. So nice bit of timing. And see here, I mentioned earlier, it's been kind of shorter runs. He hasn't quite played to his potential in the series. He scored a 50 against Poland last year. That was back in match 7. So, he's performed against this opposition before. And he's made his way to 35. A few really nice shots. Wants 2, but he might get more than that. Just pulled up. Nice work there by Michael Narbat, who's into the side. That'll be the end of the over. 50 up for Lithuania. And after 7 overs, 51 for 2. So, looks like Yuke's getting another over. Can understand why as well. Was able to get that wicket of Mashood. Chitra facing up, over number 8. Right on the money from Yug. Chitra opens the face, runs it down to deep third for a single. Bling, frustrated that he missed that one. Off the end of his fingers. Maybe didn't watch the ball too closely. It was coming towards him. Tries the Yorker, comes out as low full toss. Chitra squirts it away for one. Well, it is the last game of the day, so I'm inviting random questions as well. If you're tuning in, you can ask whatever you want, anything that's on your mind. I'll even open it a little bit early today. So here, clips it away. Thinking of two, they think against it in the end. So nice bit of work in the field. Lithuania putting up a bit of resistance, maybe not too destructive on the scoreboard, but certainly making the Poles work hard for their wickets. Nice area from Bling. Beats Chitra outside the off stump. Chitra knocked into the leg side, retains the strike. 8 overs in. It's 56 for 2. Good over there from Bling. Just 5 singles conceded. So here's Shoaib Ahmed, who's back in the side. And he'll get an opportunity to bowl here in the 9th. I did see him yesterday. Chitra is after him straight away. Drives that one, but only a single. Shoaib yesterday, 1 for 23 off 3 overs. That was against Iceland. So here, up to 40 now. Chitra steps across and hits this one quite well, but doesn't beat the fielder. Sneak through for a single. Shoaib keeping up his end of the bargain, keeping things quiet. Bowled well as a unit. Poland in the series. Chitra once again placed on the offside. Look at one. Taran Deluja does the fielding. We might see him at some point at the bowling crease. Here. Thinking of a second. We might have overcommitted here. Tremedy gets back just in time. Bit of a instant replay of earlier in the over. So, takes us to the end of the over. 62 for 2. Nine overs into this first innings. 6 singles off the over, and I think if you're a bowler, you'd probably take that. Usman Butt back in the lineup. We saw him doing a fair bit of fielding earlier on as a substitute, but now he's back in the 11. Gets his first bowl in the series. Usman played for the Sultans in the June ECS. Pretty well, 162 runs in that pretty short series, including a high score of 69 not out. And now he's got the ball. Here's Usman. Flights that first one pretty nice. It drops into the block hole. So they will take on the 2. They'll get away with it. That's what I mean. I haven't really seen too many run-outs of people that have tried to take an extra run when the ball's gone to the outfield. Another single to add to the picket fence. Oh, well. This one will get through eventually. Well bowled by Usman once again, prepared to slow it down. You can see that, yeah, mostly singles lately. It's a 1-2 to start the over. And well bowled. Here wants the leg side. Good defense as well from Poland. Down the leg side, and so here does well. He doesn't hit it that hard, but gets away nonetheless for a couple. Moves to 47. Last ball of the 10th over. He likes it. Umpire doesn't. Maybe thought it was going over. Some sort of motion. It's always dangerous when you see the arm moving. Maybe some bat there. Don't see the signal. It must have been off the bat. So, end of the 10th over. And Lithuania are 70 for 2. Can be hard to see, but we'll have a cheeky little look anyway. Seems to be a long way across. The ball was expecting a bit more love from the umpire. Didn't get it. And at the moment, it's been a run of 19 boundaryless deliveries. Finding it tough going. Only the 2 wickets lost, though, in the first 10 overs for Lithuania, so that's a positive. Here's Shoaib Ahmed. 70, you double that 140. Fighting chance, maybe. A Polish side that is without a couple of their big hitters. Sort of manage their squad. I suppose the thing for Poland as well, they've got a pretty good draw in that. Okay, sure, they had to play back-to-back today, but if they get that done, they get the rest in the morning. The way it's shaping up, they'll play the winner of Latvia and Iceland, who are going to have to play in the morning, so they're going to have to play back-to-back. So you do it one day, you don't have to do the next. Or, I'm not so sure that's hit the stumps. If you ask Shoaib, he'll say it definitely hit the stumps, but I'm not so sure. Let's have a look. It's definitely out. No, I don't think so. Well, definitely not in real time. The ball goes near the stumps, but his hands are also near the stumps. I don't think there's any way you can give that out. You can actually see the bail goes when his hand hits the stump. So, no, I think my instincts are right there. I don't think that's out. Thing is, the benefit of that always goes to the batter, especially here, because if he'd caught it, there'd be no question, but he's dropped it, right? So I don't think you can give this out. Look, there goes the ball. Bails are still on. Keep rolling it forward. Bails are still on. And for me, there's definitely doubt there. The umpire had doubt live. We've got doubt looking at the replay. I don't think you can give that out. In fact, if you're going to call the other one back, you might as well call this back. You know, I just don't think that's really on. The umpire gave it not out. He asked the 6th, 7th, 8th time, and now they're going to give it out. And if I was given out on that, I'd be throwing my toys out of the cot. It may have hit the stumps. We see that the batter's saying, no, I don't think so. I guess we can't really see when his hands hit the stumps or if his hands hit the stumps here. See, the other thing is the ball doesn't really seem to change. Is that the ball? Yeah, I just think it's a bit of a dicey decision. Anyway, decision's been made. It's been given out. Chitra will have to go back to the dugout and have a think about life. Meanwhile, Zahir has brought up his 50. Bit of a controversial moment. But well done to Zahir. That's the second year in a row he scored 50 against Poland. He brings up the milestone in 36 balls. Big swing and a miss. So Like I said earlier, it's good to see Lithuania giving a couple of opportunities. Big swing and a miss. That'll take us to the end of the over. So 74 for 3. Usman Butt gets another over here. Zahir, 52 and counting. Can he turn this into a big innings? Take one here. A bit of side spin there for Usman Butt. Not too much pace on it. So Nishan had time to adjust and gets off the mark. Sharp work in the field from Poland. As a tip at this one, Poland is so used to fielding on this field. Rarely fumble. That'll be the end of the 12th over, and it's walking sticks, 77 for 3. Oh, I found something. He did bowl a wide after the run out, but let me put it in. Up in the air. So here, watches it bounce. Mm-hmm. Yeah, leave. So here gets a good piece of that. That's a good shot. Rockets away to the boundary. 4 runs. Up in the air. Catchable. Just gets through. Chandra Prakash right. Let it get very low on him in the end. Bit high, I think. This one cracked away. And that will take us to the end of the over. So it's 87 for 3. So here, 62 in motoring. Lithuania don't want to keep their wickets in hand, but run rate about 6.5. Nishant plays over the top of this one, finding it hard to get going. Bit of foot fielding here from Yug. Now's the time. Lithuania have to try and up the ante. Oh, well. This one with the variation there. Didn't come out right at all. So here it continues to accumulate. Still got plenty of time to bat. Over 6 overs, in fact. Full toss this time. Ishant will get this past the infielder. Should be looking for 2 here, and they'll get it fairly easily. So, end of the over. It's 93 for 3. Here's Chandrakash Rai coming back to bowl. 1 for 8 off 2 overs bowled so far for CP. It's one way. He's certainly picked the wrong ball to do it. It's a tramline Yorker. And I'd love to know where he gets this. Sounded like head. Yeah, he's ramped that into his own grill. Look, he's wearing the helmet. I suppose it's the reason that players didn't try these kind of shots before helmets were invented. Cramp for room this time. So here, leg by signalled. Swing and a miss this time. Finding it hard to get going with any consistency. Ishant plays it out. He'll get a single. Big chase there for Shoaib. Much to the chagrin of the Polish supporters. No real timing in that shot. Good areas from right. As we get to the end of another over, 15 overs in, and Lithuania 97 for 3. Well, there's an IFO. Of course, we're jetting around Europe, bringing you all the cricket. We've got more cricket coming in the way of a European Cricket Series in Switzerland, I should say. Just been in Sweden, in Switzerland. Starting on the 20th of July. Also, Gibraltar will be happening later that week. Here's Deluja getting a bowl. Skipper says, now it's my turn. Length first up as well, giving Ishant very little to work with. Well, take that, says Ishant, who lifts this one handsomely out of the ground with the wind as well. Maximo brings up the 100 as well for Lithuania. He's bided his time out there, kind of made up his mind. Wasn't the worst ball, really. It's maybe a bit of a hittable length, but he's still got to hit it. Ishant will be feeling pretty good after that. Comeback ball for Deluja. Pretty good one as well. Beats him outside the off stump. Well, looks like Ishant wants some more. He's going to get some more. Maximo, the second of the over. Deluja, if he thought he was going to be able to roll through this over without drama, he's in for another thing. He's had 3 dots, but he's also been hit for 2 big sixes. Again, that's pretty much right in the direction the wind's going. It's come and gone today, the wind, but right now it's reasonably blustery. The higher you hit it, the further it goes. Around the wicket then. Wants to go again. This time fielder comes around and holds a brilliant catch. Lovely work out there. So it's Jobin Dominic who's on the field as 12th man, who's held on to that. And that is a really wonderful outfield catch. And this is one time the wind works against you. Again, he hits it pretty high, and that's blowing towards the fielder. Did really, really well there, Jobin. So, a little cameo from Ishant in this over is done. And Deluja gets the final say. End of the 16th over, 109 for 4. So to here, 4 overs to go. Been joined by Punatil. Let's not forget, scored a 50 in the last game. They've held him back a little bit, I think, to give some more opportunities to guys that haven't had too much of a hit. And I don't mind that. So potentially a destructive combination here as Chandra comes in, 17th over. Tight single, but they get there. CP doesn't pick up the ball. Punatil faces up. And he's gone, very first ball. Although, I don't know, I didn't think the bat and the ball were that close together then. I don't think Punatil thinks so either. He wants a second opinion, but maybe they're due. Hey, look, oh, there you go. I mean, you can never really tell. And we'll go one frame forward, even with the slow-mo. If he nicks or not, you can't really. It just seemed to me he genuinely thinks he misses this, and it was genuinely surprised that it was given out. Didn't seem to take a big deflection. Umpire says, hey, I think that's out. And Punatil is going to have to respect the decision. Good on him. He does walk off. A little bit confused and dazed. And it'll be a golden duck. And Gill's had a good series with the bat. That won't be the way that he wants it to finish. He goes first ball, 110 for 5. Again, it's one of those ones where if the umpire hears something, he's satisfied that it's come off the edge of the bat, then he calls what he sees. And we're not really in a position to tell with the technology we have available. So fair enough. And that's part of cricket, isn't it? Sometimes you might get a decision you don't agree with. You still just got to wear it, and that's what makes the game great. We don't have the kind of arguments of pressurizing of the officials that you'd see in some other sports. And yes, I'm looking at you, football. So the captain comes out. Mahadevappa. Wind's really picked up here now, actually. Good hitting breeze if you can get it up there. This is the first one, though. Right, operating around the wicket. $110 for 5. Big swipe from Renu. Misses out. Rice kind of locked into that outside off stump zone now. This could be trouble. Escapes it in the end. Does Mahadevappa. Zahir. Can't seem to get a wriggle on. Hasn't had too much of the strike of late. Last ball of the 17th. Last ball for CP. Zahir. We'll get a 1. We'll get a 2, in fact. As they pounce on that opportunity, and after 17 overs, 113 for 5. You can see some of the weather there. That's the weather that's already kind of past us. So I think we have been pretty lucky today. We have had a bit of a shower, but we haven't actually lost any playing time, despite having to come off a couple of times earlier in the day. So Deluja is going to give himself a second over. Did break through in the first. So a bit of captain on captain action. High, very high, and that's going to go all the way. It's just trickling into the rope in the end, but it was just a paddock and not a red shirt in sight. So round one to the Lithuanian skipper. Super sure. I really know exactly where that was going. I think he knows where this one's going, though. And that is absolutely nailed. Maximal. Well, Deluja brought himself on, probably sniffing a few late wickets, but he's also gone the journey a few times. Because that's the nature of the game, isn't it? This is a good hitting wind for Renu now. Suits his natural swing of the bat. Oh, that was a big swing of the bat, but misses out. Good comeback from the bowler. $123 for 5. It's the Lou Bega. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As this pops up, probably get 2 here if they hustle. They do not hustle. Elahi puts up the stop sign. Fair enough. I suppose you don't want a silly run out at the moment. Here's the set batter. Gets the strike back on 69. Look at those stats on the right. It's quite amazing. Almost 11,000 players have played ECN cricket. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them. Wild. Woof. Not contacted by Afan Elahi's here. There's a bit of a storm around the ground, but even though I hear the thunder, I feel like it's going to miss us. Famous last words, I know. Attempted Yorker. Turns into a low full toss. Slight fumble, so they'll come back for a couple. That was good hustle that time. Takes us to the end of the over, and it's 126 for 5. Let's hope the weather gods continue to look down kindly upon the Warsaw cricket ground. That's a storm, but to be honest, that's blowing away from us now. I think it's just gone around us. It doesn't look particularly good, does it? That's where I can hear the thunder from. Some days cricket commentary makes you feel more like a weather presenter than a cricket expert. I'm no weather expert, but I have experienced a few things. Usman Butt is going to bowl out here in the 19th. Lithuania. Well, they are going to bat out the 20 here. There would have been some concerns about that, given their previous performance. Didn't look good when they lost Bakshi off the very first ball of the innings, but they've stuck it out. He reaches for this again with the wind. This could go. It does go. Maximal. Good strike. Mahadevappa, it wasn't quite to the pitch of that, but he kind of trusted his hands and trusted his eye anyway. Fetches it from a long way outside the off stump. And that's his zone. His zone's wherever he thinks it is. It's got to go typically to wide long on or deep mid wicket, and something tells me he's going to try it again. Yes, he will. This time, bowler gets a moral victory. Probably should get 2 here. And he's not setting any land speed records out there, but he will be able to come back for a couple and keep the strike. I quite like this matchup because Butt does like to give it some air. And so it kind of forces Usman to bowl wider, but then he's always got the option of leaving it and taking the wide. Which is exactly what happens there. That's in his zone. He gives it a thump. And, oh, well. It's going to go for 4 in the end. We'll have to have a look at this on the replay. I hope he's all right there. An opportunity. Never really had the elevation to go over the fielder. Mahadevappa is going to take 4. Have a look at it. He goes again, his favourite little slog sweep. Fielder was there, burst through the hand, and maybe we saw one of these yesterday, didn't we, with Mohammed Khan of Latvia. And then the ball just trickles into the rope. Tough one there for Shoaib Ahmed. As he does save 2 runs. Come back from the bowler. He wants the wide, though. Got to replay this one. Let's see the line of that ball. The question is there some sort of pre-move? I mean, I think that's a wide. He does move towards the ball to play it, but I think he's entitled to do that. That square leg umpire's saying, yeah, no, I think that is a wide. Yeah, it's good overall. Square leg, he's spotted it. He said, yeah, so we'll give it a wide after all. All right, so he's made the end. Meanwhile, another one's clipped and Shoaib's under attack again. And this one will sail over his head. Maximo 6 carreras más. Well, a few fielders getting their steps in, but not on the field. Jeez. Are they a smoky chance here? No margin in the lineup for Poland. I have to find another opener. Still a lot of quality in the Polish lineup, but it's a bit of a banana peel game, isn't it? For the home side. Eight balls to go in the innings. 146. 8 balls. What could you get? Maybe 24 if you're lucky. He got 170 on the board. Ooh, too short. Asking for trouble. It's a hit me ball. As he got the distance, he short arms Maximo Mahadevappa. Now 36 off 12. And we might not have the storm right now, but it's Reno making it rain at the Warsaw Cricket Ground. Raining Maximos. What an exhibition of hitting. That was just too short. Lined it up. Smashed it. 152 on the board now. 150's up. Last ball is hit hard. Oh, and it's going to get away from the fielder. That's going to be 4 as well. Oh, Shoaib's been given the ultimate interrogation out there at deep mid wicket. This one gets away from him. All right, count them up. How many off that over? A lot. As we'll have to 30 off the over. There you go. A supersonic over. Insanity, really. 156 for 5. What a kick in the tail here. So Yuk looks like he's going to bowl the 20th. Yeah, sensational over for Lithuania. I said 170s on the cards. Probably stand by what I said now. Here's Yug, trying to bring it back to normality. So here, even though he's 71, now 72, probably is the less set batter, funnily enough. Well, Mahavdavapa is not finished yet. He wants more. He's got that hitting breeze. It's actually the breeze that Poland had earlier towards the end of their innings when it really picked up and assisted these right-hander shots into the power zone. Maximal, 6 more, 163. Dare to dream. I'll be stopping in the streets in Lithuania right now. And 30, by the way, our first supersonic over of the tournament. And it eclipses the 26 over that started the tournament yesterday morning. .46 now, 14 balls for Renu Mahadevappa. And we're almost out of balls. He just keeps picking them over the fence. Oh, Bling. Trying to change the narrative. That's a good shot. That'll be 4 as well. Oh, why not? This really shows that he's a thinker, Renu. He doesn't premeditate the shot. He actually uses the pace of Bling really well here. And it brings up his 50. It brings it up in 15 balls. I think he's been counting as he knew before his bench knew. What an impact innings from the captain down the order. .50 off 15. He's faced 15 balls. He's hit 9 to the boundary or over. 4 4s and 5 6s. So 46 in boundaries alone. This has been some knock. It's given him a fighting chance. They're above par as we speak. Now he wants more, and he's going to probably get more. How many? Oh, put him up, umpire. Maximo. And the 170 comes up. This is an unbelievable assault on the Polish bowlers. And now Poland do look like they're on the wrong end of a doubleheader, don't they, really? They're a bit tired and a bit lethargic out there. 173. And let me roll you through from the beginning of the 19th over. Okay? 6-2 wide, 4 wide. 6-6-4. Then there was a single to start this over. Renu came back and goes 6-4-6. No pole called. Oh, he'd probably get 2 now, but they weren't going to take any. And that's because he's so strike hungry that he's able to send Zahir back to the non-strikers end. So it's just a no ball and that's it. I actually think they probably would have got 2, but I suppose he wasn't to know that it was going to be fumbled. Free hit. And the irony. And the only one he misses was one that he couldn't have been out on. So last ball, 174, Lithuania. Some sort of chance here. High. All right. Caught or 2? Oh, I think he's got that, you know. Just adjusted at the last minute. That's a good catch. They saves a couple. But filed that one under too little too late because Lithuania sprung to life there. And, yeah, we'll check it out the replay. That's a really good shot of it. I think, yeah, it's not in the textbook how he's taken that. Almost like he's in some sort of yoga pose. So that'll wrap the innings up. But what a knock at the end. Stopped everyone in their tracks. So they came together at 110 for 5. And in the last 22 balls of the innings,
They put on 64. And 56 of those runs to Renu, their captain. 56 off just 19 balls. The Lithuania finish on 174. Let's not forget Afan Alahiza here, who kind of set up that innings. Kind of paced it, didn't he? Set the tone. Made sure they weren't going to run out of wickets as well. 72 off 60 with 7 fours for the opener. Of course, Mahdava, but stealing the show late in the piece. For the bowling side, Poland, well, Chandra Prakash Rai, I thought bowled really well, 2 for 15 off his 4 overs. 2 wickets for Bling, but he copped a bit of a thumping in that last over. And Taran Taluja popped up with a wicket as well. So 175 will be the target for Poland. A tricky little banana peel chase. It could just
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ready for the final innings of the day. Well done to everyone behind the scenes as well for getting this back up and running. We had a surprise power outage. Everything's been sorted out now. So Poland, I thought this was an easy game. They've got nothing coming because Lithuania crazy finished their innings and they posted 174. So 175 is the victory target. Weird interference. I'm just working on a few audio issues, but main things were back up and running. We're set for the last game of the day. 12. 11 and 10 batting, 11 on strike, 10 non-striker. Yeah, bowler number 12. So, 12, which is your 56, Zahid Mushtaq. It's your 56, Zahid Mushtaq. Zahid Mushtaq.
If you want to mention, you can say Mihao is the native Polish player.
Yeah.
Hi, when ready.
Mihao.
Hi, Mihao.
So you call him? Is he mixed? Does he have a English dad or something?
No, Michael.
Yeah, but I mean,
No.
he's just Polish.
You're Polish, you're Polish.
Cool. All right, so running Narba, the native Polish player, getting his opportunity at the top of the order, replacing Majid Ali. Some pretty big shoes to fill, no doubt about that. Makes a good start off the mark with one. It's a big amount of decline than I think Poland were expecting. Check it. Check it. There's no ground sound, and I sound really echoey. To be honest, if it likes the rest of the day, it doesn't really matter. It's only last things of the day, so don't stress out about it. We can always fix it tomorrow. So, yeah. Fantastic shot. First ball trying to whip this bullet to the next side boundary. So Shaquille gets his opportunity at the top. Could go one of two ways. It could backfire, or still could just peel off another big ton, and they could do this with time to spare. Certainly adding a bit of drama, and especially with the standings. If Poland were to lose this, could have a situation where we have a three-way tie again. Keel goes after this one. It'll get away from the fielder and goes for four. So disappointment for Lithuania there. Wasn't completely in control of the shot there. Shaquille. Yeah, so last year we had a three-way tie, and it was the Poles that won on net run rate because there was no final last year. But you might have a situation where three teams are tied on 4 points, being Poland, Iceland, Latvia. It does come down to net run rate. But Shaquille hits this one really nicely, drills it down the ground, beats the man at mid-off, and it's a goal. Maybe there'll be some more of those tonight, of course. Last two quarterfinals are on tonight in the FIFA World Cup. Back-to-back boundaries for Shaquille. Where's the goalkeeper? Empty net.
Saw me.
Great comment. Who will won the match, buddy? In the chat. Who will won the match, buddy? No worries, buddy. 8.6 over required. High run rate across all teams and all tournaments in the modern era is 8. And Shaquille wants more. He's going to get more. And that's taken off a length. And it's got all the way maximal. 4, 4, and 6 pick up sticks. Yeah.
Something went off. Okay. Jar is gone.
Testing.
Yeah, a jar.
Frozen on the
Yeah, a jar.
main cam. Once again by Shaquille. He's going to catch him with. So apologies for the slight break in the transmission. Again, trying to get things up and running after that unexpected power outage. 19 without loss after 1. 2. Here's apologies for the slight break in Abu Bakar. But pops it up in the air and he's dropped. Well, a bit of luck for the native Polish player. Once more, he's going to get 4 runs. Abu Bakar with the comeback ball. And he's got him. Got him with a full straight one. So for now, but he'll be disappointed because he just couldn't keep that one out. Abu Bakar asked the right question, but not able to come up with the right answer. But still great to see him out there, given an opportunity. Did hit a boundary while he was there. But he will go 7 balls into the innings. It's 23 for 1. The first wicket falls with a score at 23. Kisarali, the new batter. We've almost got things back where they should be. There's the old head rub by Najib Abubakar. False shot from Kisarali, but he will get off the mark with a single. %59 here. But remember, no Majid Ali in the lineup. The regular opener. Slightly different looking side here from the teams they put out in the other two matches, Poland. Shakil's a real game breaker, though. He's off to the races. That's hit up in the air, and that's going to fly. It'll be 4 runs. Not quite out of the screws, but not far off. Just pitching inside and rolling across the rope in the end. Just a single this time. Mushtaq continuing. struck pretty hard. Blast through the fielder. We'll pull up inside. Swing and a miss. Still working on a few settings behind the scenes, but hopefully we've got things back to normal soon. Well struck this time, and that will rocket away to the fence. Shaquille looking dangerous. In a bit of a mood, isn't he? So back up to date now, 38 for 1. Abubakar gets his second over. Did have some success in the first over with that wicket of Narbert. Run rate's good though for Poland. Wow, that's a spicy throw in. Interesting to see if this hit the stumps direct though. Abhijit Bakshi throwing that in at velocity. Oh, Shaquille. This is a masterful stroke. It's gone all the way. Maximo. Oh, well, maybe this 170 won't be a problem if Shaquille has anything to do with it. What a tournament he's having. Peeled off a really good half century earlier in the day. Kind of eerie feel around the ground now. The wind kind of stopped, but the clouds are low. Just missing the mark there, Abubakar. I'm going to do my Mr. Maximo power plate weather check. See what I make of the clouds and the direction they're coming. I think it's mostly okay. There's a few threatening ones. Semi-threatening. We don't know what kind of precipitation they're packing. Shaquille faces up. Launches. What a shot. Maximal 6 runs. And Shaquille, you can bat him 1, you can bat him 11. He's going to give you big hits and lots of entertainment. Slightly different role for him. Quite often we see him down the order. Actually has a century in the Euro T20 Cup at number 7. And he's batting right up the top. And he's getting the job done for Poland, trying to go a perfect 3-0 and coast into the final and have no stress in the morning about what the other result might be. Just misses the mark. So yeah, the wind's fascinated me today. There's been times it's been really windy, and there's times it's pretty much stopped. Feels like one of those times. When it has been up, it's been left to right on your screen, and those high balls have sailed. Not that Shaquille needs any wind assistance with his power. Reaches for that one. Gets beaten. Wants the wide. Don't think it was as wide as he made it look. He never really moved his feet. Kind of planted them. Leg or just outside leg. It's not a bad spot, though. Might get a mistake out of Shaquille there. Shuffles out of his crease a bit. Tells me he wants to get on the front foot here and drive. He does. I didn't get the ball to do it. But those little things you can tell. And if you're bowling, you can kind of notice these things and think, all right, maybe this is one. Is that gone for 6? Wow. How? I want to watch this one again. Oh, see you, Mr. VIP. Let's have a look at it one more time. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's highly improbable. I mean, it must have just gone all the way. It's pretty inconclusive from there. So, Maximo confirmed. That just shows even his mishits can fly a long way. Look at the weather. Now, the good news, I don't know if it is good news, but that may be coming straight at us, or it might be blowing a little bit right. And if it blows straight at us, then we're getting wet. If it blows to the right, then we should be okay. Great pictures there. That's Vipul, your camera VIP. Bringing you those live weather shots. Yeah, have a look at that. That's a great shot, isn't it? We've had sun, we've had rain, we've had cloud, we've had wind, had a bit of everything, but we haven't lost any playing time here on day 2. Hopefully it stays that way. Just 16 overs scheduled in the day. As we're going to get Vinay Subramani on to bowl for the first time. Here's a rally. Hasn't really fired yet. Bottom edge, out of fly away. Nobody at deep third. Streaky one, but a boundary nonetheless. Poland don't have an issue with the required rate at the moment. They've got it down to 7.3. Just about making sure that they don't get themselves in trouble as far as wickets lost. John, thanks for your feedback. Let us know as well. Obviously, slightly new setup in 2026. So we're still feeling our way around some of the streaming technicals. Crew have done a great job on that. We've got Lucky here pushing the buttons today. We've got Al pushing other buttons, plugging things in, putting out fires, figuratively and literally sometimes. That one floats a bit wide of the off stump. One thing's for sure, you can be certain that the weather is going to stay a certain way for a while, and then 20 minutes later you could be completely wrong. But without a lot of wind blowing the weather at the moment, I think for the moment we're pretty good. Smart batting, really. The deep cover back. So just pushed it for a single. We still are in the power play. See, that's interesting. They've got a mid-wicket, but no cover. So what kind of signal is that sending to the bowler? You might as well leave the mid-wicket gap open and encourage the batters to try and hit across it when they shouldn't, rather than give up just an easy push single. Just a little thing there picked up. You want to encourage the bowler to put it outside off something, that kind of area, and have the potential to have a dot ball, especially in the power play. Shaquille back in the driver's seat on 47. Stays on 47. Went for broke. That's the thing about him. He does play a kind of high risk, take no prisoners game. And he does. He's in the naughty corner sometimes, hitting across the line when he probably shouldn't, but he's just got such a good enough eye. He can get away with it. He's on 47 again. Watch this one go for a wide. And not a bad spot to miss, though. I think you don't want to play into his hands. You want to make it as difficult as possible for him to play to his strength. And it's not that he can't hit through the offside. I just think it's a tendency that he has. The interesting thing for him is that the cover's up in the circle and they've got the long on back. That'll be his 50. Back-to-back 50s on day 2 for Shaquille. Well, he's hot tonight. Shaquille, the hits don't lie as he brings up his 50 off 16 balls. 6 fours and 4 maximos in there. He just continues to keep on keeping on. Like I said, you can bat him anywhere you like. He's such almost like a joker in the deck. They've decided to put him to the top of the deck. Wasn't a good ball really either. From Subramani, gets the comeback. High, and that's what I'm talking about. He can be so good over the offside as well, and he admires this one as it flies over cover point. Maximo Seis Carreras, well, made a high score earlier, couldn't quite go on to the 3 figures, but with plenty of time and plenty of runs still to get, he's got to be a genuine chance here. Could we be looking at our 2nd century of the tournament? Akshay Jyotin with a sparkling 121 earlier in the day for Iceland. Subramani back to the drawing board. Uh-oh. That's a biggie. Probably the biggest hit we've seen to that part of the ground. That's a monster Maximo. This ball never bounces on the field from the moment it leaves the bowler's hand. A giant 6, power and timing combined from Shaquille. As that over goes for 23. A magical over in Poland. Out of the box, 82 for 1 after 5. And that wasn't really wind assisted. The wind's died down. With the wind, that one might have ended up back at my house in Prague. I think you maybe need to try something else. So now they are going to try something a little bit different. It's going to be the off spin of Afan Elahi here. Dave's noticed I mentioned the C word. I did jinx Farhad pretty royally earlier, but I don't think you can jinx someone twice in a day. I think it's a 1 innings maximum. It'll be interesting as well. Khizr Ali's been sitting in the 2nd violin chair during this partnership. That, by the way, is already worth 59. Khizr Ali's only 9 off 9, but he hasn't had to do too much. Let's see if he wants to attack Zahir. Sensible cricket, knocks it down, but they were not able to get the single. Ali, we know, score his 47 on opening day. Very, very good striker in his own right, especially when he can free those arms out in front, loosen those levers. Fraction short. That's good fielding. It was almost too good because the batters realised they had no chance of coming through for the run, so they both turned around and went back to their respective ends. Back in pools. This will be a single. Shaquille exactly racing to the other end, but he knows where he wants to be. So here, who's bowling? Actually, the top fielder in the tournament with 4. And in 4 dismissals so far. So batted pretty well earlier. A half century in the first innings. Can he chip in with the ball? Something different then for Shaquille with the off spin. And it's not a good ball. It's too short. And he's going to open up that offside once again. He's just going to pull it back. And to be honest, they're only going to get 1 run there. I think Shaquille was sure it was going to go for 4. In the end, it's the longest of singles. And you can see what I mean with Shaquille. He's very, very capable of hitting with more orthodox driving technique over cover. But he just has a bit of a tendency, a habit of trying to go for that power zone. Wins back, by the way. So I don't know if that's a good thing or an ominous thing. Back and cuts. Nice shot by Khizr Ali. That'll be 4. Shows he's multi-dimensional as well. We talked a lot about his leg side play yesterday. But this is a really nicely timed shot and a good shot selection from Khizr Ali. Most coaches will tell you against the spinner, you kind of want to press onto your front foot, but then be able to spring back and put your weight on your back foot. Use your crease to buy yourself a bit more time and hit square of the wicket if it is a little bit short. And that's exactly what Khizr Ali did there. Does it again. This time he whips it through mid-on for a single. So that'll take us to the end of the 6-over power play. What a power play for Poland. 89 for 1 after 6. I'm pretty sure that's the best power play we've seen in this tournament. I think just shy of 15 and over through the first 6. Here's the weather watch. So that is more over the leg side of the ground where it should blow away from us there. So I'm not too concerned with that cloud, although it is the darkest. It's more the one which is kind of, if you were to pan up from there, where I think we may get some of it. Subramani to continue. Another nice punch from Khizr Ali. Just a single back to the Shaquille show. 64. So with cover in the circle, I would be looking to hit in that region rather than necessarily to take on the mid-on and mid-wicket. But he's just so powerful, he doesn't care, especially if the wind's behind that leg side shot. He is smart, isn't he? That is smart. That's where the gap was on the offside. He waited and he punched it and he gets 4 runs. Continues to dominate the bowling. 68 now. But that was just very well managed. Because one thing to know, especially when you get out of the 6-over power play, you need to know where the outfielders are, but probably more importantly, where they aren't. There's normally a couple of spots that you'll be eyeing off. And one of them certainly was that kind of cover point region. It's going to force a change with the cover going back on the boundary, but that'll bring a gap somewhere else. Now, Shaquille's got the cramp. He has had a lot of action today. This is one time that the stretching of the legs should work. We see a lot of people hitting the box and then they get their legs stretched, more as a distraction technique than anything that comes from medical science. But I hope he can continue because there's no runners anymore. He's doing the downward dog at the moment. Let's hope he can get back on his feet. To be honest, there's been a lot of good sportsmanship in this tournament for Lithuania. Might think about sticking the boot in as you walk past here because Shaquille's been a real headache for you. The thing with cramp though is it can go away, but then when you put that muscle or muscle area under stress again, it will cramp up again. So it's one of those things that it's a repeatable condition. It's a temporary condition as well, thankfully. But yeah, it's not that pleasant, and anyone that suffered cramps will tell you that in a sporting sense. You just got to stretch it out, give it a bit of time. Wonder if that affects how he bats as well. Thing is, he still is so important. They still need 81 runs, so it's not like this is a done deal and he's already won the game for them. Some good batting to come still, but fascinating juncture. Subramani's going to try around the wicket. Bold. Just sneaks in and, oh, we're not. Umpire sets forward and calls it a wide. Not a bad spot, though. Even though it does get called a wide, it's asking him the right question. Just querying on the lines wide or not. Shaquille gets down and he slaps this one leg side. Well, he seems all right to me. Maximo as he swings his way into the 70s, 74 now for Fahad Shaquille. There's that full toss. That's going to be a losing strategy most of the time, especially here. Got that angle across, and it's one of those ones where you're almost bowling onto the middle of the bat swing if he's trying to slap your leg side with that angle you've created from right arm around the wicket. There's a little bit of wind, and you can see the wind's back. Again, not that Shaquille needed the assistance. Hundreds up for Poland as well. That is in the air, and 6, Maximo. Oh, well, Subramani, got to say I'm a little bit surprised they went back to him in this over, as he was taken down to Chinatown in his last over, and now he's getting some more, even though he's trying to find interesting new angles to bowl at Shaquille, but Shaquille is just chowing down on this, and really, if this lasts another 20 minutes, this game could be over. That's a giant 6. We need the ball boys on the football field in a minute, the way this is going. I think you got to go back over the wicket. Like I said, get him to take on another shot. You put the deep cover back, so bowl to it. Back-to-back 6s. Called wide again. Geez, poor Subramani. Game of fine margins. But I think even you can see with that shot selection, now the deep cover's back. He doesn't want to take on the offside sweeper. Maybe if over point if it's a bit shorter, but he wants to go leg side. And he will. Geez, that's power. That was a traceable at Maximo. A flat smack from Shaquille. The Shaq is back. And he's eyeing off the 3 figures. It'd be his 2nd century in the Euro T20 Cup if he could do it. To go with the one he scored at number 7 back in 2024. That ball still travelling, ends up going into the fence. That is just so far away from the ground, by the way. 25 runs off the over. And there's still a ball remaining. Well, we had 30 earlier. Could we have 31 here? Could we be going supersonic, 30 plus? Oh, you know it. You know it. That is an absolute colossal clunk from Shaquille. The Shaq attack takes another whack. He's 86 as that over goes for 31, and it's the most expensive over in the tournament. But honestly, I got to ask the question. Subramani went for 23 in his first over, and if you're the batter and you just see that bowler coming back on, you're just licking your lips, aren't you? Saying, bring it on. The way it's going, if you bring him on again, he might go for 40. What a hit to finish the over as well. 120 for one. They've got it well below a run of ball now. But this horse has bolted. 92 for Shaquille now. 120 for one. Kizar Ali, not often he's kept to second fiddle duties, but he's playing it to perfection here. Again, he wants one, won't get one. Slight bit of rain. I tell you what, imagine if the storm comes and he gets stranded in the 90s. Just saying, it's not raining. Definitely okay for now. Probably doesn't need that long. Kizar Ali flicks leg side. Handled out there by Abu Bakar. All right. Well, here we go. Here's the contest. Shaquille on 92 off just 24 balls. He's striking at 383. And it's up. It's going to be 4. It'll take him to 96. Again, made the adjustment. A bit of a risky shot. Really needed to get enough bat to get it over the fielder, but he did. Was Zahid Mushtaq in that position. So 96. And, you know, you have to ask the question. I know when Majid comes back, he'll probably go back in the middle order, but is there an argument to have him opening? Why not? Maybe the fitness concern. They're not sure if he's going to last 20 overs. They have other options, but he's not a bad option at the top, is he? This could be a bit more history in the making. 96 for Shaq, and he knows it. Oh, that was it too. That was an absolute pie. Halfway down, and I actually saw him lick his lips twice before he swung, planning his celebration, but he clunks it. Luckily, he didn't get out. Like it was a bottom edge, not a top edge. Moves to 97. Got him. Well, that's not a pie. That's an absolute Jaffa from Zahir. The York's Kizar Ali, and he knocks middle stump out of the ground, not for the first time this weekend. The partnership is broken. It was worth 103 in just 6.5 overs. Remarkable stuff, but that's a good piece of bowling from Zahir. Just snuck that one through. So, bit of a wicket against the run of play. Poland lost their second, 126 for 2. And Simranjit Singh will join the party. Shaquille's no stranger to hundreds on ECN either. And I mentioned his Euro T20 Cup century a couple of years ago, but he did score back-to-back centuries for Prague Tigers in the ECS in Czechia last year, leading the Tigers to victory. A famous victory. And to be honest, if he's here, that's the exact ball you're bowling again. Normally with Simran, your strategy is to make him reach for it, but I think early in his innings, you've got to at least put him to the test, make him get bat on ball. Does like to hit across the line more than most. Zahir doesn't beat the field. Simran, first time out. And here comes the rain. He had his chance to ring up his 100. And just hope it's light rain, because if we do come off, Shaquille will certainly be pretty interested to get back on. 126 for 2 after 8. He is on strike, though, this ball. So Bakshi's going to come on with his left arm spin. Something different for Shaquille. What's his approach here? He's on 97. Does he go for glory? Does he get there in singles? I don't think so. That's not in his DNA. Crowd have got the phones out, ready to capture a bit of history. Oh boy, another half track. I think this one's going to be called a wide. Wry smile from Shaquille, has a laugh at the umpire saying, hey, this guy doesn't want to bowl at me. They're trying to say it bounced off the pitch. Wouldn't mind seeing this one again then. But remember, the pitch is so wide, as long as the pitch is on the surface, it's not a no ball. Oh, another one. This will be a no ball called. Doesn't want the extra run. It's a bit of a grey area with what's a no ball and what's not. See, personally, I don't think that's a no ball because it's not off the surface, which is that's what that law's about. 97 as he goes to the skies, and this one flies. Remember, it is a free hit. Not that it matters, because Shaquille has brought up his second century in the Euro T20 Cup to go with the century scored back in 2024. He's come back for more. A player we've seen a lot of on ECN, and he's shown his best today, following up his earlier half century with the three figures here in match number 5. And he brings up his ton off just 28 balls. That is lightning. Striking at 368, 11 maximos and 8 fours in his century. Something tells me he's not done yet. A doosra from Bakshi as it goes out to the boundary at mid-wicket, and it's another 4 runs to put with the rest. Bakshi does kind of bowl some of these balls that come into the right-hander. Geez, a nice way to bring it up with a 6 as well. Had that opportunity last over. He fluffed uncharacteristically. Now stepping across and wanting more and getting more as Shaquille. And really, this could be over in a hurry now. Any worries that Poland had at the start of this innings when the wheels fell off towards the end of their first innings, I think they've been put to bed now comprehensively. And even if he was to get out now, I think they canter across the line. 31 required. Bakshi gone for 18 off 3. As another one comes out of the ground. He's just a 6-hitting machine at the moment, Shaquille. Don't forget that modern tournament record of 121. That's under attack now. He's moved to 119. The 150's up for Poland. This over's gone magical. We had 30 when we had 30 run over, then we had 31. We could be going for more here. With 24 off this one, with 2 balls remaining. Oh, well, once again, he's going to hit it. He's going to hit it hard, and he's going to get it to the boundary. 4 runs. There is an air of resignation, I think. Lithuania, let's give them credit. I mean, they have been competitive within matches. They've never really put a whole match together, but they certainly have won patches, and I've loved the way they've gone about their cricket, but this is a tough way to finish, especially when they really felt they were in the mix with 170s on the board and no Majid Ali to deal with. But Fahad stepped into the role and has made his presence clearly felt. Well, it's just going to be a single to finish. But that over ends up going for 29. And it included the moment that Fahad Shaquille brings up his century. End of the 9th over. Do not adjust your sets. That is the score. It's 155 for 2. Look at that run rate. 17.2 and over. It's basically like you're scoring at 344 pace in a completed innings. And that is, there's fast and there's really fast, and then there's that. And back to Afan Elahi Zahir. Just 20 required. This could be the last over. The way things are going. Well, Shaquille, he's just unloading these bombs one after another. That's another one out of the ground. Maximo. So you tell us, what do you think? Where do you bat him? It's hard to imagine. He's going to score this huge 100 and more. And the likelihood is tomorrow in the final, he won't open. This just seemed like a kind of a temporary solution with margin out of the side. But honestly, I think there's an argument for it. I know they probably like him as more of an insurance policy, but I quite like the idea of them batting together. All right, now we're on borrowed time because another one's going to sail out of the ground. Maximo, just 8 to win now. Chuck him a new ball. Let's get on with it. It's been a long day, and it's going to come to an end pretty shortly. Get the ball boys over there on the football field. $136 of just 35 balls. No doubt the innings of the tournament. Who'd be a bowler, hey? But they've also, to be fair, Lithuania, they've kind of lost their way. They've kind of lost any kind of strategy against him. It's a general strategy to get it away from him, but then they've been missing the wide line and going for extras. So every time they bowl a bit closer to him, he just smacks them out of the park. I like this, and that is huge. That is absolutely massive. Maximo. No one's finding that. And we'll have a new ball or a replacement ball to finish the day. You got every bit of that. So 142 for Shaquille. What an innings. And you know what? We haven't even played 10 overs. And he's 142. Imagine if he went the whole 20. Potentially, he would be scoring 280 by himself. Any score wins it now. And that will do it. He'll do it with a 4. And Shaquille, what a fantastic innings. He'll walk off 146 not out of 37 balls. A thunderous statement from Poland, who let Lithuania get away a little bit in that first innings, but they brought things back with a deafening roar. They win this game with 62 balls to spare by 8 wickets. You can see Zahir having a look at the bat saying, that seems like a good one. And I think he's right. So running a bit over, but we'll give you a rundown of that innings with Shaquille sent to the top of the order. 146 not out of 37 with 11 fours and 16 maximos. That's an incredible 140 in boundaries out of 146. It's pretty good going. Makes you wonder how he got cramp in the first place when he never really had to run. 17 for Kisarali was involved in that partnership of 103. Bowling-wise, well, it was a bit ugly for Lithuania, but Abu Bakar, I think he can hold his head high. Took 1 for 31. Zahir was the other wicket taker. But Lithuania, unfortunately for them, they'll walk away without a win in this year's tournament. But I still think they've given it a good account of themselves. I know that they're very proud to represent the country and what's happening with cricket in the country. And like I said, they've had their moments, haven't they, where they have had some success within games. Now, right on cue, the rain started, so we better get out of here reasonably quickly. But I want to thank everyone out there, wherever you've been watching from around the world. We know Poland, they'll be the first team into the final. And basically, that sets up basically a semi-final between Latvia and Iceland tomorrow. So stay tuned for that one. But Poland, perfect 3-0. But you'd have to say that whoever they play in the final, it's not going to be a done deal. Could be a tricky proposition want to remind all of you, if you are watching, you can flick over to Portugal. There's still a bit of cricket to go there, I believe, with Shoban taking you through the rest of the day. There's still a good, how long they got to go there? Good 17 overs to go with BD Lisbon chasing 166 for victory. They're 39 for 1. I want to thank everyone once again for your company and for keeping me company in the chat. A reminder to like this video if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. But from me, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of everyone here at the ground and everyone involved with Cricket Poland and everyone involved this Euro T20. Hope you have an awesome night. Stay happy, stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow. Big day on the way. The final coming your way. Who will the Poles play? We're going to find out. Join us in the morning. Same time, same place. First game tomorrow is 8:30 GMT, 10:30 in Central Europe, and 2 o'clock in India. But you can join Shoban a little bit earlier with the Portuguese game starting at 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India. But for me and everyone here, hope you have an awesome night. We'll see you tomorrow live on ECN for more Euro T20 Cup. From me, it's hasta mañana.